Never get on that driverless bus, because it will only take you to one place, the haunted house. Here, there's only one rule. Every so often, you'll be forcibly dragged through that blood-stained door to face terrifying events where survival is a slim chance. Ning Qiushui barely survived countless horrifying and bizarre blood door worlds, but he discovered that everything was far more complex than he imagined. The so-called haunted house wasn't a curse at all, but do you have the courage to listen? Sit down. The brazier has been lit. And the story begins now. Chapter 1: The Bus. In the thick fog. A dilapidated bus slowly approached along an endless road. There were 7 people on the bus in total, 3 women and 4 men. They sat in the bus, looking through the windows at the dense fog outside. Their expressions varied. Doubt, bewilderment, fear. But apart from that, their faces were all equally pale, as if they had experienced something terrible on the way. The bus continued its journey until it finally stopped outside an old and dilapidated villa. The villa was enveloped by the surrounding thick fog, completely black, mysterious and eerie. The bus door opened, as if telling the passengers inside, it was time to get off. The 7 people slowly got off the bus. They looked back, their eyes filled with an unspeakable fear. Because, in the driver's seat of the bus, where a driver should have been, it was completely empty. Yes, this bus had no driver. As the last passenger got off, the bus door closed automatically. Then it drove off again, disappearing into the depths of the fog. The 7 people standing outside the black villa looked at each other, seeing the extremely grim expressions on each other's faces. Let's go. I think we have no other choice. At the critical moment, a slender man in the crowd spoke up. He wore dark brown, square-framed wooden glasses, and his refined face showed a calmness unlike the others. Do we really have to go in? The beautiful woman with gold earrings asked, her voice trembling. She was dressed provocatively, so she was very cold. She clasped her hands over her arms, rubbing them constantly. What if it's not safe inside? The others remained silent. Originally, they thought this was some kind of prank, or that someone had specifically invited them to be on a show. But when they discovered there was no driver on the bus at all, they all fell into deep fear. Although they had all once been staunch materialists, some of the things that had happened earlier were simply too bizarre to comprehend. So, are you going to walk into the fog? Ning Qiushui took a deep breath, trying hard to appear calm. In truth, his heart was pounding. From the moment he received that mysterious letter until he arrived at this place, less than an hour had passed. But this 1 hour had a profound impact on his worldview. Have you forgotten the fat man who jumped off the bus at the crossroads earlier? At the mention of the fat man, immense fear immediately filled the woman's beautiful eyes. Her legs went weak, and she almost lost her balance. Previously, there had been 8 people on the bus. They had all suddenly appeared on this bus after falling asleep. Among them was a fat man who kept grumbling along the way, saying it must be some unscrupulous show producer inviting them to a reality show. The fat man impatiently said that their phones must have been replaced. The driver was actually driving the bus from underneath them, and the dense fog scene was specially made with dry ice, and so on. Finally, when the bus paused at a crossroads, the fat man directly opened the window, jumped off the bus, and walked alone into the fog. Up to this point, things had seemed relatively normal. However, When they arrived at the next crossroads, they actually discovered something floating on the fog-shrouded traffic light. As the bus slowly approached, they finally saw clearly that what had been fluttering on the traffic light was none other than the bloody human skin of the fat man who had left earlier. The skin had been completely peeled off, and they could even see the fat man's expression, extremely terrified and twisted, as if he had seen something particularly horrifying before he died. And large streaks of crimson blood continuously flowed down the traffic light pole. The scene instantly terrified everyone on the bus. Someone, not believing their eyes, pulled open the car window, and that nauseating smell of blood wafted throughout the bus. At the mention of the fat man, everyone's faces turned extremely grim, and some even started to retch. Since no one dares to approach that fog, then we can only enter this black villa. Ning Qiushui took a deep breath. He was also afraid. But for some reason, whether it was seeing the bloody human skin floating on the traffic light or smelling that stench of blood, his reaction was far less intense than the others. Moreover, he was very interested in the mysterious letter he had received earlier. What exactly did the sender of the letter want to tell him? As Ning Qiushui led the way, the others followed behind him, pushed open the iron gate of the black villa, and entered the garden outside the villa. It was very quiet all around. Terribly quiet. Everyone had to huddle close together. The beautiful woman with gold earrings in the middle felt someone groping her, but she merely frowned and said nothing more. Let them grope her. It was better than being inexplicably skinned alive. Thus, everyone arrived outside the black villa's door. Ning Qiushui knocked. Knock. 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 As he knocked, footsteps quickly sounded from inside. Those behind couldn't help but retreat a few steps, staring intently at the door, seemingly very nervous. Creak, the door opened. However, the terrifying scene everyone had expected did not appear. The one who opened the door was a very delicate, very beautiful young girl. She seemed to be only 15 or 16. You're here, come in. As the girl spoke, everyone realized that he was actually a boy. This small chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like The Haunted House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates The Haunted House fastest. A very beautiful boy. However, the boy's voice was very cold. Without much emotion. Everyone watched Ning Qiushui follow the boy inside, and for a moment, they exchanged glances, unsure whether they should follow. You'd better come in quickly. Just as everyone hesitated, the boy's voice came again from inside the room. That fog is very unsafe. At the mention of the fog, everyone remembered the fat man who had died horribly earlier, and they shivered in fear, scrambling to enter the room. The villa's main hall was spacious, decorated in a very classical style. To the left were neatly arranged bookshelves. To the right, a wooden staircase leading upstairs. And in the central seating area were 3 large sofas. In the center of the sofas was a burning brazier. Inside the room, 4 people were gathered around the brazier. They stared blankly at the flames in the brazier, lost in thought, not speaking. The atmosphere, in this silence, grew colder and colder. Excuse me. Where is this place? Why are we here? What's the deal with the fog and the bus outside? Finally, after a moment of thought, Ning Qiushui asked these 3 questions. But still, no one answered him. The 4 people warming themselves by the fire didn't even spare him a glance. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng, the bearded man behind Ning Qiushui, couldn't hold back. "We're asking you something. Are you all mute?" His voice was extremely loud, booming through the room and hurting everyone's eardrums. Finally, the man in the suit, sitting on the sofa directly opposite Ning Qiushui and warming himself by the fire, spoke. "I know you have many questions. If you can return alive from the first blood door, I will tell you the answers to these questions." Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition immediately spread through everyone's hearts. Blood door? What's that? Ning Qiushui's heart stirred. Remembering the call he had received earlier from the mysterious woman, he asked. The man in the suit didn't even lift his head, simply pointing a finger towards the 3rd floor of the villa. "You don't have much time. The blood door will open in less than 5 minutes. At that time, you will enter the terrifying world within the blood door to complete the tasks on it. After completing the task, the bus will come to pick you up." After he finished speaking, Yan Yuping, a short, thin woman with twin ponytails in the crowd, timidly asked, "What if we don't complete the task?" Hearing this, the man in the suit slowly raised his head and met Yan Yoping's gaze. Those calm yet indifferent eyes made Yan Yoping's heart tremble. "You will die, and it will be a very miserable death." Hearing these words, everyone felt their bodies go limp. They desperately wanted to believe this was just a joke. However, the man in the suit's serious expression extinguished the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. "Can we not go?" Another young man with dyed blonde hair swallowed hard and asked. The man in the suit glanced at him. "You can. However, you'd better never sleep again." The blonde man froze. "Why?" The man in the suit gave a chilling, humorless smile. "Because if you don't go into the blood door to complete the task, then things will come out from behind the blood door to find you. No matter where you run, they will find you." And then, the man in the suit didn't continue, but everyone already knew the outcome. Ning Qiushui glanced at the 3rd floor, then finally asked the man in the suit, "Before we go in, do you have any other instructions?" The man in the suit paused slightly, then shifted his gaze to Ning Qiushui. Upon seeing Ning Qiushui's composure, which was unlike the others, a hint of imperceptible admiration flashed in his eyes. "Instructions, you ask?" "Yes. Although the stories behind the blood doors are extremely perilous, there is always more than one way out. As long as you find a path to survival, completing the task and staying alive isn't difficult." Ning Qiushui nodded. "Thank you." After he finished speaking, he actually took the first step, heading upstairs. Seeing Ning Qiushui's decisiveness, the bearded Lu Chengfeng, after an intense internal struggle, also gritted his teeth and followed him up. "Damn, young man, you're really brave." Coming up behind Ning Qiushui, Lu Chengfeng muttered softly. He had actually already noticed Ning Qiushui on the way. It was hard not to notice. Whether it was seeing the fat man's human skin or smelling that strong bloody stench, Ning Qiushui hadn't reacted much. "Brave." Ning Qiushui let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Do you think we have a choice?" Lu Chengfeng was very tall, so even though he was 1 step lower than Ning Qiushui, his height was only slightly less than his. "Earlier, when you saw the fat man's skin, young man, you didn't even blink. Were you in that line of work before. Which one? An assassin. You read too many novels. Where do you find so many assassins in real life? Then. I'm a doctor. Oh, no wonder. A forensic doctor. Close enough. A veterinarian. Lu Chengfeng. Chatting. The two arrived on the third floor of the villa. As soon as they got up, they stopped talking. A strong smell of blood, accompanied by a strong scent of decaying wood, permeated the air. On the third floor of the villa, there was nothing but a wooden door, stained red with blood. On the wooden door, crimson blood-red characters spelled out a line. Care for the paralyzed old man in bed for 5 days. Caring for an old man. That's our task this time. Ning Qiushui's eyes flickered. The others also came up one after another, and upon seeing the bloody characters on the wooden door, they were all stunned. Is it that simple? Wang Yuning, the woman with gold earrings, was somewhat incredulous. Everyone whispered amongst themselves. Suddenly, they all stopped, as if sensing the same thing, and uniformly looked towards the wooden door. Creak, from inside the wooden door. It sounded like something was pushing it open. Soon, the wooden door was pushed open by a pair of pale hands. As the blood-stained wooden door slowly opened, everyone's vision suddenly went black, and they lost consciousness. If you like The Haunted House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates The Haunted House fastest. Chapter 2. The Deserted Villa Area. When they regained consciousness, they had all arrived behind the blood-red wooden door. They were separated into a magnificent villa complex in the suburbs. What was strange, however, was that although it was exquisitely built, it appeared lifeless. After passing through several villas, Ning Qiushui confirmed that there was no one in this villa complex. Eerily quiet. Is it uninhabited? Or have they all gone out to work? Ning Qiushui carefully observed the villa complex, seemingly discovering something. No, the garden shows signs of recent trimming. There are goldfish in the pond, and some commonly used tools in the yard. There should be people living here. But where have all these people gone? A hint of doubt flashed in Ning Qiushui's mind, and he continued to walk forward. Soon, he saw the villa that the task required them to enter. It wasn't hard to identify, because in the entire villa complex, only this one villa had people standing outside. It was a beautifully dressed, elegantly clad woman carrying a suitcase. She wore a sun hat, pinned with a small red flower, and held the hand of a naive little girl, about 8 or 9 years old. She stood in the not-so-hot sunlight of the courtyard, smiling as she watched the people arriving. The woman's smile was very beautiful, the kind of wife who grew more beautiful the more you looked at her. But for some reason, as Ning Qiushui looked at her smile, he felt a chill down his spine. That smile didn't seem like one of welcome for guests. It was more like, just as Ning Qiushui was lost in thought, a large hand clapped him on the shoulder. Ning Qiushui jumped, turned around, and saw it was the bearded Lu Chengfeng. Young man, you're here too. Ning Qiushui nodded. It looks like that villa is where we need to go. Lu Chengfeng glanced at the villa from afar, his expression becoming much more serious. He then did some quick calculations with his fingers, muttering, "This is bad." Ning Qiushui saw his appearance. His eyes lit up. "You can tell fortunes?" Lu Chengfeng shook his head. Outside, I did help people tell fortunes. But I just remembered that I actually can't tell fortunes. I'm just a charlatan. Ning Qiushui's breath hitched. Speechless. This guy is truly a classic example. You tell lies so often you start believing them yourself. Don't you? And why can you say such a thing so brazenly? Never mind. Ning Qiushui shook his head helplessly, then walked directly towards the villa where the young woman was in the distance. Some people had already arrived here. The villa's mistress didn't speak to them, only giving them an official smile. This smile was neither warm nor cold. When they spoke to the mistress, she would only reply, "Please wait a moment. A few more caregivers haven't arrived yet." About 10 minutes later, all 7 people had finally arrived. At this moment, as if a certain condition had been triggered, the mistress, who had only been smiling, suddenly spoke to them. "Everyone's here now, right? I'm truly sorry to ask you all to come and take care of my mother. It's just that my husband is away for work, and I need to take my daughter to the beach for her birthday. There's really no one else at home. And because my mother is old, she's not only bedridden but also suffering from severe cognitive decline. I was worried that 2 or 3 caregivers might not be enough. So I simply hired all of you from the company. As for money, you don't need to worry. I'm not short on cash. After I return, if my mother has been well taken care of, I will pay each of you separately." As she spoke, she led everyone closer to the villa, entering the 2nd floor and arriving at the spacious room. The room's lighting wasn't very good. Inside, there was also a not-so-pleasant smell. On the large bed by the window lay an old woman with a kind face, peacefully looking at Ning Qiushui and the others. On her face hung a subtle, eerie smile, giving everyone a feeling of their hair standing on end. "This is my mother." After introducing her to everyone, the woman knelt beside the old woman and said affectionately, "Mom, I'm taking Tuanshuan to the beach for her birthday, so I specially found 7 caregivers for you. They'll take care of you for these 5 days." After she finished speaking, she leaned close to the old woman's ear and whispered something. Then the woman stood up, looked at everyone, and smiled. "Although my mother is bedridden and has some dementia, she can understand simple things, and her health is generally good, with no other illnesses, and a good appetite. Oh, right. I haven't taken you all to the kitchen yet." As she spoke, she led everyone downstairs again, to the villa's kitchen. The kitchen was also very large, with all kitchen utensils on the table, all thoroughly cleaned. To the left of the kitchen entrance were 2 huge refrigerators. Summer has arrived here, and the rainy season is approaching. The heavy rains here can be terrible, and there might be strong winds and heavy rain for the next 3 to 5 days, making it very inconvenient to buy groceries and meat. As the woman spoke, she pulled open one of the large refrigerators, revealing it packed full of meat and vegetables, and smiled at everyone. "But you all don't need to worry. I've already prepared plenty of food and water for you. Also, my mother doesn't like vegetables. When you cook for her, just make sure to cook more meat." After the woman finished speaking, she didn't immediately leave with her daughter, but instead asked everyone, "Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even better. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia the fastest. Does anyone have any other questions? Ning Qiushui was the first to speak. Excuse me. Are there no other residents in this villa complex? The woman froze for a moment, then smiled calmly. Yes. Actually, this villa complex was built some time ago. But because it's too remote, no one else lives here besides us. In fact, if it weren't for my mother, we wouldn't be living here either. She paused, then added, for these 5 days, just consider yourselves the owners of the villa. I've already prepared all the living quarters on the 2nd floor for you, so you can choose your preferred rooms then. But everyone, please pay attention. You absolutely must not enter the 3rd floor of the villa. Understood? As she said this, the woman's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Everyone agreed. Seeing that everyone had agreed, the mistress smiled brightly again. Since you all understand, then I'm entrusting my mother to you. Oh, the car's about to leave. I need to go with my daughter now, or we'll miss the high-speed train. As she spoke, she hurriedly walked to the door in her high heels, leading her daughter and suitcase outside. Ning Qiushui vaguely felt that something wasn't right, so he went to the window and watched the direction the woman left in. Just as they were getting into the car, the little girl being led by the woman turned her head and met Ning Qiushui's gaze through the window. That one glance made Ning Qiushui freeze on the spot. His eyesight was excellent. Therefore, Ning Qiushui clearly saw a hint of fear in the little girl's eyes. She was scared. What was she afraid of? Afraid of going to the beach? Afraid of her own mother? Or afraid of this villa they were in? Just as Ning Qiushui was thinking, Lu Chengfeng, the burly man with a full beard, came closer again and clicked his tongue. What are you looking at? They've already gone far. Kid, I didn't expect that at your young age you'd have a taste for married women. Not bad. Not bad. Promising future. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia the fastest. Chapter 3, Scream. After the villa's mistress left, everyone returned to the living room, and after brief introductions, began discussing how to care for the old woman. Among them, Yan Yuping, a short, thin girl with pigtails, weakly raised her small hand. By the way, how did you all get onto the bus? I was originally on the high-speed train, got sleepy from playing on my phone, so I slept for a bit, and when I woke up, I was on the bus. Me too. I was working overtime at the company, and then suddenly felt very sleepy. Everyone spoke up, and comparing notes, they found that everyone had arrived on the bus in exactly the same way. This strangeness made their already fearful hearts even more terrified. Damn it. This is really messed up. The bearded Lu Chengfeng cursed. Yan Yuping was silent for a moment, then weakly said, Do you think this might be a reality show production team inviting us this way? After all, I used to watch on TV. Before she could finish, Lu Chengfeng interrupted her with a sneer. Did you forget about that fat guy so quickly? Would a TV show kill people and skin them? Yan Yoping's heart trembled violently, but she stared. What if? What if that was just a prop? The blood was also a prop? Who knows? What if it was chicken blood or dog blood? Yan Yuping still wanted to deceive herself. But Ning Qiushui's sudden words next to her shattered her last line of defense. It wasn't animal blood. Everyone looked at Ning Qiushui. He seemed to have accepted everything, appearing exceptionally calm. I used to be a veterinarian, and I'm especially sensitive to smells. The smell of blood from cats, dogs, pigs, sheep, cattle, chickens, ducks, fish, geese, and pigeons is distinctly different from human blood. For example, sheep's blood has a strong gamey smell, while human blood has a distinct metallic, rusty smell. I can tell you all very clearly. The blood on that traffic light was 100% human blood. And it was the freshest human blood. After Ning Qiushui finished speaking, Yan Yuping shivered in fear, hugging her knees and quietly sobbing. Stop talking, please. Stop talking. Seeing her like this, Ning Qiushui's tone softened slightly. It was no wonder the girl was scared. A normal person in real life, if they had seen that scene earlier, would probably be haunted by it for a long time. Only those who frequently deal with corpses would be relatively less affected. After all, that scene was truly too bloody. Let's first think about how to get through these 5 days, said a man of ordinary appearance, about 170 centimeters tall, with gloomy eyes. His name was Shuigui's. There are 7 of us in total, and this mission is to take care of the old woman in bed for 5 days. How do you all plan to divide the tasks? Everyone looked at each other. Seeing that no one was speaking, Ning Qiushui said, "How about this? The 3 girls will be responsible for cooking and laundry, and the 4 of us men will be responsible for taking care of the old woman." No sooner had he finished speaking than the beautiful Wang Yuning, wearing golden earrings, said sarcastically, "Oh, so women should do laundry and cook for you stinky men. Ha! You guys are good at slacking off, aren't you?" Hearing the mistress say that old thing can't even move in bed, you eagerly volunteered to take care of her. Do you think we're stupid or something? Claiming to take care of that old thing. I bet you won't have to do anything and just slack off there, right? As soon as Lu Chengfeng heard Wang Yuning's words, he couldn't help himself. He raised his chin and slowly said, "What a stench. Such a pretty girl. Why does she talk such trash?" Wang Yuning's face also darkened. "Who the hell are you cussing at?" Lu Chengfeng was about to say more, but Ning Qiushui interrupted him. "If you don't want to do laundry and cook, I can switch with you. You go take care of the old woman from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. After 10 p.m., it'll probably be dark, and we'll just wash up and rest." Wang Yuning glanced at Ning Qiushui and snorted coldly. "Well, thanks." Although she said that, her tone showed no gratitude at all, only full of mockery. "Oh, right. It's past 5 now, and I'm hungry. Aren't you supposed to cook? Go on." Ning Qiushui gave Wang Yuning a deep look, said nothing more, and turned to the 2 other girls. "Do you 2 want to switch, Yemo?" The girl who hadn't spoken raised her hand. Sorry. I really can't cook." Compared to Wang Yuning's annoying demeanor, Yemo was much more sincere. In this society, there are too many spoiled children, and plenty of men and women who can't cook, which isn't surprising. "Are there any guys here who can cook?" The remaining 3 men were silent for a moment. Then Lu Chengfeng said impatiently, "Ugh. Fine. I'll go with you to cook and do laundry. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't even cook or do laundry." Wang Yuning said coldly, "Rough man. Clean up your mouth." Lu Chengfeng glared, pointing at Wang Yuning. "If I didn't have a rule about not hitting women, You'd be dead today, Wang Yuning sneered, then stomped upstairs in her high heels. The kitchen was on the first floor, the old woman on the second. The villa was large, and everyone went about their tasks, separating. Lu Chengfeng grumbled and cursed, following Ning Qiushui to the kitchen. Also accompanying them was the constantly sobbing young girl, Yan Yuping. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia the fastest. Alright. Cut the cursing. Entering the kitchen. Ning Qiushui, annoyed by his constant noise, interrupted Lu Chengfeng. No. You can put up with that attitude. Lu Chengfeng glared. Ning Qiushui opened the refrigerator and began taking out ingredients. Do you really think taking care of that old woman is a good job? Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng's breath suddenly hitched. Kid, what do you mean by that? Ning Qiushui slowly turned his head, looking at Lu Chengfeng and Yan Yuping beside him. Do you remember what the man in the suit in the black villa told us? They'll only answer our questions after we return alive from the Blood Gate. This means that the world beyond the Blood Gate holds unimaginable dangers. After he finished speaking, Yan Yuping's slender body shivered again. She said tremblingly, what danger? Ning Qiushui shook his head. It's not clear yet. But since the mission at the Blood Gate is to take care of the old woman, the danger is most likely related to her. In short, be extra careful. Hearing Ning Qiushui's warning, Lu Chengfeng's eyes darted around. He secretly made a quick calculation with his fingers, and the gloomy expression on his face vanished, replaced by a chuckle. Kid, I think you make sense. I'll stick with you. Ning Qiushui glanced at Lu Chengfeng with some surprise, shook his head, but said nothing more. He first took out the vegetables from the refrigerator, then looked at the freezer compartment. Just as the villa's mistress had said, there was a lot of meat there. The mistress had cut it into pieces and packed it into different bags. Ning Qiushui took out a bag labeled beef tenderloin, threw it into a pot, and defrosted it over low heat. As he closed the refrigerator, Ning Qiushui's peripheral vision suddenly caught something. He took out a piece of rock-hard frozen meat from deep inside the refrigerator. Inside the bag of meat, there were many black, unidentified substances. However, the crushed ice obscured too much, and the meat bags were all vacuum-sealed, making it impossible to clearly see what those black substances were. This bag had no meat label on it. Presumably the mistress had forgotten. Ning Qiushui stared at the meat for a while, when suddenly Lu Chengfeng, the burly, bearded man, came closer again. Why is this meat black? He asked curiously. Ning Qiushui shook his head and put the meat back into the refrigerator. I don't know. Maybe it's been frozen too long and gone bad. The three were busy in the kitchen. To Ning Qiushui's surprise, Lu Chengfeng, who looked like an old ruffian, actually cooked exceptionally well. His movements for washing, cutting, and stir-frying vegetables clearly showed he was an old hand. Dinner's ready. Lu Chengfeng carried the stir-fried meat and vegetables to the table, then yelled upstairs. Then, without waiting to see if the people upstairs had come, he directly picked up the steaming hot rice and began eating heartily. Yan Yuping looked at Lu Chengfeng, who was eating like a hungry ghost reincarnated, and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we waiting for them?" Lu Chengfeng replied irritably, "Waiting for what? Eat." After saying that, He began to gobble down his food again. Tap tap tap, for sets of footsteps came from upstairs. Wang Yuning, still on the stairs, saw Lu Changfeng eating frantically with his head down and couldn't help but mock. Look at the way you're eating. Like a starving ghost reincarnated. If it had been before, Lu Changfeng would definitely have struck back hard. But he seemed exceptionally focused on eating, completely ignoring Wang Yuning's taunts. Wang Yuning simply took it as him backing down and continued eating herself. Everyone was silent during the meal. They didn't know what to say. They just felt it getting darker and darker. And later, they couldn't even clearly see the beef in their bowls. It wasn't until Ning Qiushui stood up and turned on the light that they finally realized. It was dark. Damn it, how did it get dark so fast? It's not even 7 o'clock. The man named Beidao yelped. And his startled, jumpy manner made everyone feel quite uncomfortable. What's your name? Shuegui's, whose face was already grim, frowned deeply. Didn't you hear the villa owner say before he left that the rainy season is about to start? It's normal for it to get dark. No need to make such a fuss. He reprimanded Beidao, his tone overly agitated. But everyone knew why, and tacitly remained silent. The atmosphere inside the villa was simply too oppressive. Hey! 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 Is this how you take care of an elder? You eat your fill and leave a paralyzed elder upstairs to starve. Is that appropriate? Does anyone really think taking care of an elder means doing nothing? A full Lu Changfeng put down his chopsticks. And while picking his teeth, he said to Wang Yuning, who was sitting opposite him, in a sarcastic tone. The latter clenched her fists, her gaze growing even colder. Humph? Do you think everyone's a crude glutton like you? Truly a disgusting man. Like a maggot. She kicked her high heel in disdain, went to get a bowl of rice, haphazardly scooped some leftover dishes, and stomped upstairs. As everyone watched her figure disappear into the dark stairwell, for some reason, their hearts inexplicably beat faster. Were you all on the second floor just now? Ning Qiushui also put down his chopsticks at this point and asked the 3 people responsible for taking care of the paralyzed elder. Shuegui's med. We searched all over the second floor. There was no one else except the paralyzed elder. Our rooms are opposite the elder's room, all on the same corridor. Ning Qiushui asked, didn't you notice anything unusual? Shuegui's shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and replied, in our rooms, there was a very strange smell. I can't describe what it was, but it wasn't pleasant. All 7 rooms? Yes. All of them. At this moment, the girl named Yamu next to them softly added, there's also something very strange. All the rooms the hostess prepared for us have ensuite bathrooms. Beidao scoffed. What's so strange about that? They're rich. They don't want to run around just to use the toilet. Ning Qiushui frowned. No. It is indeed very strange. This villa is clearly only inhabited by the hostess's family. Even with the host at home, that's only 4 people. Why prepare so many bedrooms and toilets? What's so strange about this? Maybe they're very hospitable. They often invite friends over for parties. Don't rich people like to do that? Beidao's tone was slightly flustered. No one picked up his words. Everyone fell into an eerie silence again. Until a piercing scream from the second floor broke the terrible silence. Ah! If you like Guishi, please collect it. m.shuhage.net. Guishi Shuhage Novel Network updates fastest on the entire network. Chapter 4. Meat has no taste. This sudden scream shattered the villa's deathly silence. Everyone immediately looked towards the second floor. What happened? I don't know. Let's go see. Everyone quickly headed to the second floor, arriving at the source of the sound. It was the room where the paralyzed elder was. Wang Yuning, who had been carrying the food earlier, was now sitting on the floor, leaning against the corner, hugging her knees, trembling. The steaming hot food was spilled all over the floor. What happened? Ning Qiushui asked. Wang Yuning slowly extended a finger in front of everyone, pointing at the elder lying on the bed, and stammered, She, just now, spoke. Following her finger, everyone looked at the elder lying motionless on the bed, gazing out the window in a daze. Lu Chengfeng scoffed. I thought it was something serious. Didn't you hear the hostess say? Her mother is just paralyzed. Paralysis isn't being in a vegetative state. Why can't she speak? And I thought you were so tough? A paralyzed elder scares you this much? Lu Chengfeng finally seized an opportunity, his mouth spewing words like a machine gun. But Wang Yuning in the corner seemed terrified, trembling and unable to retort. Ning Qiushui glanced at the elder on the bed, then signaled Lu Chengfeng to help clean up the floor, while he himself pulled Wang Yuning up from the floor. She spilled it herself. But I have to clean it up. What a hassle. Lu Chengfeng grumbled. But surprisingly, he obeyed, quickly went to the toilet to get a towel, and started wiping the floor. The scene felt a bit out of place. Lu Chengfeng, who seemed very difficult to deal with, was so obedient to Ning Qiushui. But no one asked. After tidying the room, Ning Qiushui went to the elder's bedside, carefully looked at her kind face, helped her cover up with the blanket, then turned and left the room with everyone. Back on the first floor, it was completely dark outside. The pale light illuminated the hall. But for some reason, everyone still felt as if they were in darkness. The oppressive atmosphere made them uneasy. All right, Wang Yuning, you can speak now. What did the elder tell you upstairs just now? Ning Qiushui sat on the sofa opposite Wang Yuning and poured himself a cup of hot tea. As soon as the events upstairs were mentioned, Wang Yuning's already pale face turned even whiter. Her fingertips tightly clutched the hem of her clothes. Just now wasn't I feeding her? She took a bite of the beef tenderloin, and then she just spat it out. Lu Chengfeng glared. Damn it! She spat it out. Is my cooking that bad? Ning Qiushui frowned. Lu Chengfeng, let her finish first. Lu Chengfeng smacked his lips, muttered a few words under his breath, and stopped talking. Wang Yuning's eyes revealed a look of fear, her expression resistant, as if she really didn't want to recall what had just happened. I thought it was too hot, so I tasted a bit myself. But the food wasn't hot at all. So I fed her a second bite, but she still spat it out. And this time, after she spat it out, she actually turned her head, stared at me and said. She couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time, and Shui Gui's eyebrows were so furrowed they could kill mosquitoes. He urged anxiously. What did she say? Tell us. Under Shui Gui's urging, Wang Yuning finally mustered her courage and gritted her teeth. Her voice was very soft. I didn't hear it too clearly. Sounded like, the meat has no taste. Yes. She must have said the meat has no taste. As these words came out, a terrifying lightning bolt flashed outside the window, followed by deafening thunder. Everyone was startled by the thunder. Holy crap! That thunder! Ning Qiushui looked at the dark sky outside, suddenly walked to the window, and opened it. Cold wind accompanied by misty rain brushed their faces. It's raining. Heavy rain. Strong winds. He closed the window again, his expression much more solemn. These things are already starting to come true. That letter wasn't a prank after all. Unlike the others, Ning Qiushui had received a mysterious letter before getting on the bus. He had never told anyone about this. Just as everyone was whispering and discussing the meat has no taste matter, Ning Qiushui suddenly closed the window. He closed it tightly, not letting in a single gust of wind. All right, if she doesn't eat, so be it. It's getting late. Let's get some rest. We'll wake up early tomorrow and cook some meat porridge for the elder. Have you all chosen your rooms? The discussing crowd suddenly fell silent. Are we really going to sleep in separate rooms? At this moment, Yamo, who rarely spoke up, her expression timid, as if she had been frightened by what had just happened. Shuaiguai said, "We briefly looked at the rooms earlier. They're large, with double beds, and very clean. 2 people per room would be just right." Yan Yoping's eyes were still a bit swollen, and upon hearing about 2 people per room, she anxiously said, But we have 3 girls. Shuaiguai sighed. The rooms aren't small, and you girls are relatively petite. You can squeeze in. The 3 girls looked at each other but said nothing. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. If you like Guishi, please collect it. m.shuhage.net. Guishi Shuhage Novel Network updates fastest on the entire network. No one liked sleeping in the same bed with a stranger. But they already knew that this villa was not safe. Everyone felt as if something in the shadows was watching them. After turning off the lights, they all went up to the 2nd floor. After a brief discussion, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng were the first to enter the same room. The 3 girls were at the very end of the right corridor on the 2nd floor, furthest from the elder they were supposed to take care of. The remaining 2 men chose the room next to Ning Qiushui's. For some reason, Ning Qiushui seemed to possess a magical aura. People felt safer when they were near him. The last girl to go to her room was Wang Yuning. While she was still lost in thought about the day's events, everyone else had already entered their rooms. In an instant, she was the only one left in the corridor. The corridor light switch was by the stairs, and it was a single switch, but the rooms they chose were at the very end, at least 20 meters away. If she wanted to turn off the light, it meant she would have to walk those 20 meters in the dark. Her gaze fell on the open blinds at the end of the corridor. The trees outside grew like devils, twisted and menacing, and with the cold wind, they seemed ready to enter at any moment and devour Wang Yuning. She couldn't help but shiver. Not daring to turn off the light, she quickly entered the innermost room and forcefully locked the door. Bang! Inside the room, Ning Qiushui took off his shirt, revealing a body of well-defined, explosively powerful muscles. Lu Chengfeng, who was brushing his teeth, glanced over in surprise. When Ning Qiushui wore clothes, you couldn't tell he was such a formidable man. Little brother Ning, I didn't expect it. You're quite secretive. With that V-line, those abs. If you went to a nightclub, wouldn't rich women be fighting over you? Lu Chengfeng chuckled, winking at Ning Qiushui. Ning Qiushui rolled his eyes. So why have you been following me all this time? Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng spat out the toothpaste foam, put away his playful expression, and said seriously, "Little brother, you are indeed observant, but I can't say yet. After we leave the blood gate alive this time, I will tell you." Ning Qiushui was startled by Lu Chengfeng's answer, then smiled. Quite mysterious. Lu Chengfeng shook his head, changing the subject. By the way, little brother, don't you think that elder has a problem? Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment. Not just that elder. This whole family, and even the villa complex has problems. Lu Chengfeng was stunned. What's wrong with the villa complex? Ning Qiushui said. The villa hostess said that only their family lives in this area. But I actually passed by many villas that showed signs of recent habitation. From just the last month or two. All 8 houses I saw were like this. Not to mention many I didn't see. This proves this area was inhabited not long ago. Listening to Ning Qiushui's words, cold sweat gradually seeped from Lu Chengfeng's back. If Ning Qiushui's observations were correct, then where did these people go? Ning Qiushui paced to the window, his expression grave, hands in his pockets, and continued, moreover, if a person lives alone, they generally wouldn't buy such a large garden villa. So the people who moved in usually have family or friends. Even if they went out to work, the house wouldn't be completely empty. But in reality, this villa area seems to be left with only us. He pointed a finger. Following the direction he pointed, Lu Chengfeng suddenly saw that the dozens of houses in front of their window were all completely dark. There wasn't a single light. How could this be? His face became extremely grim. Ning Qiushui slowly said, something must have happened here. Something very terrible. He carefully checked the window again, confirming it was tightly locked. Not a single gust of wind could get through. Then he drew the curtains and returned to bed. Without the wind, the two lying on the bed both smelled a strange odor. What's that smell? Lu Chengfeng asked. The smell wasn't strong, but it lingered persistently, like something rotting and molding. The two remembered what Shui Gui's had said earlier, and after some searching, they finally pinpointed the source of the smell. It was above their heads. The wooden ceiling there was sticky, as if some liquid was seeping through. These liquids were yellowish-brown and smelled terrible. Oh my God! Lu Chengfeng felt a wave of nausea and quickly dragged the bed away a bit. What is that? Ning Qiushui stood below, squinting at the damp patch on the ceiling. And only after a long while did he say, Beardy, do you trust me? Lu Chengfeng didn't understand what Ning Qiushui meant, but he still nodded. I do, Ning Qiushui slowly said. Tonight, don't fall asleep. Don't turn on the lights. And no matter what you hear, don't pay attention to it. Lu Chengfeng's body stiffened. Little brother, do you mean something's going to happen tonight? Ning Qiushui was silent for a long time before finally nodding almost imperceptibly. He turned off the light, and the room immediately plunged into a terrifying silence and darkness. Lu Chengfeng lay on the bed, his mind a mess. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, wuxia. Shuhage Novel Network updates the fastest. Although he tried his best to stay awake. As time passed, sleepiness finally spread uncontrollably throughout his body. He didn't know how much time had passed when he was woken by a strange sound. The sound came from outside the door. It was a sound similar to two sharp metal objects rubbing against each other. Scrape, scrape. Hearing this hair-raising sound, the first thing that came to Lu Qingfeng's mind was a knife and fork. He cooked often and was all too familiar with the sounds made by kitchenware and cutlery. Lu Qingfeng suddenly sat up, wanting to turn on the light, but Ning Qiushui's warning suddenly echoed in his ears, and he lowered the hand he had raised. "Little brother Ning, are you there?" Lu Qingfeng asked in a low voice, and immediately heard a shush sound beside him. "Don't make a sound." Ning Qiushui's voice was also very low, with a barely perceptible tremor. Clearly, he was also very nervous. Their room door wasn't completely sealed. There was a gap, and the light from the outside corridor seeped in through the crack under the door. As that terrifying sound scraped past their door, a strange black shadow also flashed by. The dreadful scraping sound almost made Lu Qingfeng's heart leap out of his throat. That thing outside the door actually stopped right at their entrance. Lu Qingfeng clenched his fists. His breathing halted. What exactly was that thing outside the door? If it came in, what would happen? In that instant, his mind went blank, as if he had lost the ability to think. Felt like several minutes, yet also like only an instant had passed, when the terrifying black shadow outside the door finally moved again, heading deeper into the corridor. The grating scraping sound rang out once more. Scrape, scrape. The feeling was as if an executioner was searching for a prisoner to be slowly tortured to death. It went all the way in, paused for a moment at the second door, then went to the innermost door in the corridor, and after pausing outside that door for a while, completely fell silent. Ning Qiushui suddenly sat up from the bed, tiptoed to the door, and pressed his ear to the crack. He listened for a long time. No more sounds came from outside the door. It was as if the black shadow had just vanished abruptly. After listening quietly for over 10 minutes, he confirmed there was no sound outside at all, and then returned to bed. "Little brother, what was that thing outside?" Lu Qingfeng asked in a low voice. Ning Qiushui shook his head. "I don't know. But it's definitely not human. It made no sound at all when it walked." Hearing this, cold sweat immediately seeped from Lu Qingfeng's forehead. No way. In this villa, could there really be something unclean? If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, wuxia. Shuhage Novel Network updates the fastest. Chapter 5, The Second Day. In the room, there was an eerie dead silence, coupled with the unpleasant odor lingering between their nostrils. Both of them felt a chill run through their bodies. Drip, a drop of liquid fell beside them, hitting the floor. The sound itself wasn't loud, but in the utterly silent room, it was amplified infinitely. Ning Qiushui could even feel Lu Qingfeng beside him tremble violently as this unknown liquid dropped. Little brother." Lu Qingfeng's voice trembled as he slowly raised his hand, as if wanting to touch something. Ning Qiushui took a deep breath and said, "Don't turn on the light if you don't want to die." Lu Qingfeng was startled. "Why?" Ning Qiushui shook his head. "I can't say for now. You just need to know. Where there's wind, it's best not to turn on the light. If the light is on, then stay away." After hearing this, Lu Qingfeng suddenly remembered that whenever Ning Qiushui passed by a window earlier, he would always close it tightly. For some reason, he felt a chill run through his entire body. Then, Lu Qingfeng's gaze fell on the crack under the door, and he couldn't help but curse a few times in his mind. Who knows which bastard was the last to enter the room and didn't turn off the corridor light. After such an incident, neither of them could sleep. They no longer cared about the awkwardness of same-sex repulsion and squeezed onto one bed, as if each other's body heat could bring some comfort. After an unknown amount of time passed in a daze, it gradually brightened outside the window, and the rain wasn't as heavy. Lu Chengfeng checked the time. It was already 8 in the morning. Not so bright light streamed in from the window, although it was still hazy outside. At least things were somewhat clear. His gaze fell on the floor to his left. The continuous dripping sound from yesterday came from here. Lu Chengfeng got out of bed, carefully examined the stain on the floor, then knelt down and sniffed it. Ugh! The pungent stench almost made him vomit. Ning Qiushui, who was nearby, also noticed his unusual reaction and walked over to take a look. Ning Qiushui knelt down and sniffed, his expression subtly changing. This is... Lu Chengfeng leaned in. What is it? Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment, then slowly said, corpse fluid. Or rather, corpse oil. It usually happens when an animal is highly decomposed, and its fat oozes out as oil. Lu Chengfeng couldn't take it anymore and quickly interrupted Ning Qiushui. All right, little brother. Don't say any more. I get it. His face was extremely pale as he looked up at the area above the stain. The area of the wooden ceiling soaked by the corpse oil had grown from the size of a fist to the size of a human head. Heaven knows what was upstairs. What exactly was up there? Just as Lu Chengfeng was deep in thought, 2 extremely shrill female screams suddenly came from outside the door. Ah! The 2 exchanged a glance. Something happened. Let's go check. Ning Qiushui opened the door first, leading Lu Chengfeng out of the room. As soon as he stepped out, Ning Qiushui frowned. Such a strong smell of blood. Along the corridor, a crimson bloodstain stretched from the doorway of the room at the end of the corridor all the way to the stairs. The screams came from the blinds at the end of the corridor. A large crowd had gathered there. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng walked over, pushed through the crowd, and saw Yeremo and Yen Yuping slumped on the floor by the doorway, trembling like sieves, their faces drained of color. Besides large pools of blood, there was also vomit nearby. What happened? Ning Qiushui asked gravely. The 2 women looked at Ning Qiushui, their eyes filled with intense fear, as if they had experienced something extremely terrifying. Their mouths trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. Their hands pointing towards their room, tears streaming down their faces. Ning Qiushui looked towards their room, about to open the door, but was stopped by Shuigui's, who was beside him. His face was extremely grim. Inside. It's not a pretty sight. Ning Qiushui glanced at him, pushed his hand away, first closed the airy blinds nearby, and then opened the room door. When they saw the scene inside, the people outside held their breath. They saw a corpse lying on the bed closest to the door, soaked in blood. This corpse was none other than Wang Yuning, who wore golden earrings. Someone's dead. Ning Qiushui, enduring the nauseating smell of blood, entered the room. As he walked further in, he finally got a clear look at the mangled corpse. This sight almost made Ning Qiushui vomit. The corpse lying on the bed still had its head intact, with a fair and slender neck. But below the neck, the skin had been mercilessly torn open, revealing crimson muscles everywhere. and gruesome wounds all over. Internal organs were missing. Large amounts of muscle were torn apart, missing and scattered. Even more terrifying was Wang Yuning's expression. Her eyes were closed, and her face showed no sign of pain. Instead, a strange smile lingered. Holy FCK, Lu Chengfeng, who had followed him in, had his eyes wide open, his legs buckling. If he hadn't clamped them shut, he probably would have peed himself on the spot. Take this. Now, he finally understood why the two girls outside had become like that. Let alone women. Even if it were him, he probably wouldn't be in much better shape than those two. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, wuxia. Shuhage Novel Network updates the fastest. Ning Qiushui suppressed his inner discomfort and walked towards the corpse. Everyone else stayed outside, unwilling to step a foot into the room. Inside, it was truly terrifying. After a thorough examination beside the corpse, Ning Qiushui suddenly remembered something. His expression drastically changed, and he turned and ran out the door. Little brother, what's wrong? Seeing Ning Qiushui run, how could Lu Chengfeng dare to stay in the room any longer? The others also dared not stay on the second floor, following Ning Qiushui all the way down to the first floor. Arriving at the kitchen, Ning Qiushui stared at the cutlery hanging on the wall for a long time before muttering, "A pear is missing." Bei Dao, who had long been scared witless, quickly asked, "What's missing, a pear?" Ning Qiushui slowly uttered a few words, "The steak knife and fork." Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng was the first to be struck with terror. When he heard the metal scraping sound in the corridor outside the room last night, he already thought it was the sound of a knife and fork rubbing together. Could it be? Lu Chengfeng seemed to think of something terrifying, and his whole body trembled. What's the connection between a missing knife and fork and the corpse upstairs? Bei Dao was still pressing for answers. Most of the people present still didn't understand. Ning Qiushui slowly turned his head, stared at them, and enunciated words that sent shivers down their spines. The wounds on Wang Yuning's body were left by a knife and fork. As his words fell, several people's faces turned ashen. Ning Qiushui, what did you say? Are you sure? Ning Qiushui didn't reply to Bei Dao, but instead asked the two girls, "Last night, did either of you hear Wang Yuning's cries for help?" Both girls shook their heads, fear in their eyes. "No. We were too tired last night and fell asleep quickly." At this moment, Shui Gui's suddenly gritted his teeth with a strange expression. I heard it last night." "Heard what?" It was the sound of metal scraping. And now that I think about it, it was very much like a knife and fork. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng exchanged a glance. Then he said to Shui Gui's, "You go make some porridge first. Add plenty of meat. I'm going to check on the old man upstairs." Lu Chengfeng nodded. "Little brother, be very careful. What about us? You all come with me." Yan Yuping and Lu Chengfeng stayed in the kitchen to cook porridge, while Ning Qiushui hurried upstairs with the others, arriving at the room where the paralyzed old man was. As soon as they entered the room, everyone froze, because on the table beside the paralyzed old man lay a gleaming knife and fork. It was precisely the pair missing from the kitchen. As if sensing their arrival, the old man lying on the bed slowly turned his head and gave them a benevolent smile. "Ah!" Yamo screamed in fright and scrambled downstairs. Bei Dao and Shui Gui's who were nearby, weren't much better off. Their faces were ghastly, and if Ning Qiushui hadn't been as steady as a rock, they probably would have fled with Yamo immediately. After experiencing such a terrifying event just now, Ning Qiushui, facing the old man before him, not only showed no fear, but even actively walked in. Holy crap! Ning Qiushui, are you crazy? Shuigui's face was grim. Anyone with eyes could tell at a glance that the old man lying on the bed was the murderer of Wang Yuning. And the other party was very likely not human. Ning Qiushui ignored Shuigui's, walked directly to the old man's side, and picked up the knife and fork, examining them carefully. They were very clean. He brought them to his nose. No strange smell. Ning Qiushui frowned. He looked at the old man on the bed, deep in thought. Ning Qiushui leaned close to the old man's ear and whispered, "Elderly one, is it usually just you alone in this house?" The old woman mumbled with her lips. Meat. No. She seemed to have some mental issues, repeating herself constantly. Ning Qiushui narrowed his eyes. Meat no? Meat no what? Does the meat have no taste? He listened carefully for a long time, but still couldn't hear the old woman say the third word. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng came up with the bowl of porridge. It's been chilled with water. Not hot. You can drink it directly. It had to be said. That bowl of porridge was indeed very fragrant. The aroma of beef, and garnished with chopped green onions. Ning Qiushui personally brought it to the old woman's lips, spooning out a little meat porridge and feeding it to her. Everyone watched nervously from the side, their breathing slowing considerably, as if afraid the old woman would suddenly open her gaping maw and swallow Ning Qiushui whole. However, the terrifying scene they had anticipated did not occur. The old woman quietly ate the porridge. But when she ate something, she suddenly frowned and spat it out with great disgust. It was a piece of beef. Immediately after, the old woman continued to vomit until all the meat porridge in her mouth was expelled. Only then did she quiet down. Meat. Meat no. She started repeating these two words again. Ning Qiushui leaned his ear close to the old woman's mouth. This action, in everyone's eyes, was extremely risky. Because if the old woman was indeed the murderer who killed Wang Yuning last night, then now, Ning Qiushui's actions were undoubtedly courting death. Fortunately, the old woman did not bite off Ning Qiushui's ear. And it was precisely this risky move that allowed Ning Qiushui to obtain a crucial piece of information. Meat. Not cooked. The third word wasn't taste. It was cooked. But why was the meat not cooked? Ning Qiushui took a bite of the beef porridge himself. It was cooked. Absolutely cooked. After pondering for a while, Ning Qiushui suddenly thought of something and said to Lu Chengfeng, "Big beard. Quick. Go cook a bowl of porridge without meat." Lu Chengfeng, standing outside, felt a bit strange upon hearing this, but still obeyed Ning Qiushui. Soon, he walked in with a bowl of plain rice porridge. This time, the old woman ate it. She didn't spit it out again. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Shahage Novel Network updates the fastest. Chapter 6. Lost and Found. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What's going on? Vomits when drinking beef porridge, but not when drinking plain porridge? After feeding the old woman the porridge in the bowl, Ning Qiushui handed the bowl to Lu Chengfeng and then exited the room. Young man. What's going on? Lu Chengfeng whispered curiously. Ning Qiushui shook his head. It's complicated. I'll explain later. By the way, where's Yamo? As he asked this question, everyone realized that Yamo, who had been scared and ran downstairs earlier, had disappeared at some point. Yamo! Lu Chengfeng let out a loud shout. But there was no response inside the villa. Only an eerie silence. A bad premonition spread through everyone's hearts. They went downstairs, searching everywhere for Yamo. Finally, Ning Qiushui stood before the open main door, looking at the rain outside, and said to everyone, "No need to look, she escaped." Ah! She escaped. Lu Chengfeng, being the closest, glanced at the misty wind and rain outside and couldn't help but shiver. For some reason, the first thing everyone thought of after hearing this news was the fat man who had jumped out of the bus window and was later skinned by something unknown. The mission required them to take care of the paralyzed old woman in the villa for 5 days. During this period, if they left the villa, what would happen? Ning Qiushui was about to return to the first-floor hall, but his gaze fell upon the shoe cabinet by the door. His heart stirred. He squatted down and rummaged through the shoe cabinet. "Young man, what are you looking for?" Lu Chengfeng scurried over. Ning Qiushui narrowed his eyes. "There are no men's shoes." Lu Chengfeng, ha! Ning Qiushui's mind raced. He didn't even realize why his mind was so sharp. The villa's mistress mentioned to us earlier that her husband went out to work, but in this house, there are no men's shoes at all. Lu Chengfeng's body stiffened. "Young man, you mean?" A sharp glint appeared in Ning Qiushui's eyes. "There are 2 possibilities. First, her husband, for some reason, moved out of here. Second, she doesn't have a husband at all." Lu Chengfeng frowned. "She doesn't have a husband? That's not right." "But if that's the case, her daughter." Before he could finish, Ning Qiushui looked up and met his gaze, slowly asking a question that sent chills down Lu Chengfeng's spine. "What makes you think that little girl is her daughter?" "Just because she was holding her hand." After meeting Ning Qiushui's gaze for a few seconds, cold sweat seeped from Lu Chengfeng's forehead. He swallowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yes. There was no evidence to prove that the child the woman was holding by the hand at the time was her daughter. Let's go back first. Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment, looking at the misty rain outside the door, feeling an inexplicable chill, as if something terrifying was staring at him from deep within the rain. He immediately closed the main door, and after checking it repeatedly, returned to the hall with Lu Chengfeng. Everyone's expressions were grim. This villa was large, and originally there were 7 of them, which still felt somewhat lively. Now Wang Yuning had died tragically, and Yamo had fled into the rain, leaving only 5 people in the house. Ning Qiushui. Just now. What did that old hag say? Shui Gui's face was pale. So far, he had remained relatively calm. But this was only because he used to be a mortuary makeup artist, having seen too many horribly deceased bodies. So his psychological endurance was stronger than ordinary people's. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on him, Ning Qiushui said very directly. What she said was, "The meat wasn't cooked." Everyone was startled. "Meat not cooked?" She's spouting utter nonsense. Lu Chengfeng was immediately displeased, glaring and cursing loudly. Whether that meat was cooked or not, wouldn't I know? Seeing Lu Chengfeng's furious appearance, everyone's expressions softened slightly. This bearded man was loud and full of vigor, just right to dispel some of the gloom from this dead silent villa. Unlike the fear on everyone's faces, Ning Qiushui was abnormally calm, as if he had experienced such scenes countless times. So, those 3 words weren't meat not cooked. The few people who had been discussing suddenly fell silent. What do you mean? Shui Gui's frowned. Ning Qiushui raised an eyebrow and said, the old woman upstairs is very old, in poor health, and her mental state is unstable. She speaks indistinctly, and we were prejudiced, led astray by the previously deceased Wang Yuning. Subconsciously, we assumed the first 2 words the old woman said were meat no, but in reality, I don't think the old woman upstairs intended to say those 3 words. Bei Dao scoffed. Who cares what that murderer says? Didn't you see the knife and fork on the table beside her this morning? Clearly, she was the one who killed Wang Yuning last night. He paused, then glanced fearfully towards the 2nd floor, confirming no one was there before lowering his voice. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Shahage Novel Network updates the fastest. Maybe all the missing flesh from Wang Yuning's body was eaten by her. His tone was sinister. After he finished speaking, Yan Yuping was so scared she directly hugged Lu Chengfeng beside her. Lu Chengfeng, in turn, was startled by Yan Yuping and cursed. Bei Dao, are you Fing telling ghost stories here? Look how you've scared the little girl. Bei Dao's face was also very grim. He fidgeted with his fingers, muttering nervously, I don't want to die, and I especially don't want to die like Wang Yuning. Did you see it? She was clearly eaten. It's too terrifying. Truly too terrifying. Shui Gui's grew agitated listening to him, and said impatiently, enough, stop babbling. Who wants to die? Huh? Who wants to die? Isn't everyone trying to find a way out now? Lu Chengfeng turned his attention back to Ning Qiushui, who was deep in thought. It had to be said. His calm and composed demeanor brought reassurance to everyone, subtly becoming a pillar of support in their hearts. Young man, have you thought of anything? Ning Qiushui raised his eyes and glanced at him. I have a theory, and tonight I'll need someone brave to verify it with me. Upon hearing that this task was to be done at night, and remembering what had happened last night, everyone immediately fell silent. After a long while, Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and asked, young man, why does it have to be at night? Can't it be during the day? Ning Qiushui shook his head. No. Lu Chengfeng was startled. He had originally intended to remain silent, but after seeing the calmness in Ning Qiushui's eyes, he inexplicably spoke up. All right, I'll go with you. As soon as he said this, Lu Chengfeng wanted to slap himself. Damn it. Why couldn't he control his mouth? Good. You'll follow me tonight. Just then, a shrill scream suddenly came from the 2nd floor. No. Don't. Please. I know. Ah. Everyone got goosebumps from the terrifying scream. They looked at each other, seeing the terror in each other's eyes. This voice was very familiar to them. It was Yamo, who had just escaped the villa not long ago. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Shahage Novel Network updates the fastest. Chapter 7 The Vanishing Corpse. The shrill scream lasted only a short time before completely falling silent. Ning Qiushui was the first to rush upstairs, followed by Lu Chengfeng and the others. But when they stepped onto the second floor, they suddenly stopped. Shock and disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. No! No way! Beidao's voice trembled, and his legs shook. Before them, the bloodstains that had been spread across the floor had all vanished. Not even a speck of blood could be seen. It was as if everything that had happened this morning was their imagination. Look quickly. Just then, Yan Yuping let out an urgent cry, pointing towards the room at the end of the corridor. Everyone looked and saw large patches of dark red blood slowly seeping out from under the door, extending all the way to the corridor outside. Wind blew in from the open louvered window at the end, carrying a sickening smell of blood. Holy shit! Lu Chengfeng painstakingly uttered 2 words, his hair standing on end. The others' faces weren't any better. Ning Qiushui stared at the louvered window, frowning. He clearly remembered that when he went to check Wang Yuning's body this morning, he had casually closed and locked that window. No matter how strong the wind outside, it was absolutely impossible for it to push open that window. Moreover, that lock could only be opened and closed from the inside. After coming down from the second floor, Ning Qiushui had been almost constantly watching the old woman's room door. She hadn't come out at all, so it couldn't have been the old woman who opened the window. At that time, they were all downstairs looking for Yamo, so it was impossible for any of them to have opened that window. If that's the case, who opened that window? Could it be? Was it the already deceased Wang Yuning? As this thought crossed his mind, Ning Qiushui also felt the hairs on his entire body stand on end. But unlike the others who recoiled, he, amidst his fear, took a step, walking towards the door from which blood continuously seeped out. Seeing Ning Qiushui's action, the people behind him opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. What the hell? Why was this guy named Ning Qiushui so bold? Wasn't he afraid of what might be behind that door? Ning Qiushui, are you crazy? Beidao cried out. But Ning Qiushui completely ignored him, heading straight for the blinds at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, another person squeezed out from the crowd. It was Lu Chengfeng. He jogged to catch up with Ning Qiushui. Young man, wait for me. As Lu Chengfeng also caught up with Ning Qiushui, the other 3 finally suppressed their inner fear for the time being, gritting their teeth and following. Arriving at the end of the corridor, Ning Qiushui's first action was to pull down the blinds and lock them again. After doing all this, he slowly pulled open the door to the room at the end, under the terrified gaze of the others. As the door was pulled open, Yan Yuping vomited on the spot. Ugh! The others also recoiled half a step in fright. Inside the room, Yamo's blood-soaked corpse hung in the air. Her stomach hollowed out. Her internal organs vanished, leaving only a bloody spine. Yamo's neck seemed to have been broken by an external force, twisted at a 90-degree angle. A strange smile on her face, staring fixedly at everyone. No one dared to meet her gaze, except for Ning Qiushui. He came to Yamo's corpse, observing carefully, his gaze growing sharper and sharper. The way she died is almost identical to Wang Yuning's. It was done by the same person. Is it the old woman on the second floor? Ning Qiushui turned his head, glanced at the old woman's room, recalled the 3 words the old woman had said earlier, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be? Wait, haven't you noticed? Wang Yuning's corpse is gone. Bei Dao suddenly pointed at the bed behind Yamo's corpse, screaming in terror. Everyone looked. Indeed, Wang Yuning's corpse, which had originally been lying on the bed, had vanished. The bloodstains on the bed were also completely gone. So, where did her corpse go? Bang! Ning Qiushui suddenly pulled the door shut, glanced at the blood on the floor, and slowly said, "Let's go downstairs first." Shuigui's, standing nearby, stared. Downstairs? But Yamo's corpse in there. Ning Qiushui shook his head, calmly saying, "Don't worry about it. It will clean it up." Hearing this, goosebumps rose all over everyone's bodies. As they followed Ning Qiushui downstairs, they asked, "Young man Ning, who is it that you're talking about?" Ning Qiushui replied without turning his head, "The thing that kills people, is it?" The old woman on the 2nd floor. Ning Qiushui didn't answer. Back in the villa's main hall, everyone was eerily silent. Fear had already swallowed everyone like a tide. And so, it wasn't until dusk that Lu Chengfeng finally couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer. He stood up and said gruffly, "I'll go cook." Ning Qiushui also stood up. "I'll go too." During this time, whatever you do, it's best not to act alone. After speaking, he didn't bother with the others, directly following Lu Chengfeng into the kitchen. As for Yan Yuping, after learning that the ghostly thing in the villa used kitchen knives and forks to kill people, she refused to step into the kitchen. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Wuxia Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest on the entire network. In the kitchen, Lu Chengfeng, seeing that no one else had come in, lowered his voice and asked, "Young man, tonight, you want to go to the 3rd floor?" Ning Qiushui, who was taking meat from the refrigerator, paused, then chuckled without turning his head. "It seems you're not as foolish as you appear. Rough on the outside, sharp on the inside." Praised by Ning Qiushui, Lu Chengfeng scratched his head awkwardly. "Young man, there's something I don't understand. Why don't we go to the 3rd floor during the day? Why do we have to wait until night? That place must be very dangerous, right?" Whether it was the villa mistress's warning before she left, or everyone's intuition, they all told them the 3rd floor was extremely dangerous. Moreover, the large iron door leading to the 3rd floor was locked with an iron padlock. They didn't have the key. Ning Qiushui said, while searching for something in the refrigerator, "It is indeed very dangerous, especially during the day." Lu Chengfeng was startled. With Ning Qiushui's hint, he suddenly understood. "Young man, do you mean that murderous ghost isn't the old woman on the 2nd floor, but on the 3rd floor? During the day, it rests on the 3rd floor, and at night, comes out to hunt?" Ning Qiushui nodded slightly. "Yes, the old woman should be a normal person, used as bait by that ghostly thing in the villa. Bait. And I have a very bad hunch. But this hunch can only be verified tonight. Yes, if you like it, please tap to urge for more updates. The new book starts with 6,000 words daily. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, Guisha Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 8, Meat with Hair. As Ning Qiushui was speaking, he suddenly discovered something. After some rummaging, he took out several pieces of meat from the refrigerator. These meats were vacuum-packed, without any labels. Inside, without exception, there were some dark, murky things. But due to too much crushed ice, they couldn't tell what it was. So, Ning Qiushui handed the meat pieces to Lu Chengfeng, who was beside him. Cut it open and see. Lu Chengfeng took out a knife and cut open the vacuum plastic bag. But then suddenly froze. Oh my God! He looked at the meat in the vacuum plastic bag and couldn't help but curse. What was inside this vacuum plastic bag was actually a piece of meat with thick hair. Judging by the location of the hair, it should be a leg. And it belonged to a human. What the hell is in this bag? Is it human flesh? Lu Chengfeng was so scared that he directly threw away the piece of meat in his hand. The frozen, stiff piece of meat fell to the ground, making a crisp thud. He suddenly remembered the meat they had eaten before and couldn't help but retch. Lu Chengfeng knew he had indeed eaten beef, but he still felt a wave of nausea. Ning Qiushui picked up the meat pieces from the ground, examined them carefully, and finally put them back into the bag. I think I know why the old woman on the second floor doesn't eat meat anymore. Lu Chengfeng, who was beside him, managed to suppress the urge to retch, and then said with a pale face, "Why?" Ning Qiushui slowly said, "Because before us, someone had fed the old woman this meat, causing her to have a severe psychological trauma regarding meat. And don't you find it strange?" Lu Chengfeng frowned. "What's strange?" After wrapping the meat, Ning Qiushui put it back into the refrigerator. That old woman is clearly paralyzed. Yet many steel bars have been nailed to the windows in her room, as if they were afraid she would escape. Lu Chengfeng thought about it carefully, and indeed, that was the case. But then, he felt a chill run through his body, as if he had thought of something terrifying. You mean, the old woman's paralysis? Ning Qiushui's gaze was sharp, and he nodded. Very likely. However, this isn't the scary part. The truly terrifying things are yet to come. As he spoke, he selected a piece of lean lamb from the refrigerator and tossed it to Lu Chengfeng. There's something even more terrifying? Lu Chengfeng caught the lamb, his face extremely grim. Ning Qiushui's brow furrowed into a knot. Haven't you noticed? This family doesn't even have a single photograph. Lu Chengfeng, who was cutting meat, paused his movements slightly. Indeed, the little girl the villa mistress was leading earlier looked at least 8 to 9 years old. After so many years, even if the husband and wife divorced, there would at least be some photos of the woman and her daughter left in the house. But in fact, there were no photos of the woman, the little girl, or the old woman on the second floor, neither on the first nor second floor. But would that be? And, if I'm not mistaken, those women's shoes in the shoe cabinet by the door. Ning Qiushui spoke, then suddenly stopped, finally shaking his head. Never mind, let's cook first. Many questions should have answers tonight. Seeing that Ning Qiushui didn't want to say more, Lu Chengfeng was tactful and didn't ask further. But he was secretly observing Ning Qiushui. This man was too strange. Whether it was the fat man's skin he saw before, or the series of strange events he encountered later in the world behind the blood door, he hadn't shown excessive panic. In fact, he was eerily calm. Lu Chengfeng had never seen such terrifying psychological fortitude in his past 30-plus years. Was he really a veterinarian in the outside world? Lu Chengfeng began to develop a strong curiosity about Ning Qiushui. Dinner. Everyone sat at the dining table, not speaking a word. Lu Chengfeng, why aren't you eating the dishes? Shui Gui's carefully noticed that Lu Chengfeng, the cook, had only served himself a small amount of plain rice porridge and hadn't eaten any of the dishes at all. Tonight's lamb was very fragrant, but Lu Chengfeng hadn't touched it with his chopsticks. He even placed the lamb in the furthest corner from himself. Huh? Dishes. Oh right. The dishes. My stomach isn't feeling too well. Lu Chengfeng mumbled evasively, his face looking terrible. He and Ning Qiushui hadn't told the others about the human flesh in the refrigerator. After all, 2 people among them had already died. Everyone was like a frightened bird. Revealing this information would only increase their fear. Moreover, even if everyone knew this information, it wouldn't help their survival. The mission required them to take care of the old woman in the villa area for 5 days. So they had to stay there for 5 days. After dinner, everyone faced a new problem: how to arrange Yan Yoping's sleeping situation. With the 2 other girls already dead, Yan Yuping was the only female left in the group. Were they going to make her sleep in a room alone? I don't want to sleep alone. Yan Yuping, seeing the strange atmosphere, was so anxious she was almost in tears. What kind of joke was this? Make her sleep alone in such a terrifying place? How was that any different from directly killing her? Compared to life and death, issues of propriety between men and women were nothing to Yan Yuping. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Wuxia Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest on the entire network. Alright then. Tonight you sleep with us. The 2 of us will sleep on the sofa. And you can have the bed, Beidao said. Shui Gui's also had no objections. After all, the team members were getting fewer and fewer. The more people died, the more dangerous it became for those who remained. Yan Yuping nodded, casting a grateful look at the 2 of them. Ning Qiushui saw this scene and shook his head slightly. Ning Qiushui knew that if the ghost lurking in the shadows of the villa wanted to kill, it wouldn't matter if 100 of them gathered together. He saw that their faces had improved slightly before saying, "It's getting late. Everyone should rest early. Also, remember to check the doors and windows. Make sure they are properly closed. After today, we'll have 3 more days before we can leave." Everyone nodded. Turning off the light in the first floor hall, Ning Qiushui went up to the second floor with them. After watching everyone enter their respective rooms, he turned off the corridor light. The switch for this light was at the stairwell. Generally, light switches in such places are 2-way or even multi-way, allowing you to turn them on in one place and off in another, which is more convenient to use. But for some reason, the light in the second-floor corridor of the villa was designed with a single-direction switch. As the corridor light went out, the entire villa was plunged into pitch-black darkness in an instant. Ning Qiushui felt a prickling sensation all over his body. He was about to walk towards his room when he suddenly heard a faint sound from not far behind him. The sound wasn't loud, but in the dead silence and darkness, it seemed incredibly crisp. That was the sound of the iron door lock leading to the 3rd floor being opened. Ning Qiushui's body stiffened. Upstairs. It seemed like something was coming down. And it was right behind him. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Wuxia Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 9, Going Upstairs. In that instant, Ning Qiushui felt every cell in his body freeze. Scrape, scrape, the cold sound of metal scraping echoed from behind him, making Ning Qiushui's scalp almost explode. That was the sound of a knife and fork scraping together. Right behind him. And it was getting closer and closer to him. At the same time, the blinds at the far end were suddenly blown open. The cold wind, carrying a strong smell of blood, continuously stimulated Ning Qiushui's nasal cavity and lungs. Fear permeated his entire body. Was he going to die? In that instant, an indescribable fear surged like a tide, threatening to drown Ning Qiushui. He raised his hand, instinctively wanting to turn on the light. Light. He needed light. Only light could dispel this terrifying darkness. But just as Ning Qiushui's hand was about to press the light switch, he abruptly stopped. In his mind, parts of the mysterious letter he had received earlier suddenly surfaced. Wind extinguishes lamps. Rain douses candles. Do not ascend stairs by day. Do not close eyes at night. Wind extinguishes lamps. Ning Qiushui gritted his teeth, resisting the indescribable fear in his heart, and did not turn on the light. He withdrew his hand and, step by step, braved the cold, blood-scented wind, walking towards the front of the corridor. The terrifying metallic scraping sound seemed to be right by his ear, constantly jangling his nerves. It was as if whatever was behind him could, at any moment, plunge sharp knives and forks into his body, chopping him to pieces. Ning Qiushui took a deep breath, steeled himself, clenched his fists, ignored the horrifying metallic scraping behind him, and moved forward step by step. He was gambling. Gambling that he hadn't triggered a death condition, and that the thing behind him couldn't attack him. 1 step. 2 steps. At this moment, Ning Qiushui felt his adrenaline surge to its peak. Every step he took was a severe test of his psyche. But he dared not run. Nor could he. The wind blowing in his face was too cold, as if it penetrated his skin, directly into his muscles and bone marrow. He was stiff all over. Fortunately, Ning Qiushui had gambled correctly. The terrifying thing behind him seemed to be blocked by something, unable to harm him. When he finally reached his room door and grasped the doorknob, the sharp metallic scraping behind him abruptly vanished. The bloody wind in the corridor gradually subsided. Under the faint moonlight, Ning Qiushui saw the blinds at the end of the corridor, tightly closed again at some unknown point. Was it just a hallucination? Ning Qiushui panted, his gaze slightly narrowed. The bone-chilling cold behind him also gradually receded, as if the thing that had been following him had left. Ning Qiushui felt his mind go blank. He pushed the door open, only to realize his clothes were soaked with sweat. In the darkness, Lu Chengfeng's rough voice sounded, tinged with fear. Bro, are you all right? Clearly, he had also heard the terrifying metallic scraping in the corridor just now. Ning Qiushui shook his head. I'm fine. Lu Chengfeng walked over, fumbled for Ning Qiushui's hand in the dark. And only after confirming Ning Qiushui had the body temperature of a living person did he let out a long breath and said admiringly, "Bro, you're seriously amazing. I thought you weren't coming back just now." Out in the corridor. Was there a? Ning Qiushui nodded. It appeared. Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. It didn't kill you. Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment, then said, "It can't kill us indiscriminately. Only when we trigger a death condition can it act against us." Lu Chengfeng recalled what had happened earlier, and countless thoughts surged within him. So, bro, do you know what the death conditions are? Ning Qiushui whispered, "I know some, I already told you before, but those aren't all the death conditions. How many there are exactly? Only it knows. What we need to do now is to find out the truth of the matter as soon as possible." Lu Chengfeng's breathing was somewhat ragged. "But even if we know the truth, it won't help us survive much, will it?" Ning Qiushui was silent for a while. "The truth should also come with a way to deal with it. Remember what the man in the suit told us earlier? In the worlds behind the blood gates, there's always more than one way out. They may seem incredibly dangerous, but they're not entirely impossible to resist. Besides, the woman in the red dress warned us not to enter the third floor of the villa. It must be extremely important there." Lu Chengfeng's eyes flickered. Then he steeled himself and gritted his teeth. "All right, bro. Just say when, and I'll go with you. At worst, we die together. At least we'll have company." Ning Qiushui, "Wait a little longer." The two waited for a long time in the room. It wasn't until the dead of night that the chilling metallic scraping sound suddenly echoed in the corridor outside the door once more. Both knew it was the sound of knives and forks scraping together. The thing on the third floor was down hunting again. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Chengfeng clearly felt countless hairs on his body stand on end, and his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia the fastest. This time, who would it be? Scrape, scrape, scrape. As the scraping sound grew closer, Lu Chengfeng's heart beat faster and faster. He glanced at Ning Qiushui sitting beside him and discovered the other man was actually drinking tea. Lu Chengfeng was startled. Then, he once again sincerely admired the other's mental fortitude. "Bro, in this situation, still calmly drinking tea. You must be the first person I've ever seen." Lu Chengfeng kept his voice extremely low. Ning Qiushui put down his teacup. "I'm also very nervous, but different people show nervousness in different ways. When I get nervous, I like to eat or drink something." Although he said this, his voice was very steady, with almost no tremor detectable. Outside the door, the terrifying sound still stopped in front of their door first. The sound of knives and forks scraping against each other echoed again and again, as if a ravenous ghoul stood at their door, drooling as it watched them. Lu Chengfeng felt he was pathetic, but his palms were indeed drenched in sweat. He was truly scared, afraid that the terrifying thing outside the door would suddenly burst in. But fortunately, what he imagined did not happen. After pausing at their door for a while, the ghostly thing seemed to realize it couldn't attack them, so it turned its attention to another room. This time, it was exactly the same scene as last night. The sound vanished outside the next door. About 5 minutes later, Ning Qiushui, who was pressed against the door, still heard no sound, so he slowly pushed the door open a small crack. After observing for a while, Ning Qiushui pushed the door wider, poked out half his head, and looked left and right in the dark, silent corridor. Besides the open blinds at the end and the howling cold wind, there was nothing in the corridor. Now's the time. Let's go. Ning Qiushui waved to Lu Chengfeng. The two tiptoed out, carefully creeping through the darkness towards the stairwell. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia the fastest. Chapter 10. The terrifying third floor. The two arrived at the stairwell. They saw that the iron door leading to the third floor had been opened. An extremely foul stench wafted down from above. The smell was identical to the putrid liquid dripping from their ceiling. It was the smell of decaying animals. Lu Chengfeng couldn't stand the smell, so he covered his nose and mouth. His brows furrowed. Suppressing the urge to gag, he followed Ning Qiushui up to the third floor. After reaching the third floor, the smell of decaying flesh became even more intense, so much so that Lu Chengfeng couldn't control himself. His stomach cramped in waves, and he eventually squatted down and vomited. Ugh! Lu Chengfeng dry-heaved, his face extremely pale. Ning Qiushui patted his back. After Lu Chengfeng vomited his dinner, he felt a little better. The two walked along the dark corridor. The floor beneath their feet was very sticky. Lu Chengfeng's face was deathly pale. Even without light, he could guess what was on the floor. It was putrid corpse fluid. This stuff covered the entire third floor. Both were filled with horror. How many decaying bodies would it take to produce enough putrid fluid to cover an entire floor? Indeed, Ning Qiushui narrowed his eyes. Although he also found the smell in the air incredibly disgusting, he didn't feel like vomiting. As for the situation on the third floor, he had already guessed most of it before entering. Stepping through the sticky, disgusting corpse fluid, the two finally reached the first room with the smell of decay. They slowly twisted the doorknob, and the sight that greeted them made both of them shudder. This terrifying scene would surely be unforgettable. In the room bathed in moonlight, countless decaying corpses were densely packed. Among these bodies, some were relatively fresh and still bloody, while others had long since rotted into piles of dry bones, with only skeletons and hair remaining. But without exception, all of them preserved almost intact skulls, and the faces of the not yet fully rotted corpses bore eerie smiles, looking at the two at the doorway, as if inviting them in. Thump! Lu Chengfeng covered his mouth, stumbled back a step in fright, his body trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the other rooms, seemingly understanding something, and with trembling hands, pushed open the other doors as well. Holy crap! Lu Chengfeng almost cried out. As expected, every room was filled with decaying corpses. The internal organs of these bodies were all gone, and their flesh was covered with knife and fork marks, indicating that something had once feasted upon them. And the bodies of Wang Yuning and Yama were prominently among them. Lu Chengfeng's legs felt like jelly. He leaned against the wall, slowly squatted down, his face paler than the moonlight. So that's it, the corpse fluid on our room's ceiling. That's where it came from. But where did all these bodies come from? Could it be? Ning Qiushui's gaze passed through the window, looking at the dark villa complex in the distance. I'm afraid all the original residents of this villa complex are in these few rooms. Lu Chengfeng swallowed hard. cold sweat beating on his forehead. That ghostly thing hidden on the third floor of the villa. Ate everyone in the entire villa complex. I estimate we're not the first caregivers to come here. All those rooms downstairs, even with private bathrooms, must have been prepared for the caregivers who came to look after the elderly in the villa. Every word Ning Qiushui spoke made Lu Chengfeng's heart pound fiercely. Bro, how about we hurry back? If it comes back, won't we be? Lu Chengfeng wanted to retreat, but Ning Qiushui had no intention of leaving. We're very close to the truth now, Big Beard. Aren't you curious what that thing that ate all the original residents of the villa complex actually is? Hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Lu Chengfeng was startled at first. Then his mouth twitched. No, bro. I realize you're truly not afraid of death. Is the truth more important than life? Ning Qiushui retorted. Can you leave this floor? Can you leave the villa? Can you leave the villa complex? Who knows what other killing rules it has? Perhaps we triggered its killing rules the day we entered the villa. But we've just been lucky it hasn't been our turn yet. Moreover, it's already gone downstairs to hunt, likely feasting right next door to us. As more people die, those of us remaining will only become more dangerous. Lu Chengfeng's expression flickered. Then he gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll trust you this one time. Bro. They passed these rooms and came to the innermost one. It was a study. There were no bloodstains at the door. It was so clean it seemed not to belong on this floor. The two exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. This must be it. They carefully pushed the door open, and a strong scent of dust wafted out. Judging by the furnishings, it looked like a study. It was neither big nor small, and inside lay a skeleton, long decayed. Judging by the size and details of the bones, it seemed to be that of a 14 or 15-year-old girl. In the skeleton's hand, it still clutched a teddy bear. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia the fastest. The teddy bear's eyes were dark, as if scrutinizing everyone. Ning Qiushui carefully approached the skeleton, examined it, and said, This person wasn't eaten. There are no knife or fork marks on her ribs, sternum, or throat bones. He had previously examined the bodies of Wang Yuning and Yama. Although their internal organs and some muscle tissue had been eaten, there were many knife and fork marks on their bones. But the skeleton before him had none. Not eaten. Then how did she die? Lu Chengfeng's confusion deepened. Ning Qiushui examined the body for a long time. Most likely, she starved or died of thirst. That ghostly thing outside probably couldn't get into this room. But she couldn't get out either. Trapped here, without water or food. Most people would die in 3 to 5 days. Look, this window is nailed shut with steel bars. The bars are heavily rusted, unlike those in the old lady's room on the second floor. This indicates these bars were nailed on a long time ago, possibly when she was a child. Her family worried she might climb out and fall, since this is the third floor, so they put steel bars on her window. But at that time, her family probably never imagined that these very steel bars would cut off her last hope of escape. As Lu Chengfeng listened to Ning Qiushui's words, a chill spread through his heart. He could imagine the despair of the person whose skeleton lay before him, back when they were alive. Outside, there were terrifying man-eating demons, and inside the room, there was no other way out. In the end, she could only be trapped and left to die here in despair. Hey, little brother, Look quickly. Behind that corpse's butt. There seems to be something. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Shuhage Novel Network updates the fastest online. Chapter 11. The Creepy Diary. Ning Qiushui also noticed it. He reached out and fumbled around. In the darkness, Ning Qiushui felt around and found a book. He picked it up. The dust on it still bore the fingerprints of despair. He opened it. Under the dim moonlight from outside the window, the two saw the contents recorded in the book. June 1st, 2037. Overcast. Grandpa called, saying Grandma was dying, and asked Mom to come home. But for some reason, Mom, who had always been very concerned about Grandma, refused very firmly. June 9th, 2037. Overcast. Mom didn't go to work. She looked very scared. What was Mom afraid of? June 12th, 2037. Overcast. These past few days, I saw Mom crying secretly. When I asked her why she was crying, Mom didn't say anything, just hugged me. She hugged me so tightly I felt like I couldn't breathe. June 21st, 2037. Light rain. Grandma passed away. Grandpa called Mom. After Mom hung up, her face was very pale. She suddenly went out and didn't return until late at night. She handed me a blood-red jade stone and told me to hang it in the window, never to take it down no matter what happened. June 22nd, 2037. Heavy rain. Mom packed her luggage and left home with Dad, leaving only me and Grandma Wang, the nanny who had taken care of this home for many years. Before leaving, they instructed Grandma Wang and me not to open the door if we saw them come home. July 12th, 2037. Heavy rain. Mom came back. I remembered what Mom and Dad told me, but I still opened the door. I truly missed them too much. August 1st, 2037. Heavy rain. No. Isn't Mom? August 15th, 2037. Heavy rain. I'm not a good child. I didn't listen to Mom and Dad and let that terrifying thing in. It's outside now. I'm thirsty and hungry, but I don't dare to go out. Will I die? What should I do? The diary entries ended completely at this point. The contents were horrifying. The two stared at the diary's contents, speechless for a long time. So, the old lady on the second floor wasn't the villa owner's mother, but the villa's nanny. Lu Chengfeng's throat moved. Then, that monster. Ning Qiushui closed the notebook and said to Lu Chengfeng behind him, the shoe cabinet by the villa's entrance is neatly filled with newly bought women's shoes. I was thinking, if a woman who loves shoes so much were really going on a trip, she should at least take a few pairs. Right? Lu Chengfeng was stunned. Everyone had passed that shoe cabinet several times, but no one had noticed it. Ning Qiushui's observational skills were too terrifying, weren't they? And didn't you want to know what those 3 words the old lady on the second floor kept repeating actually were? Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng slightly came back to his senses and looked at Ning Qiushui. Yes. What is it? Under the pale moonlight, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng met each other's gaze. And he spoke the truth. Word by word. That sent shivers down Lu Chengfeng's spine. The old lady on the second floor wasn't saying the meat wasn't cooked at all. She wanted to tell us. The person hasn't left. Lu Chengfeng's breathing became rapid. His eyes wide. Little brother. Are you saying that the mistress in the red dress we saw on the first day never left? Ning Qiushui slowly nodded. Yes, it never left at all. It probably went to find a hidden spot nearby. And ate the little girl. Thump. Lu Chengfeng's legs went weak. He lost his balance. And nearly fell. Holy crap, he was numb. His whole body tingled with numbness. Ning Qiushui stood by the window, reached out, and touched the blood jade hanging there. Whatever this was, whatever it was made of, it no longer mattered. What mattered was, this blood jade could block that terrifying woman in the villa. The one they didn't know what she truly was. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Lu Chengfeng, "Beard. Hurry. We'll split up. You go down to the first floor kitchen and pack ingredients, prioritizing cooked food that can fill us up." Lu Chengfeng paused for a moment. Then, "What about you, little brother?" Ning Qiushui replied, "I'll go to the second floor and bring the old lady up." Lu Chengfeng immediately understood what Ning Qiushui intended to do. "Won't we run into that ghostly thing?" Ning Qiushui's gaze was sharp, his tone firm and resolute. "We have to take a chance. There aren't many of us left. And it's only when it's out hunting at night that we might be able to enter the third floor. After tonight, trying to bring the old lady and food in here again probably won't be so simple." Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth. All right, there was no turning back once the arrow was shot. By now, he trusted Ning Qiushui completely. If it weren't for him, he probably would have died on the first night. Now, they had to go all out. The two carefully exited the room. After confirming that the ghostly thing hadn't returned, they immediately went downstairs. Lu Chengfeng went straight to the first floor kitchen, didn't turn on the light, and started filling bags with food. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Shuhage Novel Network updates the fastest online. Although it was pitch black, Lu Chengfeng remembered Ning Qiushui's instructions not to turn on the lights. Fortunately, Lu Chengfeng had worked in the kitchen during the day, so he had a rough idea of where everything was. However, Lu Chengfeng's hands were shaking terribly. In the darkness, countless eyes seemed to be watching him. From those dark corners, behind the doors, terrifying specters seemed ready to leap out at any moment and devour him. Faster. Faster. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Soon, Lu Chengfeng had packed 3 full bags of food. He dragged the 3 bags of food and quickly ran upstairs, seeing Ning Qiushui also carrying the old lady and heading towards the stairwell. The old lady was stout and weighed about 150 to 160 pounds. If Ning Qiushui's physical fitness wasn't extraordinary, he really wouldn't have been able to carry her. Go up first. Seeing Lu Chengfeng stopped on the stairs, Ning Qiushui directly ordered. Lu Chengfeng nodded and ran towards the third floor with the food. Ning Qiushui also headed for the third floor, but the floor there was sticky and slippery over a large area. He couldn't walk too fast, or he would fall. The old lady was frail. If she really fell, who knew what might happen? Almost there. Almost there. Arriving on the third floor, Ning Qiushui hurried towards the study at the end. Lu Chengfeng was already standing inside the doorway, peeking out with half his body. He looked at Ning Qiushui with a vigilant expression. Suddenly, he seemed to see something, and his eyes overflowed with immense fear. Lu Chengfeng waved at Ning Qiushui, crying out in terror. Hurry! Little brother! It's catching up! Hearing this, Ning Qiushui, carrying the old woman, felt his whole body turn ice cold. Scrape, 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 the terrifying sound of cutlery scraping echoed behind him once again. Ning Qiushui gritted his teeth and ran forward as if his life depended on it. At this point, he couldn't afford to worry about falling anymore. Ning Qiushui knew that if he kept dawdling like this, he would surely die. A cold killing intent spread along with the pale moonlight, enveloping Ning Qiushui's entire body. He dared not look back. Nor could he. Faster. Even faster. Ning Qiushui roared inwardly, clenching his teeth tightly, running forward for dear life. But even though he was putting all his strength into it, he could still hear the terrifying scraping of cutlery getting closer and closer behind him. No. He was carrying someone. He couldn't possibly outrun that ghostly thing behind him. Just as there were only 5 steps left to the door, cold, pale hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed Ning Qiushui's neck. Where are you going? In his ear, a woman's incredibly venomous and cold voice resounded. Ning Qiushui felt ice cold all over, his strength draining away at a visible rate. He was still too slow. Just as Ning Qiushui was awaiting the arrival of death, a figure suddenly burst out from behind the study door and slammed down on that pale arm. Ah! The woman's shrill scream rang out. As a puff of white smoke rose, she released her grip, and Ning Qiushui was grabbed by another warm large hand and dragged into the study. As soon as he entered the study, Lu Changfeng scrambled to the window and rehung the blood jade. After doing all this, Lu Changfeng suddenly collapsed onto the floor, his legs shaking like a sieve. Ah! The woman in the red dress outside screamed frantically, filled with rage. She came to the study door in a twisted posture, glaring at the two with venomous eyes. Only then, by the moonlight, did the two finally get a clear look at the woman in the red dress. What a terrifying face it was! Her enormous mouth stretched to her ears, filled with dense, sharp teeth, and strands of hair and bits of flesh could be vaguely seen inside. Cracks covered the skin around her eyes, as if she were rotting. Her limbs were twice as long as a normal person's, and she was perched on the wall like a spider. The sharp knife and fork, already covered in bloody grime, were clutched tightly in one of her hands. Holy crap! What the hell is that thing? Lu Changfeng felt his breathing almost stop, and he couldn't help but curse. The woman in red outside was extremely agitated, pacing back and forth, seemingly wanting to enter the room, but also appearing to be wary of something. In the end, she could only give up, letting out a few furious roars at the two inside the study, then turned and left. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Shuhage Novel Network updates the fastest online. Chapter 12. The Photo. Almost. Just barely. Ning Qiushui would have died at the hands of that terrifying woman if Lu Changfeng hadn't rushed out with the blood jade at the critical moment. Risking his life to help, Ning Qiushui would surely have died. Thank you. Ning Qiushui sat cross-legged on the floor, one hand resting on his knee, panting. Just now, it was incredibly perilous. Lu Changfeng, while patting his trembling legs, shook his head and said, I should be thanking you, little brother. If you hadn't brought me to this place, I probably would have been eaten by that terrifying woman sooner or later anyway. After speaking, he laughed again. It was the unconcealable joy of escaping death. Lu Chengfeng laughed maniacally, sprawled on the ground like a madman. After a long while, he returned to normal. By the way, little brother, what about the others? Lu Chengfeng straightened the old lady's body, confirmed she was fine, and then asked Ning Qiushui. The latter's gaze flickered slightly. We absolutely cannot go out now. It's too dangerous outside. We'll see tomorrow if we can contact them from the 3rd floor. If not, then we've done all we can. Ning Qiushui seemed quite indifferent to the deaths of strangers. He certainly wouldn't mind helping those people, especially since he had no grudge against them. But the prerequisite was that he wouldn't put himself in danger. After all, when he asked if any of them were willing to join him in risking their lives to uncover the truth, not a single one of them stepped forward. He took on the dangerous task himself, while others reaped the benefits. No one would be happy with that. He wasn't some compassionate, world-saving holy monk. By the way, little brother, I have another question. After Lu Chengfeng had mostly recovered, he seemed to remember something. Ask, you. How did you know the killing rules of that ghostly thing in the villa? When this question was brought up, Ning Qiushui remained silent in the darkness for a while. Because, before I got on the bus, I received an anonymous letter. A letter, yes. The letter gave me a photo and a few lines of text. After speaking, Ning Qiushui slowly recited those lines. Wind doesn't light lamps. Rain doesn't burn candles. Day doesn't ascend the stairs. Night doesn't close its eyes. Hearing these 4 lines, Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Holy hell! It matches! Brother! You're incredible! You must have an expert helping you from behind the scenes. Then, what about that photo? Ning Qiushui glanced at him, his eyes flickering slightly. You want to know? Lu Chengfeng's expression froze. What? Is it inconvenient? If it's inconvenient. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Ning Qiushui reach into his black checkered shirt, pull out a slightly yellowed photo, and aim it directly at him. The latter looked at the photo, his pupils suddenly constricting. No way, under the moonlight, Lu Chengfeng saw that it was a photo of a person. And the person in the photo was none other than Lu Chengfeng himself. Their eyes met, separated only by a thin photo, and they remained silent for a long time. Lu Chengfeng saw his own photo, but he didn't see the words on the back of it. Yes, on the back of this yellowed old photo, there was also a line of black writing, a friend worth befriending, but full of 100,000 questions. Lu Chengfeng reached out, wanting to take the photo and examine it closely, but Ning Qiushui pulled it back and smiled at him, saying, "Very surprised. Aren't you? I'm also very surprised. Originally, I thought this was just a prank, or someone had filled in the wrong recipient. But when I woke up on that bus and saw you, I realized that things weren't as simple as I'd imagined. That driverless bus, that mysterious dense fog, that eerie blood-red door, and us on the bus. Behind all of this, there must be an unseen hand pulling the strings." Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng let out a bitter laugh. "Brother, forgive my frankness, but in the real world, I'm afraid no one has the ability to do all this. You've seen the situation outside. That's simply not something human power can accomplish." Ning Qiushui fell silent. He didn't continue to argue about the matter. But that mysterious letter, so far, all its contents had come true. The eerie blood-red door, the strange rules of slaughter, and a friend he didn't even know, who would risk his life to save him. This was a very terrifying thing. It was as if someone was always watching him from a place he couldn't see. The night passed without a word. The two hadn't slept much on the first night. And now, after experiencing such tension and finally relaxing, sleepiness surged over them like a tide. It wasn't until the next morning arrived that shrill screams from the second floor finally broke the silence of the villa. Evidently, someone else had died. Moreover, what terrified the survivors on the second floor even more was not just that new people had died after waking up, but also that 3 people had gone missing. Among them, besides Ning Qiushui, who was the backbone in everyone's hearts, there were also important mission characters. After all, the Blood Gate's mission for them was to take care of the old woman in bed for 5 days. Now the damn old woman is gone. What the hell are they supposed to take care of? Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng listened to the voices from the second floor and learned that the one who died last night was the man named Beidao. He had been eaten. Whoa, how did they all disappear? Have they all already been? Woo, I'm so scared. I don't want to die here. Yan Yoping's intermittent crying came from downstairs. Lu Chengfeng shouted loudly towards the window, wanting to pass the message downstairs. But it seemed their voices were confined to the 3rd floor. No matter how much Lu Chengfeng yelled himself hoarse, no one came to save them. No one heard. All right. Stop howling. Seeing Lu Chengfeng's relentless persistence, Ning Qiushui shook his head slightly. Lu Chengfeng felt a little uncomfortable with Ning Qiushui's indifference. Brother, aren't you a doctor? There are 2 living people downstairs. If we just abandon them like this, isn't that a bit too? Ning Qiushui closed his eyes and said, although I'm a veterinarian, in practicing medicine, there are 3 things I don't save. Lu Chengfeng froze. 3 not saves. Which 3? If you like Eerie Abode, please add it to your favorites. m.shuhage.net. The Shuhage Novel Network updates Eerie Abode the fastest. Chapter 13. N. Ning Qiushui. Don't save animals that are sure to die. It wastes my energy. Don't save animals that are about to die. It shortens my lifespan. Don't save diseased animals. It infects me with stubborn illnesses. Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng almost burst out laughing. Brother, you're messing with me. You're a vet. If you don't save this and don't save that, wouldn't you starve to death? Ning Qiushui said with a half-smile. I'm a veterinarian. But I'm not just a veterinarian. Who told you I make a living by treating pets? Lu Chengfeng spread his hands and said, all right. Then, brother, what kind of animals will you save? Ning Qiushui's answer was quite casual. If it catches my eye, I'll save it. Even if I know it can't be saved, I'll still give it my all. Even if I have to pay the price. Lu Chengfeng looked at Ning Qiushui with some surprise and laughed. This guy. His personality is really interesting. After laughing, Lu Chengfeng suddenly thought of something. He quickly wrote and drew in the study, then tied the written-on notebook to a curtain and continuously hit the downstairs window with it. Since his voice couldn't reach the 2nd floor, then a sound coming from the 2nd floor. Surely that could attract their attention, right? As a result, he had barely hit it twice when the originally sturdy curtain snapped. Lu Chengfeng pulled back the remaining half of the curtain, tugged at it hard and carefully, and muttered, that's not right. So sturdy. How could it possibly break so easily? He tried a few more times. Without exception. The eerie phenomenon made Lu Chengfeng's back run cold. He vaguely felt an ominous sense of being watched. So he gave up trying to send messages downstairs. What happened? Seeing that he had finally stopped, Ning Qiushui casually asked. Cold sweat seeped from Lu Chengfeng's forehead. I feel like something is watching me. If I continue to do this. He didn't continue speaking. But Ning Qiushui already knew in his heart. Clearly, according to the rules within the villa, the third floor was separated from the other floors. If they forcibly tried to send messages from the third floor to the second or first floor, that would be breaking the rules of the world behind the blood gate, and they would encounter terrible misfortune. Sigh. Now they truly can only leave it to fate. Saying this, he sighed and sat down by the window next to the corpse, taking the diary from its hand again. After flipping through it for a while, he said, Brother, what do you think that monster outside really is? Ning Qiushui thought for a moment. From the records in the diary, that terrifying woman outside should be related to the little girl's maternal grandmother. And the little girl's parents must know something. But what the specific situation is, we no longer have a way of knowing. Perhaps, when this is all over, we can go back and ask that man in the suit. Lu Chengfeng nodded. For the next 3 days, they ate, drank, and relieved themselves in this room. Fortunately, food and water were relatively abundant, so sustaining themselves was not a problem. As for the 2 survivors downstairs, they still didn't make it through the last 3 days. On the night of the 3rd day, after Shui Gui's was also killed and eaten by the female ghost in the villa, the remaining Yan Yoping's mind collapsed in extreme fear. She ran out of the villa, escaping into the rain, her fate self-evident. Lu Chengfeng felt a little sad. After all, these people had spent some time together, and they weren't bad people. But this sadness quickly disappeared with time. In the middle of the night on the 5th day, the 2 sleeping soundly were woken up by the sudden sound of a car horn outside the window. The 2 quickly got up, stood at the window, and looked out at the rain. They saw a bus parked outside the villa, honking its horn. This bus was very familiar to the 2 of them. It was the very one that had carried them into the fog that day. Hey! The bus is here. The bus is here. But, brother, how are we supposed to get out? Lu Chengfeng looked at the dilapidated bus parked at the villa's entrance and had just joyfully called out twice. But when he turned around, the joy in his heart was extinguished by a chill. He saw that terrifying, tall, thin woman in red standing right at their doorway, staring at them with drooling eagerness. It seemed this woman in red also knew that the 2 of them wanted to leave. We must quickly think of a way. That bus definitely won't wait for us for too long. Ning Qiushui's eyes flickered as he looked everywhere for tools. Just as he was considering tearing down the iron bars on the window, the old woman who had been lying beside them actually spoke. Even though her voice was very weak, the 2 were close enough to hear what she was saying. Youngsters, push me out. The 2 slowly lowered their heads, looking at the old woman. The old woman's expression was unexpectedly calm, and her eyes had regained a brief clarity. It seemed that after long torment, she already wanted to end it all. When it's eating, it can't do anything else. Push me out. While it's eating me, you 2 hurry and leave. Never come back. Lu Chengfeng widened his eyes and said, How can this be? Holy crap. Brother, Are you really going to push the old woman out? Ning Qiushui replied, Push. 1 dies. Don't push. 3 die. The old woman also smiled and said, He's right, dear reader. There's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. If you like Eerie Abode, please add it to your favorites. m.shuhage.net. The Shuhage Novel Network updates Eerie Abode the fastest. I won't blame you. Living, for me, is truly too painful. Just consider it a good deed. Help me be free. Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng no longer showed soft-hearted compassion. Gritting his teeth, he and Ning Qiushui pushed the old woman in front of the red-clad female ghost outside. Originally, the red-clad female ghost wasn't planning to eat the old woman, because it still needed to keep her to continue luring victims. But it, having not eaten for 2 days, truly couldn't resist the fresh meat delivered right to its mouth. They saw it fiercely stab the knife and fork in its hand into the old woman's chest and abdomen, followed by an extremely cruel scene that made Lu Chengfeng feel a wave of nausea. Quick! Go! Ning Qiushui grabbed the blood jade from the windowsill, and he and Lu Chengfeng swiftly darted past the female ghost, who was feasting ravenously. That bone-chilling cold, emanating from the female ghost's malevolent gaze, made their legs go weak. Fortunately, the old woman hadn't lied to them. When the female ghost was eating, it couldn't do anything else. Quick! Ning Qiushui glanced back and shouted loudly. It's eating very fast. Lu Chengfeng, running ahead, had cold sweat frequently on his back. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted all the way downstairs. Bang! He practically crashed out of the villa's front door. The yellow headlights of the bus ahead were like a life-saving divine light from heaven, pulling the two of them along. As Ning Qiushui also ran out of the villa's front door, extremely terrifying roars came from the 3rd floor, followed immediately by a thumping, rumbling sound from inside the villa. That red-clad female ghost was catching up. Brother! Quick! Hurry! Lu Chengfeng didn't immediately enter the bus, but stood at the bus door, shouting at Ning Qiushui. As Ning Qiushui ran to the bus door, he reached out and pulled Ning Qiushui into the bus. Behind them, the terrifying female ghost, twisting and crawling on the ground like a spider, was no more than 3 to 5 steps away from Ning Qiushui. But as Ning Qiushui got onto the bus, the female ghost suddenly stopped its pursuit, roaring furiously at the two inside the bus, unwilling to give up. But it could only roar a few times, not daring to actually approach the bus. It seemed the incredibly ferocious red-clad female ghost was extremely wary of the bus the two were in. Finally, it could only slowly turn around and disappear into the villa at the other end of the rain. If you like Eerie Abode, please add it to your favorites. m.shuhage.net. The Shuhage Novel Network updates Eerie Abode the fastest. Chapter 14, Puzzle Pieces. When they got back onto this driverless bus, only then did Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng truly breathe a sigh of relief. We survived, right? Bearded Lu Chengfeng panted heavily, after watching the terrifying, tall, thin female ghost in the distance enter the villa through the car window. Only then did he realize his legs were as soft as mud. Yes, Ning Qiushui replied. Then, neither of them spoke again. 5 days later, of the original 7 people on this bus, only 2 remained now. Lu Chengfeng felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. He didn't have much affection for the others, but seeing them die so miserably before his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Because he, too, had once been so close to death. If not for Ning Qiushui, his fate would likely have been the same as the others. Shortly after the two got on the bus closed its doors and slowly started moving. Soon, they once again traveled through the rain and entered the fog. The two were drowsy and just fell asleep on the bus. When they woke up again, it was already the next morning. Ning Qiushui stretched his stiff body and looked out of the car. They had already arrived outside the small courtyard of that black villa. "Hey, Big Beard. Wake up." Ning Qiushui nudged Lu Chengfeng, who jolted awake and shouted, "Ghost! The ghost is here. Run!" Ning Qiushui watched the flailing Lu Chengfeng speechlessly, thinking, this guy is really miserable. Being chased by ghosts in the Bloodgate mission was bad enough, but he even had to work overtime in his dreams. After confirming that the person next to him was Ning Qiushui, Lu Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his face and panted, "Brother, you scared me to death." Ning Qiushui pointed at the black courtyard outside and said, "Let's get off the bus. We've arrived." The two got off the bus, one after another, and walked into that black villa. When they entered the hall again, they saw that only one person remained. It was that exceptionally handsome young man. He looked like a porcelain doll, with fair, rosy skin and a petite, slender build. If he didn't speak, hardly anyone would have thought he was a boy. "How come it's just you?" Lu Chengfeng frowned. Seeing the two return alive from behind the Bloodgate, the young man's attitude had noticeably warmed up compared to before. "Uncle Yen has something to deal with." He went back to his previous world. Sister Xiao went to take the newcomers through the Bloodgate. And one more is cooking in the kitchen. Ning Qiushui's eyes flickered. "We can still go back to our previous world?" The young man poked at the coals in the brazier. "Why not? If you can come by bus, you can naturally go back by bus." Sigh. As he spoke, he sighed and ran a hand through his long hair. "I hate this part the most. Every time newcomers arrive, I have to explain so many things until my mouth is dry. What's worse is that sometimes I only just tell them the rules today, and they die the next week. But at least you two made it out of the Bloodgate alive. If you have any questions, ask them now." The two exchanged glances. After a moment of thought, Ning Qiushui said, "What's the deal with the Bloodgate and the mist?" The young man said, "It's a curse. We are all cursed people. The mist is a separate world, distinct from the outside world. Only by taking the bus within the mist world can one enter and leave. The villa courtyard we're in is called Guisha. There are many Guisha like ours in this mist world, and similarly, there are many Bloodgates. Every so often, we must enter the terrifying world behind the Bloodgate to complete the tasks assigned by the Bloodgate. While striving to survive, we must also collect as many puzzle pieces as possible. When 12 puzzle pieces are gathered, we can take the complete puzzle and ride the bus to the end of the mist world." As the young man spoke, he pointed to a picture frame above the hall. The two looked, and half of the picture frame had already been filled in. The image was likely a rotting human head. On the forehead, there was a bleeding hole like an eye, looking extremely grotesque. "What's at the end of the mist world?" Ning Qiushui asked, and the young man shrugged. "I wouldn't know that. After all, none of us have been to that place. Also, don't blame us for our cold attitude earlier. After all, you know that in this world, death is commonplace. If you truly make a close friend and they die in the world behind the blood gate, you will definitely feel very sad. As the young man spoke here, his expression was somewhat subdued. Was Guisha previously? Ning Qiushui seemed to understand something, but before he could fully ask, he saw the young man nod. Just before you arrived, about half a month ago, Uncle Yan's best friend, Uncle Mang, died behind the blood gate, and Sister Xiao Zhao's best friend, Jizi, also committed suicide to join him. So everyone's actually not in a very good mood. The two recalled the heavy atmosphere in the hall when they first entered Guisha and suddenly understood. All right, dinner's almost ready. After dinner, if you don't want to stay here, you can go to the bus stop outside the villa and wait for the bus. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Oh, please click next page to continue reading. It gets even better. If you like Guisha, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Guisha Shuhage Novel Network updates fastest on the entire web. When it's your turn to enter the blood gate for your second mission a week from now, the bus will come to pick you up early. At the dining table, the four sat silently, heads down, eating ravenously. To be honest, your cooking really isn't great. Lu Chengfeng took a few bites and couldn't help but complain. Meng Jun, who was cooking, looked up and gave Lu Chengfeng a cold glance. If you don't like it, you can throw it away, or you can cook it yourself. Lu Chengfeng was originally a carefree person with not a very good temper. He had intended to retort, but when he met Meng Jun's gaze, he instinctively recoiled. Meng Jun's eyes were too terrifying. In that instant, Lu Chengfeng even felt as if a knife was pressed against his throat. He was almost certain that this man named Meng Jun had killed someone. However, Lu Chengfeng wasn't one to suffer in silence. He stuck out his neck and said, "If I cook it myself, I'll cook it myself. I'm telling you now. From today onwards, Lu Chengfeng, am the head chef here. From now on, as long as I'm around, none of you are allowed in the kitchen. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you." He used a tough tone to say the most cowardly words. Ning Qiushui couldn't help but smile. During the meal, he learned that there were 4 veterans left in this Guisha. Liang Yan was the head of the abode and the first person to enter Guisha. The young man was named Tian Sun, an orphan who relied on his sister for survival. Meng Jun was Liang Yan's close friend in the outside world, formerly a soldier who had fought on the border. The only enchanting beauty, Bai Xiaoxiao, was very mysterious. No one knew her identity, only that she was very powerful in the outside world. During this time, Ning Qiushui brought up the matter of the red-clothed female ghost from their first blood gate. To his surprise, Meng Jun and Tian Sun remained silent after hearing it. "No. Why aren't you saying anything?" Seeing the two so silent, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Jun picked up his plate and walked towards the kitchen. "I'm full," he said lightly. But both of them could sense Meng Jun's change in attitude towards them. This change was very abrupt, as if spring had just warmed up, only to suddenly plunge back into winter. If you like Guisha, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Guisha Shuhage Novel Network updates fastest on the entire web. Chapter 15. The Second Letter. "No. What's wrong with you two? Did we say something taboo?" Lu Chengfeng found the change in their attitude very strange, as if he had said something he shouldn't have. Tianxun's face was unreadable, and it was a long while before he let out a sigh. You too. Your luck is really bad. The two exchanged glances, and Ning Qiushui frowned, saying, What do you mean? Tianxun began to explain the mechanism of the terrifying world behind the blood gate to them. The ghosts within the blood gate are divided into two types. One type is locally born. These ghosts are all earthbound spirits. No matter how powerful or how deep their resentment, once we complete the mission and leave the blood gate, our grievances with them come to an end. The other type is more special. Although they are also restricted by the blood gate's rules, they are not confined to one area. After slaughtering all the local NPCs, they will go to other places to cause trouble. This kind of ghost has an unbelievably immense grudge. Usually, if you encounter one in your previous blood gate, your next blood gate will be connected to its story, and the blood gate stories involving these ghosts are more terrifying and have a higher death rate than ordinary blood gates. He paused, and Tianxun's tone carried an unspeakable sympathy. I don't know what karma you've accumulated to encounter such a ghost in your very first blood gate. No wonder only 2 of you survived in the end. But I guess you'll only live up to this point. I'm not cursing you, but go back, write your wills, and arrange your affairs. Say a proper goodbye to your family and friends. Tianxun let out a long sigh, collected their bowls and chopsticks, and carried them to the kitchen. It was then that the two realized why their attitude had changed so drastically. Because in their eyes, the two of them were already dead men. Seriously, they look down on us that much. If we can survive that monstrous thing once, we can do it a second, and a third time. They think we won't survive the next blood gate? Then we'll live to show them. Lu Chengfeng grumbled, and although he tried his best to appear dismissive, Ning Qiushui could detect an almost imperceptible tremor in his voice. After washing the dishes, Tianxun still led the two to their assigned room in Guixia. Unexpectedly, this group of people did not live in the villa itself. Instead, they lived in bungalows in the garden behind the courtyard. The environment here was beautiful. Although desolate, it certainly looked much better than that dark, gloomy villa. Tianxun handed the keys to the two, gave them some instructions, and then went inside the villa to watch TV. Although their room also had a TV, the screen in the villa was much larger. Since both Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng had something on their minds, they did not take the bus back to their original world. They wanted to wait for Liang Yan, the head of this Guixia, to return and ask him about the next red gate. But even as night fell, they didn't see anyone return to the villa. Helpless, the two decided to wait another day. In the middle of the night, Ning Qiushui couldn't sleep, so he went to the courtyard to clear his head, only to hear whispers coming from the villa. He raised an eyebrow and went to the back door to eavesdrop. From inside came the voices of a woman and a steady man. Ning Qiushui recognized the man's voice. It was Meng Jun. And the woman he had never heard before. He should belong to Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao. Are you sure you're not mistaken? What? You don't believe me? You know the relationship between Yen and Mang, right? If he finds out that Mang's death was man-made, Yen probably won't let it go. Bai Xiaoxiao was about to say something when she suddenly turned her head, looked at Ning Qiushui's location, and said coldly, "Who's there? Come out." Ning Qiushui stepped out from the darkness. Seeing that this person was a newcomer from her Guixia, the coldness on Bai Xiaoxiao's delicate face receded slightly. She wore red lipstick, very red, like a phoenix in flames, quite contrary to her name. It's so late. Aren't you going to sleep? Ning Qiushui didn't mind the other party's rejection, merely saying, "Aren't you two awake too?" He sat down generously on the sofa, looking at the brazier in the center. With his arrival, the two suddenly stopped their conversation. "What's your name?" Finally, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke first. "Ning Qiushui. How was your first blood gate experience?" Ning Qiushui opened an unopened bottle of iced beer on the table and took a swig. "To be honest, not very good. Almost died," Bai Xiaoxiao absently hummed, offering a very perfunctory comfort. "The world behind the blood gate is like this. You'll lose your life if you're not careful. But once you've passed the first one, the subsequent ones will be much better." Before she could finish, Meng Jun, who was beside them, said coldly, "There won't be any subsequent gates." Bai Xiaoxiao snapped back to attention, somewhat surprised, and said, "Meng Jun, what do you mean?" Meng Jun stood up. "Ask him yourself. I'm going to sleep." With that, he left without looking back. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Ning Qiushui, who then described the first blood gate story to her in detail. Of course, Ning Qiushui omitted some facts. The facts about the mysterious anonymous letter. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Wuxia Shuhage Novel Network updates fastest on the entire web. He only spoke of the death rules they had accidentally discovered. After listening to Ning Qiushui's description, Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes changed repeatedly. It was a very complex look. There was admiration, sympathy, and even a hint of regret. Meng Jun and Tiansun were right. The red-clothed woman behind your first blood gate is indeed not an ordinary earthbound spirit, but an extremely troublesome and terrifying malevolent ghost. Fortunately, this was your first instance. Its abilities and killing rules were heavily restricted by the blood gate, and you two were both bold and meticulous, finding a way out in time. Otherwise, you two would never have returned alive. Moreover, the story behind your next blood gate should be related to this female ghost. If you can handle it cleanly, you might even bring back a ghost artifact from behind that blood gate. Ning Qiushui froze. Ghost artifact? Bai Xiaoxiao flipped her hand, and a wooden comb stained with blood immediately appeared in her fair, delicate palm. Like this kind of thing. Generally, items inside the blood gate cannot be brought out. However, in some high-difficulty blood gates, there are powerful items. These items are extremely valuable and each has a different effect. For example, with my wooden comb, if you comb your hair once, a ghost cannot target the person whose hair was combed for 1 minute. These ghost artifacts can greatly increase our survival rate behind the blood gate. Ning Qiushui recalled the blood jade he had brought out from behind the first blood gate. Deep in thought. Things inside the blood gate cannot be taken outside the blood gate, except for ghost artifacts. It seems that blood jade is also a ghost artifact. Seeing Ning Qiushui's expression, Bai Xiaoxiao thought he was scared by the next blood gate, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Never mind. There aren't many people left in our wuxia anyway. Several batches of newcomers recently were truly too poor in quality. They were all wiped out in the first 3 gates. Next week, when you enter the second blood gate, I'll take you through it for free. And you two do indeed have potential worth cultivating." As Bai Xiaoxiao's words fell, Ning Qiushui suddenly remembered that Tiansun had previously told them that Bai Xiaoxiao guided newcomers through the blood gate outside. This thing can be guided? Ning Qiushui was somewhat surprised. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. Newcomers' first 6 blood gates can be guided by veterans. There are even specialized studios that do this. However, this kind of veteran guiding newcomer usually requires a huge fee. After all, everyone is human, and even experienced individuals face the risk of failure when entering low-difficulty blood gates. Ning Qiushui nodded, indicating understanding. Since it's earning money with one's life, it's normal to charge a higher fee. After all, money is an external possession, and compared to life, it seems less important. Having clarified these matters, Ning Qiushui rested for a night in Guisha, then boarded the bus and returned to the world outside the mist. As soon as he got home, he opened his computer. A friend named Mole sent him a message. The message was brief, "Cannot find it. The post office has no record of that anonymous letter. The post office told me that the anonymous letter I was looking for was a non-existent letter. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for you." Ning Qiushui narrowed his eyes. Mole was his friend. He was someone very good at finding things. Even you can't find it, Ning Qiushui murmured to himself. Ding dong. Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang. Startled by the sound, Ning Qiushui got up, went to the door, and opened it. It was his neighbor, a plump auntie in her 50s named Mu Chui. She was wearing a floral shirt, looked like she had just finished shopping, had some sweat on her forehead, and smilingly handed a letter to Ning Qiushui. "Qiushui, your letter." Ning Qiushui took the letter, and his gaze suddenly changed. "Auntie Mu, this letter. Where did you get it from?" Mu Chui took out her keys to open her door, replying casually, "From the mailbox downstairs. You child. Always so careless. Every time you come home, remember to check the mailbox." Saying that, she opened the door and went inside. Ning Qiushui, holding the letter, also closed his room door. He came to the living room sofa and sat down, looking at the letters on the coffee table, his breathing quickening. The second letter. He tore it open. Sure enough, it was anonymous again. This time, however, there was no hint, only a photograph. And this photograph made Ning Qiushui suddenly freeze in place. This was actually Bai Xiaoxiao's photo. It was also old and yellowed, as if it had been around for some years. But the Bai Xiaoxiao in the photo was clearly of a similar age to the Bai Xiaoxiao he had seen. The smile on her face was lifelike, her red lips untarnished by the marks of time. So vibrant. What the FCK, this time? Even the usually calm Ning Qiushui couldn't help but blurt out an expletive. This was truly too bizarre. He slowly flipped the photo over. His fingers trembled slightly. On the back of the photo, there was also a sentence. "She cannot die in your second door." As expected, Ning Qiushui's back felt cold. This guy who sent the letter was monitoring him from somewhere. It's just that. Why did he have these photos? And why was he giving him hints? What exactly did he want to do? P.S. 3100 plus words. Yesterday I was outlining the second instance, so one chapter was missing. I will make up for it with 3 chapters this afternoon, to be posted between 7 to 8 p.m. If you like Ghost Storm, please add it to your favorites. m.shuhage.net. Ghost Storm Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest. Chapter 16. the second blood door prayer rain village, putting down the yellowed photo in his hand. Ning Qiushui felt his heart pounding wildly. Who exactly had been watching him all this time? Even the mist world couldn't stop the other party's prying eyes. Sitting on the sofa, it was a long time before Ning Qiushui finally regained his senses. After a moment of hesitation, he sent these messages to his friend Mole. Mole quickly replied, "Great. The last letter hasn't even been fully investigated. And another one arrives. All right. Don't worry. I'm not very busy lately. I'll figure out a way to help you. If worst comes to worst, I'll contact that woman." At the mention of that woman, Ning Qiushui visibly paused. Then after a moment, only said, "Thank you," after hanging up the phone. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he slumped onto the sofa. A few mornings later, Ning Qiushui was brushing his teeth when he suddenly felt a premonition. He quickly rinsed his mouth, went to the window, and looked downstairs. Sure enough, a thick fog had risen within the residential area. A dilapidated bus was parked downstairs from their building, and centered around the bus, there was no fog within a 10-meter radius, as if it had been cut off. Ning Qiushui opened his front door. The entire building was silent, as if he was the only one left there. Ning Qiushui sighed, went home to get the blood jade he had brought out from behind the first blood door, and went downstairs. As soon as he got on the bus, he heard a familiar voice exclaim in surprise, "Little brother." Ning Qiushui looked up, stunned for 2 seconds before realizing. It was Lu Chengfeng. It was just that, after Lu Chengfeng returned this time, he seemed to have tidied himself up and shaved off his full beard. Without his beard, Lu Chengfeng looked much cleaner and fresher, but he still appeared rugged. "Just us." Ning Qiushui sat next to Lu Chengfeng. "Probably," Lu Chengfeng sighed. Although he still had his usual carefree demeanor, Ning Qiushui still noticed Lu Chengfeng's dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't slept well these past few days. "Having nightmares again these past few days?" Ning Qiushui asked. Lu Chengfeng nodded, twisted open a mineral water bottle, and cursed, "Damn it! That female ghost appears in my dreams every day, scaring the hell out of me." Ning Qiushui teased, "Then she truly loves you deeply. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile marriage is tied by a single thread. You should cherish such an opportunity." Lu Chengfeng, who was drinking water, couldn't help but spit it out. "Little brother, you're going too far. Since you understand cherishing so well, why don't you go and dote on her properly?" Ning Qiushui shrugged, regretting, "I'd like to, but she doesn't think highly of me. She's never once appeared in my dreams." Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng's face turned even paler, and he muttered a few curses about handsome men attracting trouble. Then, Ning Qiushui, who was beside him, suddenly thought of something and asked again, "Oh, right. You still haven't told me why the first blood door stuck to me." After several days, the question was brought up again. Lu Chengfeng's eyes darted around, and he said mysteriously, "Little brother, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in fate?" Ning Qiushui was stunned by Lu Chengfeng's question. He thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head. "No," Lu Chengfeng chuckled. "I do." He flipped his palm, revealing 3 square-holed copper coins. They were strung with thin threads of red, yellow, and blue respectively. Inside that blood door, I cast 3 divinations in total. I eventually found that the other 2 divinations were all death omens. Only yours, little brother, was different. Little brother, you are the only living omen in the team. Ning Qiushui's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. Lu Chengfeng, you really can tell fortunes. Lu Chengfeng sighed. No choice. It's not easy to make a living these days. When you're out in the world, the more skills you have, the better. Why didn't you tell me before? Hearing Ning Qiushui's question, Lu Chengfeng looked wary. Little brother, our profession has its rules. First, you cannot divine for yourself. Divine for others, not for yourself. Divining for oneself surely leads to death. Second, you cannot divine for a colleague if you already know the outcome. Third, you cannot divine for the dead. Besides these 3 not to divine fors, there are also 2 not to speak OFS. First, when divining for someone, you cannot tell them everything. The more you say, the more your lifespan is shortened. Second, matters of too great influence must not be spoken of. If it's just saving one person or helping them avert a disaster once, the impact on the diviner themselves is actually limited. But if that person's life and death involve too many things, then the diviner must not interfere casually. Otherwise, they might suffer divine retribution. Ning Qiushui understood. So, after the matter is over, if you speak of it, you won't be affected, right? Lu Chengfeng nodded. Of course, things that have already happened. You can say anything about them without consequence. The bus drove into the fog. No other passengers got on, and the 2 arrived at the familiar ghost dorm. As soon as they entered, they saw 4 people sitting in the hall. They seemed to be discussing something important, and as soon as the 2 entered, their conversation immediately stopped. It seems our timing isn't very suitable, Ning Qiushui said half-jokingly. Liang Yen replied calmly, the ghost dorm is our home, and it's your home too. You can come home anytime you want. There's no such thing as suitable or unsuitable. By the way, your second door is about to open. Are you ready? Ning Qiushui sighed. If we're not ready, does that mean we don't have to go in? An inexplicable silence fell over the hall. Bai Xiaoxiao stood up. Let's go. To the 3rd floor. She had changed into a form-fitting athletic outfit, looking more youthful and vibrant, not as alluring as when she wore her nightgown earlier. The 2 followed her, arriving together at the 3rd floor of the ghost dorm. In the center, there was still that wooden door emitting an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Outside, a few lines of blood-red text had appeared. Mission: survive the village's 7th-day temple sacrifice. Clue: the kind-hearted bled dry, turning into sweet rain. The compassionate cut off their heads, granting peace. The innocent closed their eyes, begging for the arrival of sweet rain and peace. They waited and waited. Waited and waited. If you like Ghost Dorm, please add it to your favorites. m.shuhage.net. Ghost Dorm Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest. Chapter 17. Prayer Rain Village. The Headless Man. The blood door has hints? Ning Qiushui asked in surprise. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was beside him, explained, only the first blood door doesn't, because for 99.999% of people, the difficulty of the first blood door is very low. Ghosts wanting to kill people is quite hard. Most of the time, it's just to scare them. They won't actually attack. She paused, her eyes glinting with amusement, and said teasingly to the 2, that's why I said you 2 have bad luck. You ran into this kind of ghost in your first blood door and almost got wiped out. After the first door, The difficulty of the second door will increase significantly, but the blood door will also provide corresponding important hints. Then there's the sixth door. But we can talk about those later. The immediate priority right now is to find a way to survive the second door. Your second door is not simple. After Bai Xiaoxiao's patient explanation, Ning Qiushui immediately memorized the hints on the blood door. The kind-hearted bled dry, turning into sweet rain. The compassionate cut off their heads, granting peace. The innocent closed their eyes, begging for sweet rain and peace. This hint was very strange, and it sounded quite chilling. Soon, their time to enter the door arrived. The blood-stained wooden door was slowly pushed open again by a pale hand, and then the consciousness of the three quickly blurred. When he regained consciousness again, Ning Qiushui found himself in front of a massive building. This building was quite dilapidated. Its two white entrance walls covered in cracks, and damp, foul-smelling moss climbed all over them. The ground was covered with rubble and weeds. On the white wall to the right, painted in red, it read, Prayer Rain Village Tourist Group Guesthouse. Tourist Group. This time, are we appearing as tourists? Ning Qiushui looked around. There were 14 people in this large courtyard, standing in small groups. If nothing unexpected happened, these people should be like him, members of the ghost dorm from outside the blood door. Soon, Ning Qiushui found Lu Chengfeng and Bai Xiaoxiao. It's just that both of their faces didn't look good. Ning Qiushui walked up to them and whispered, "What's wrong?" Bai Xiaoxiao gestured towards Lu Chengfeng with her lips, saying lazily, "Ask him." Ning Qiushui looked at Lu Chengfeng. The latter had sweat on his face, and his eyes showed a hint of terror. My birthplace just now was at the foot of the mountain behind that jungle. I originally wanted to follow the road signs through the jungle, but when I was in the center of the jungle, I saw a headless person. Ning Qiushui's gaze sharpened slightly. Are you sure? Lu Chengfeng gasped, profound fear spreading in the depths of his eyes. Yes, I'm sure. It walked straight ahead. And then, as Lu Chengfeng spoke, his voice began to tremble. Hurry up and tell me. What happened next? Ning Qiushui urged. Lu Chengfeng's next words sent a chill down Ning Qiushui's spine. Then, it blended into the crowd and disappeared. Ning Qiushui disappeared. Lu Chengfeng nodded heavily. Yes, that headless person is hidden among the surrounding crowd. After speaking, he glanced around with fear in his eyes and took a deep breath. Ning Qiushui then turned to Bai Xiaoxiao. Sister Bai, what do you think? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. Don't panic for now. This is only your second door. The ghosts aren't perverse enough to kill people as soon as they appear. However, you still need to be extra careful. No sooner had she finished speaking than a middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone, I apologize for making you wait so long. The crowd in the clearing looked sideways, seeing a plainly dressed, dark-skinned middle-aged man approach them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ho Kong, and I'm the team leader for Prayer Rain Village Travel Agency. I've been on duty these past few days, usually sitting in the lobby on the first floor. If any of you have any questions, you can come to me. If you all find this travel experience satisfactory, please help us spread the word afterward. Thank you, he spoke, smiling, and handed out a room key to everyone present. Next to the village guest house, there's a free canteen. After you've eaten and rested, you can look around. Our Prayer Rain Village has quite a few local specialty attractions. 7 days from now will be the village's annual temple festival. At that time, everyone in the village will participate, and you all can join in too. Although you outsiders may not believe in these things, there's no harm in seeking a blessing. He briefly explained a few things to the crowd, then led them towards the guest house. Throughout the entire process, this person in charge named Hokong had a smile on his face. The smile was very faint and subtle, but it looked extremely eerie. Ning Qiushui just took one look and felt his hair stand on end. These are your rooms, everyone. Electricity and hot water are supplied 24/7. The village also has some rules, which I hope you will try your best to follow. First, there's a curfew in the village. It's best not to go out between midnight and 6 a.m. Second, the back mountain of the village is where the temple is located. Due to preparations for the sacrifice, outsiders are currently not allowed to approach it. Third, if any of you encounter anything strange in the village, you can go find Granny Ruan. After saying all this, Hokong didn't wait to see if anyone had questions, turned around, and hurried downstairs. Through the lobby window, Ning Qiushui watched Hokong walk into the dense black jungle, and then never came out again. After regaining his senses, he began to inspect his living quarters. Although the guest house looked dilapidated, with cracks all over the wooden floorboards and doors, the room itself was fairly clean. Ning, Lu, and Bai's rooms were adjacent to each other because they had stood together when the keys were handed out. Inside the room, Ning Qiushui glanced at the ticking clock above his head. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still some time before dinner. He walked around his room and found that the bed and floor were very clean, and the walls were new and white, but the air always carried a faint, burnt smell. It was as if something had burned. At that moment, Ning Qiushui suddenly felt something warm in his pocket. He subconsciously reached in and pulled out the blood jade. Ning Qiushui saw the blood jade lying in his palm, emitting a faint red glow. This scene was not unfamiliar to him. Back in the villa behind the first blood gate, the red-clothed female ghost on the 3rd floor would cause the hanging blood jade to glow red whenever she approached their room. In an instant, Ning Qiushui's body tensed up. Could it be that there was something unclean in his room? If you like Ghost Dorm, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost Dorm Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest. Chapter 18 Chiu Village Burnt. The thought of an unseen, foul entity lurking in the dark, watching him in his room, sent shivers down Ning Qiushui's spine. He quietly left the room and went into the corridor. But then a scene that made his hair stand on end appeared. The red glow from the blood jade in his palm not only didn't extinguish, but grew even brighter. Holy crap! Ning Qiushui couldn't help but curse under his breath. He wandered around with the blood jade, his unease growing stronger, because he quickly discovered that as long as he was in the guest house, the red jade would glow. Could it be that the entire guest house was unclean? He pondered for a moment, then immediately found Bai Xiaoxiao and Lu Chengfeng, called them into his room, and closed the door. Then, Ning Qiushui took out the blood jade and placed it before them. Hey! Isn't this the one from our last instance? Holy crap! Why is it glowing? Lu Chengfeng's face first showed surprise, then turned to horror. He remembered the female ghost from the previous blood gate and looked around every corner of the room. But he didn't see anything terrifying. Stop looking. Ning Qiushui shook his head, his expression becoming much more serious. As long as we're in the guest house, this blood jade will glow. After speaking, he then seriously explained the origin and effects of the blood jade to Bai Xiaoxiao, who was beside him. After listening, Bai Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed. Her red lips parted slightly. This guest house definitely has a problem. After speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao looked around Ning Qiushui's room, her gaze settling on the wooden bed. The wooden bed had been meticulously cleaned and was quite tidy. Even small corners by the headboard hadn't been missed. But Bai Xiaoxiao extended her slender finger, lightly tracing the floor beneath the bed. Afterwards, her finger was covered in a thick layer of dust and a bit of hair. Do you see it? The two nodded. Ning Qiushui was thoughtful, while Lu Changfeng was completely bewildered. Isn't that just because they didn't clean underneath? That's perfectly normal, Ning Qiushui said. That's not the point. The dust accumulation is too thick. It's as if a house that hasn't been used for a very long time was suddenly cleaned up specifically for us. Lu Changfeng was startled. Exactly. A hint of appreciation appeared in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes as she looked at Ning Qiushui. She had guided many newcomers. There were rarely newcomers as perceptive and sharp-minded as Ning Qiushui. In fact, most newcomers were even worse than Lu Changfeng, only knowing how to scream and cry for help when something happened. Wait. That's not right. This is the village's tourist guest house. We heard that NPC named Hokong say the village cares a lot about tourism. So how could it have been unused for a long time? Lu Changfeng inexplicably felt a chill. Ning Qiushui continued, You're right. Unless, as he spoke, his expression subtly changed. He looked up, his gaze meeting Bai Xiaoxiao's. Her expression was equally solemn, and she gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod, as if knowing what he was thinking. Unless what? Lu Changfeng was dying of curiosity, leaning forward and asking right into his face. Ning Qiushui shook his head. I can't be entirely sure yet. I'll tell you later. Bai Xiaoxiao checked the time. There's not much time left today, and we don't know when it gets dark in the village. So let's rest early after dinner. We'll explore the village tomorrow morning. Lu Changfeng raised an eyebrow. With so much time tonight, shouldn't we go out and take a look? He remembered the previous blood gate, where the female ghost told them never to go to the third floor, but the path to survival was hidden there. This time, the NPC named Hokong also told them not to go out at night. Perhaps. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at him and said indifferently, The world behind the blood gate is usually extremely dangerous at night. Think about your last blood gate. Didn't the ghosts all come out to kill at night? Unless there's a clear hint or a definite clue that requires taking a risk. I don't recommend acting at night. Of course, if you think you're the chosen one, you can disregard what I said. Lu Changfeng immediately wilted. After dinner, the three returned to their rooms to rest. It turned out that Bai Xiaoxiao's experience was indeed very useful. Because at around 7 o'clock, the sky over Qiyu village darkened at a visible pace. From bright sunshine to complete darkness. It took less than 10 minutes in total. Even from the closest attraction to the guest house, it would be impossible to walk back in 10 minutes. This meant those who were still outside searching for clues to survival would have to find their way back in the dark. It's not yet midnight, so it should be fine, right? Ning Qiushui thought to himself. The moonlight was very clear, although night had fallen outside. The mud-paved road was still visible. The blood jade glowed faintly, resting on the bed. He lay on the bed, closing his eyes to rest quietly. Sometime in the latter half of the night, Ning Qiushui woke up. He was startled awake. Ning Qiushui heard some sound in the room. Almost instantly, Ning Qiushui became fully awake. He held his breath and listened intently, feeling as if something was crawling on the floor of his room. Creak, this chapter is not over. Please click next page to continue reading. If you like Ghost Storm, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost Storm Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest. Creak, the thing likely had claws, making a spine-chilling scraping sound as it crawled on the floor. Ning Qiushui's body went rigid. He was almost certain that this thing absolutely could not be human. In his palm, the blood jade grew increasingly hot. What is that thing underneath? Between his nostrils, the strong burnt smell he had noticed during the day wafted up. Ning Qiushui desperately wanted to turn his head to see what was under the bed. But his rationality told him that he absolutely could not move recklessly at this moment. A single move could very well mean the difference between life and death. Gurgle, the terrifying thing made an extremely unpleasant sound in its throat. As it crawled, it seemed to discover Ning Qiushui, suddenly crawling towards the head of the bed. The sound of claws scraping on the floor was especially terrifying. Ning Qiushui felt a chill run through his entire body, and the foul burnt smell permeated every corner of the room. If he weren't trying his hardest to hold it in, Ning Qiushui would definitely have coughed violently. But he knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not cough. Although he hadn't seen the ghostly thing crawling under the bed, Ning Qiushui vaguely guessed that it probably couldn't see him, nor did it know he was on the bed. Ning Qiushui endured immense psychological pressure, not making a single sound. Sure enough, the ghost crawling in the room, due to some restriction, couldn't climb onto the bed. It just crawled under the bed for a while, and after confirming it hadn't found what it was looking for, crawled out the door. As it left, it even closed the door for Ning Qiushui. This ghost is quite polite, Ning Qiushui quipped to himself with self-deprecating humor. But only he truly knew how perilous the situation had just been. He guessed that if he had made any loud noise or made eye contact with the ghost, he might have been dragged away or killed by it. After the ghost, which emanated a burnt smell, left, the burnt smell in the room faded considerably. The temperature of the blood jade in Ning Qiushui's palm gradually returned to normal, no longer as hot. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, an extremely piercing scream from a man came from outside the window. The soul-stirring scream instantly dispelled all of Ning Qiushui's sleepiness. If you like Ghost Storm, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost Storm Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network updates the fastest. Chapter 19 Chiyu Village Headless Corpse. Help! Help me! Ugh! The man cried out for help towards the guest house. But the only response he received was dead silence. Ning Qiushui carefully got out of bed, went to the wooden door, locked it, and then walked step by step to the window, using the cold moonlight to look down. He saw a dark figure stumbling out of the woods, frantically clawing at his neck. It was the man who had cried for help. The man screamed desperately for help towards the guest house while frantically clawing at his neck, as if something was there. He tried to reach out towards the guest house, but his hand seemed to retract uncontrollably, and he continued to violently claw at his neck. The man himself just kept spinning in circles in the yard, seemingly unable to approach the guest house. The man's screams grew more and more agonizing, making one's scalp tingle. But throughout, not a single person from the guest house went out to save him. Perhaps no one heard. But even if someone heard, no one dared to save him. Everyone knew what a terrifying place the world behind the blood gate was. Rushing out to save someone might not only fail to save them but also lead to one's own demise. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the man outside stopped screaming. He had thought the matter would end there, but the next scene made Ning Qiushui's eyes widen, almost making him cry out. He saw, under the pale moonlight, the man in the empty space of the courtyard kneeling on the ground, using both hands with force, actually tearing off his own head. A large amount of blood spurted out, spraying as high as the second floor. Even more terrifying was that after tearing off his own head, the man was still not dead, and his mouth was still emitting chilling cries for help. It hurts so much. Save me. Please. Save me. It hurts so much. I'm in so much pain. Why? Is no one coming to save me? Why? As he spoke, he suddenly picked up his bloody head and slowly turned towards the guest house, as if inspecting each room, one by one. Ning Qiushui sharply withdrew his gaze immediately and walked back to his bed. Step by step, he felt his heart beating extremely fast. It wasn't until much later that the sounds outside finally ceased. And Ning Qiushui, in a daze, finally fell asleep. The next morning, Ning Qiushui was woken by a knock on his door. He got up and opened the door. It was by Xiao, already dressed. She was still the same, with almost no makeup on her face, only a touch of vibrant red lipstick. Get dressed. After breakfast, we'll go explore the nearest attraction. Maybe we can find some useful clues for survival. Ning Qiushui nodded, saying nothing more. He quickly got dressed, and upon going downstairs, saw Lu and Bai already waiting by the entrance. A large crowd had already gathered there. Ning Qiushui counted, then suddenly frowned. 3 people were missing. Had they left early, or were they still in bed? Or, what's wrong? Coming to Lu and Bai's side, Ning Qiushui asked. Neither of them spoke. Bai Xiao subtly gestured with her delicate chin, signaling Ning Qiushui to look at the empty space in the distant courtyard. Their corpse lay, mangled beyond recognition, headless. It was the very man Ning Qiushui had seen last night. He pushed through the whispering crowd and walked towards the corpse. The man's head was gone, leaving only a headless corpse. His neck was covered in bloody red claw marks, and there were many bits of flesh still clinging to his fingernails. Does anyone here know him? Ning Qiushui suddenly turned around and asked the crowd. At that moment, a young girl in the crowd stepped forward, her face pale, and replied softly and weakly, He seems to be my friend. But I'm not sure, because his head is gone. Ning Qiushui waved at her. Then come over and take a closer look. Hearing that, the girl panicked, quickly waved her hand, and said with a tearful voice, No. I won't go. Ning Qiushui was speechless. However, after a moment's thought, he seemed to understand. This was his second blood gate, so most of the other people matched with him were also newcomers. Seeing such a gruesome corpse for the first time, their reactions probably wouldn't be very good. At that moment, someone in the crowd seemed to push the girl. She screamed, stumbled forward a few steps, and fell to her knees before the headless corpse. The girl quickly covered her eyes, not daring to look at the corpse in front of her. Fortunately, after a night of wind, the corpse's bloody smell wasn't as strong. Otherwise Ning Qiushui would have worried the girl might vomit. He stood up, positioned himself at an angle, and said to the girl with her eyes covered, "All right, I've blocked the gory part for you. Now, look at his clothing and other details. Can you confirm his identity?" Hearing this, the girl cautiously opened a slit between her fingers, and after a few seconds, nodded and said tremblingly, It's him." Ning Qiushui frowned. As expected, it was one of their own who had died. "What did he do yesterday? Do you know?" The girl took a deep breath, and it was a long while before she managed to calm her fear. "Last night, he wanted me to go with him to the temple in the back mountains of the village. He said that NPC named Hokong didn't want us to go there, so the path to survival must be there. But I was scared, so I didn't go. He went alone, and after that, he never came back." Temple? Hearing her words, Lu Chengfeng's face in the crowd turned pale. Evidently, he had had similar thoughts before. However, due to Bai Xiaoxiao's obstruction, he hadn't put his ideas into practice. Otherwise, there would very likely be one more headless corpse on the open ground right now. "See? This is what happens if you act rashly at night." Bai Xiaoxiao's voice was soft, yet it made Lu Chengfeng beside her shiver violently. "All right, let's go to the cafeteria to eat." Her vermilion lips parted slightly as she yawned. After speaking, she led the way out of the guest house, walked around the corpse, and headed towards the village cafeteria. Someone in the crowd behind them stared and said, "No, this corpse is just lying here, and no one's doing anything about it." Bai Xiaoxiao didn't look back. "If you're so inclined, you can bury him, but it's all meaningless. Inside the blood gate, the bodies of those who die will quickly disappear." After Ning Qiushui carefully examined the corpse, he seemed to discover something. He took an item from the corpse's clothes, secretly hid it in his palm, then stood up and followed by Xiaoxiao and Lu Chengfeng to the cafeteria. P.S. 2 more chapters later. If you like Gui Sha, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Gui Sha Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network has the fastest updates. Chapter 20. Qiyu Village Spirit Tablet. The cafeteria was built not far from their guest house. Unlike the guest house, this cafeteria looked strange. Generally speaking, cafeterias are large halls where everyone sits and eats together. However, Qiyu Village's cafeteria was divided into 3 floors, and there were many small rooms specifically provided for diners. While getting his food, Ning Qiushui asked the auntie serving, "Auntie, are all the dining areas in your cafeteria these small rooms?" The auntie serving the food seemed not to have expected Ning Qiushui to ask her this question. She froze for a long time, a hint of panic flashing deep in her eyes, before mumbling, Yes. It used to be a large cafeteria, but later some tourists didn't like it, and tourism is an important source of income for the village, so we changed it to these small rooms." Hearing this, Ning Qiushui's gaze sharpened slightly. "That source? Which source?" The auntie serving the food seemed flustered by Ning Qiushui's sharp gaze. She averted her eyes and said, It's the economy. I think it's called the economy. Oh dear. I'm just a cook. I don't understand these things. For questions like these, you should ask the relevant person in charge. Ning Qiushui nodded slightly and smiled. Thank you. He carried his food to a small cubicle on the left side of the first floor. Bai Xiaoxiao and Lu Chengfeng were chatting about something. Seeing Ning Qiushui enter, Lu Chengfeng quickly asked, "Little brother, did you hear cries for help outside the window last night?" Ning Qiushui put down his plate. "I heard them. It was the man who died outside, calling for help. He first ran out of the woods, then frantically clawed at his neck, and finally ripped off his own head." Listening to Ning Qiushui's calm description, Lu Chengfeng felt a chill down his spine. He himself ripped off his own head. How is that possible? Bai Xiaoxiao, who was picking up food, said indifferently, "Nothing is impossible in the world behind the blood gate." Ning Qiushui and I were definitely not the only ones who witnessed that scene last night. After that man tore off his own head, he screamed for a long time before he died. No one went out to save him. And luckily no one did. Otherwise who knows what might have happened. As Bai Xiaoxiao's voice fell, Lu Chengfeng suddenly shivered. He could imagine just how eerie and terrifying that scene must have been. But these two people in front of him were actually so calm? Bai Xiaoxiao was an old hand at entering and exiting the blood gate. But Ning Qiushui's psychological fortitude, wasn't it a bit abnormal? So, why did he rip off his own head? Lu Chengfeng cautiously asked this question. There was a moment of silence at the table. Then Ning Qiushui suddenly took out a small wooden tablet from his bosom and placed it on the table. I don't know why he ripped off his own head, but I do know. He definitely encountered something unclean in the temple on the back mountain of Qiu village. The two looked at the wooden tablet in Ning Qiushui's hand, their eyes suddenly narrowing. It was actually a spirit tablet for a deceased person. Little brother, this is. Found it in his bosom. Holy crap. This is a highly inauspicious item. And you dared to touch it. Ning Qiushui shook his head. He then took out the blood jade and placed it next to the deceased spirit tablet. The blood jade did not glow. I've tested it, the tablet itself is fine. The problem is in the temple. Bai Xiaoxiao took the tablet, extended a finger, and gently rubbed the name on it, her beautiful eyes gleaming. Guangchuan, she softly murmured the name, as if something had occurred to her. Then, Bai Xiaoxiao placed the tablet near her nose and sniffed it, her delicate brows slightly raised. It smells of incense and candles. It certainly looks like something offered to the dead. Lu Chengfeng, who was beside them, said, "Let me smell it?" Bai Xiaoxiao handed him the tablet. Lu Chengfeng leaned in to smell it, and his face suddenly changed. Seeing that something was wrong with him, the two quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Lu Chengfeng's expression was grave, and his voice was a little hoarse. My martial uncle used to specialize in incense. Generally, offerings to the dead use sandalwood or agarwood, or perhaps ambergris patchouli, etc. Besides representing the living's respect for the deceased, the most important function of the 7 incenses is to ward off evil and dispel toxins. But the scent on this tablet is a yin incense made from locust wood, used to attract evil spirits. That kind of thing is simply not sold on the market. Only masters of incense, using special methods, can create it themselves. After speaking, he sniffed it again. confirming he hadn't made a mistake. Thus, the three fell silent once more. They all realized the abnormality in this village. The things worshipped in the temple on Chiu village's back mountain seemed not to be deities, but the dead. Even stranger was. Someone was actually using incense, made from locust wood, which attracts ghosts, to worship the spirit tablets of these deceased. I told you, this blood gate of yours is super troublesome. A rare hint of solemnity appeared between Bai Xiaoxiao's brows. Its actual difficulty is likely higher than a normal person's fourth, or even fifth, gate. But then again, it's understandable. If it weren't so sinister and complicated, it wouldn't have birthed the terrifying vengeful spirit you encountered in your first blood gate. Ning Qiushui remembered something and told the two about the burnt thing crawling in his room last night. This chapter is not over. Please click next page to continue reading. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Wuxia Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network has the fastest updates. Both shook their heads, indicating they hadn't encountered such a thing last night. Despite this, Lu Chengfeng's face still looked quite grim. The village behind this blood gate was truly too sinister. It seems we need to speed things up. The village will hold its temple festival in 6 days. This is the deadline the blood gate has given us to find a way out. If we can't find a way out within these 6 days, then something truly terrifying will happen when the temple festival is held. As Bai Xiaoxiao spoke, a chilling smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, sending shivers down the spines of the two beside her. All right, Sister Bai. The world behind this blood gate is already scary enough, so stop trying to spook us even more. Where should we go after we eat? Lu Chengfeng raised his hands in surrender. Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, then put down her chopsticks and said, let's go to the nearest one first. About 2 li from here, there's a Bowie shrine. We can go there first to take a look. And while we're at it, ask the villagers who that Guangchuan actually is. I have a premonition that this deceased person named Guangchuan is an important clue to unraveling all of this. Both agreed. After the meal, they returned to the guest house. Just as Bai Xiaoxiao had said, the headless corpse was gone. Even the blood on the ground had completely vanished, as if nothing had ever happened there. Inside the guest house, Ho Kong had also been staying in his room. But he sat by the desk like a puppet, only repeating 2 actions: drinking water, answering the phone. Ah. Good. I'll arrange it. Gulp. Ah. Good. I'll arrange it. Gulp. Ah. After just watching for a while, all 3 felt a chilling sensation. Ning Qiushui tried to talk to Ho Kong, but no matter what he said, the other person would only reply okay with a smile. Seeing that they really couldn't get any information, the 3 had no choice but to leave the guest house. The sunlight shone on them, yet the 3 felt no warmth whatsoever. Damn it. This place is too sinister. Lu Chengfeng rubbed his arms with both hands and cursed. Bai Xiaoxiao put on her backpack and said, this is just the beginning. The truly sinister things are yet to come. Just wait and see. This gate of yours has only just begun. I hope you won't be left with any psychological trauma when you leave this gate. P.S. Still 3 chapters today. The last chapter was finished too late, so it will be posted tomorrow afternoon along with the others. Good night. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Wuxia Shuhai Pavilion Novel Network has the fastest updates. Chapter 21. Chiu Village Bowie Shrine. Bowie Shrine. This was a rather special ancestral hall. It was built in the jungle about 2 kilometers from the village. This large jungle itself was a scenic spot in Chiyu village. Villagers had spent years and effort building interconnected jungle paths and detailed signposts within it, allowing outsiders to experience jungle adventure without getting lost or encountering danger. They headed east along the jungle path. 2 kilometers wasn't a long distance. They could reach it in about 20 minutes. On the way, as if worried that the headless black shadow would reappear, Lu Chengfeng kept looking left and right, quite like a startled bird. Fortunately, they were lucky. The journey was smooth. By the time they reached Bowie Shrine, the sun was shining even brighter, somewhat dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts. The shrine was exquisitely built. Its profound and solemn atmosphere could be felt from a distance. Not far from it was a ditch. It wasn't the rainy season yet, so the ditch had shallow water, jagged rocks, and many wooden stakes washed away by previous rainy seasons were scattered and embedded in the mud. The 3 entered the shrine. In the outer courtyard, there was only an old man with a hunched back sweeping the ground. There was a small house nearby. It looked like where the old man usually ate and lived. The shrine was very quiet. Besides the old man, the 3 didn't see anyone else. "Elder," Lu Chengfeng called out loudly. But the old man didn't pay him any mind at all. The 3 felt a bit strange. After walking closer, they realized that the old man's hearing wasn't very good. Only one ear could barely hear sounds from outside, and they had to be very close for him to hear what they were saying. "No wonder he was left in a place like this," Lu Chengfeng remarked. They told the old man they were there to visit the shrine. The old man was very happy, saying they could look around freely, as long as they didn't touch anything inside. At this point, Bai Xiaoxiao asked the old man if anyone had visited the shrine yesterday. The old man recalled that 2 people had come in the evening, around 8 or 9 o'clock, but they didn't stay long before leaving. After chatting for a while, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Elder, do you know Guangchuan?" The old man frowned and brought his barely hearing ear closer to Bai Xiaoxiao. "What Chuan? Boat?" Bai Xiaoxiao shouted into his ear. "Guangchuan. Guang as in vast. Chuan as in rivers and mountains." Upon hearing this, the old man's face changed drastically, and he quickly shook his head. "No. I don't know him. I don't know him. Never heard of him. I don't know him." He spoke incoherently, repeating himself, seemingly trying his best to convince them that he truly didn't know this Guangchuan person. At this moment, Ning Qiushui suddenly reached into his clothes, pulled out Guangchuan's spirit tablet, and handed it to the old man. "Elder, please take a careful look. Do you truly not recognize him?" The old man, holding the broom, saw the spirit tablet, and an unspeakable terror suddenly overflowed from his cloudy eyes. He let out a scream, as if provoked, threw away the broom in his hand, turned around, and hobbled away into the distance. As he ran, he repeatedly shouted, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I don't know anything. Don't come looking for me." The old man ran frantically, without looking where he was going, until he reached the ditch. His foot caught on some wild grass, and he tumbled into the ditch, immediately falling silent. The 3 felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, a very bad premonition. They immediately went to the ditch to check. But it wasn't a problem not looking. Once they arrived, the scene inside the ditch made them freeze on the spot. They saw the old man lying face up on a wooden stake, his chest and the back of his head pierced by large wooden splinters from the stake. Crimson blood gushed out, continuously flowing downstream along the shallow stream. The old man's hollow eyes still held terror, staring fixedly at the three people on the ditch bank. Lu Chengfeng was startled by those dead eyes and took half a step back, saying, "Holy crap! Dead? He's dead." Both their expressions were a bit grim. He clearly knew something, but for some reason, he dared not speak. Bai Xiaoxiao said, turning her head towards Ning Qiushui. "Little brother Qiushui, do you have any thoughts?" She saw Ning Qiushui staring at the old man's corpse, lost in thought, so she asked. But Ning Qiushui shook his head. "I'm still thinking about the cafeteria." Bai Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. "The cafeteria? What about the cafeteria?" Ning Qiushui said softly, "Don't you think the cafeteria's layout is a bit strange?" Both nodded. Lu Chengfeng, beside them, scratched his head and said, "It is strange. But perhaps that's just the style of the cafeteria in their village." Ning Qiushui stared into their eyes and asked a question that made their scalps tingle. "Tell me, is there a possibility that the village's current cafeteria is actually the original guest house for outside tourists?" As Ning Qiushui's words fell, Lu Chengfeng paused in a daze, then immediately gasped, "Holy cow! Little brother, now that you mention it, it really does seem quite similar." Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed. "Not seems similar. Probably is. That cafeteria is divided into 3 floors, and apart from the central serving area, everything else is small cubicles, exactly the size of a room. I thought it was strange before too, but I didn't think about it in that way. However, now, it seems the clues are connecting a bit. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates Ghost House fastest. After speaking, she reached out and patted Ning Qiushui's shoulder, raising an eyebrow in praise. "Not bad. Little brother Qiushui, it's been a long time since I've met a man as fine as you." Ning Qiushui was choked by Xiaoxiao's half-teasing tone. "Oh, boy. Are you praising me or insulting me?" So, the situation now is, the guest house that was originally meant for outside tourists has been turned into a canteen, and the villagers have converted another large house that no one has lived in for a long time into a guest house. Lu Chengfeng seemed to understand something. Ning Qiushui nodded. "Yes, but why would they do that? I don't know. But that large house isn't clean, so they definitely don't wish us well." As the 3 spoke, they passed through several doors and entered the ancestral hall, where they saw a painting in the main hall, along with a statue and an annotation next to the portrait. The statue was made of pure gold, although only palm-sized. Its value was certainly considerable, and for a remote village like Qiu Village, it must have been no small expense. Bai Xiaoxiao toyed with the golden statue for a moment, then put it back in its original place. Afterwards, the 3 turned their attention to the portrait. The location in the painting should also be Qiu Village. However, it seemed to have a sense of age, likely from decades or even a century ago. It depicted a person holding a scythe, stepping on another person's back. A total of 3 people were tied up, kneeling on the ground. They were a middle-aged man, a woman, and a child. Behind the middle-aged man holding the scythe stood a large crowd of people, appearing to be villagers, with enraged expressions, raising their arms and shouting, as if echoing something. No! What is this? A rebellion. Lu Chengfeng was confused by the painting. Bai Xiaoxiao, however, leaned closer to the painting, gently rubbing it with her slender fingertips, a hint of suspicion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Something's not right. Look closely at the background of this painting. Hearing this, the two also noticed that the background in the painting was a bit too desolate. The scorching sun overhead, withered vegetation, dried up streams. This is a great drought, Lu Chengfeng exclaimed. Ning Qiushui seemed to think of something and murmured, good people shed all their blood, turning into sweet rain. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates Ghost House fastest. Chapter 22. Qiu Village Annotation. In that instant, Ning Qiushui felt a constant chill running down his spine. He vaguely felt that something very terrifying might have happened in the village during that great drought. While Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao were carefully observing the painting, Lu Chengfeng went to the side and checked the annotation next to it. It really was a great drought. Hey, come quickly and look. Lu Chengfeng seemed to have discovered something. His expression changed, and he called out to the two beside the painting. The two immediately came over, and when they saw the direction Lu Chengfeng was pointing, they were both stunned. There. A new name had appeared. Guangxiu. Also surnamed Guang? Could it be related to Guangchuan? Ning Qiushui's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly scanned the annotation for the picture. The annotation roughly meant, about 120 years ago, Qiu village suffered a great drought for 3 years. Streams ran dry. Not only were crops completely barren, but even the flowers, plants, and trees on the mountains withered and died. At that time, the entire village's water supply relied on an ancient well dug by their ancestors. But after the great drought came famine. Seeing more and more people starving to death in the village, some villagers went to the home of Guangxiu, the only wealthy landowner in the village at the time, hoping to borrow some leftover grain to eat. However, after those people went, they never returned. The other villagers noticed something strange, so they quietly went together to Guangxiu's doorstep, where they peeked over the wall and discovered that Guangxiu had actually killed the villagers who came to borrow grain from his house, chopped them up, and fed them to his dogs. After this incident was exposed, the entire village was enraged. Led by a middle-aged man named Ruan Kaihuang, the villagers stormed into Guangxiu's house, hacked Guangxiu to pieces on the spot, and imprisoned his wife and children in the Misty Rain Temple. The Misty Rain Temple was a rain-praying temple built by Guangxiu using the collective wealth of the entire village. Villagers offered tributes annually, praying to the earth for good weather and harvests every year. In reality, however, that temple was merely a means for Guangxiu to accumulate wealth. Strangely enough, on the very night Guangxiu was hacked to pieces, it rained from the sky. The Misty Rain Temple was struck by lightning and caught fire. Someone saw that the fire, instead of being extinguished by the heavy rain, burned even more fiercely, and so Guangxiu's wife and children were burned to death inside the Misty Rain Temple. The villagers all said that this was heaven's justice, and the wicked had been punished. Finally, under Ruan Kaihuang's leadership, the villagers gradually resumed their peaceful lives. Later generations, to commemorate Ruan Kaihuang's contributions to Qiu village, cast a miniature golden statue of him and built an ancestral hall. The above is the entire content of the annotation. It seems the one holding the scythe in that painting is Ruan Kai Huang, and those tied on the ground are Guang Xiu and his wife and child. If that's the case, Ning Qiushui immediately took out the spirit tablet in his hand, looked at the name Guangchuan on it, and said with a hint of excitement, Guangchuan. Could he be Guang Xiu's son who was burned to death? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Most likely. As she spoke, she seemed to discover something, letting out a soft hum, then walked over to the annotation, scrutinizing it up and down. She then pulled out a small flashlight from her person and shone it on the annotation, her voice suddenly becoming much more serious. There's something behind this annotation. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng immediately came closer upon hearing this. What is it? The light in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered uncertainly. I'm not sure. But there's a large space inside the wall behind the annotation. You too. Step back for a moment. The two knew what she was about to do. Lu Chengfeng stared, trying to stop her. Sister Bai. Don't mess around. Didn't that old sweeping man say not to touch anything here? Bai Xiaoxiao calmly said. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Seeing her insistence, both of them stepped back a few paces. Bai Xiaoxiao, without hesitation, pulled out a few coins from her pocket. She selected one, fiddled with it on the annotation frame for a while, and the screws on it were loosened. Holy crap! You can unscrew things like that? Lu Chengfeng was utterly dumbfounded. As the screws on the annotation frame were removed, Bai Xiaoxiao carefully took down the annotation. And indeed, there was a large inward recess in the wall behind it. And the terrifying sight inside the recess made all three of them freeze in place. Inside that small recess, two extremely twisted corpses were crammed. The recess was roughly a 505,050 centimeters cube. It was hard to imagine how such a small space could accommodate two adult corpses. The expressions on these two corpses were utterly terrified, as if they had seen something horrifying before death. They were entangled with each other, two pale faces, one above the other, staring out of the recess. It's them? Ning Qiushui exclaimed inwardly. The two looked at him. Kid, do you know them? Ning Qiushui nodded and replied, do you remember what that old sweeping man said earlier? Last night, between 8 and 9 o'clock, two tourists came to this place. When we first entered the Blood Gate yesterday and gathered in the open space, although I didn't get a clear look at everyone's faces, I could roughly remember their clothes. These two are like us. People from outside the Blood Gate. This morning I was still curious why there was only one corpse in the open space outside. Yet 3 people were missing from our group. Now it seems the other 2 missing people are right here. As Ning Qiushui finished speaking, Lu Chengfeng swallowed hard. What do you think? Turned them into this. Both fell silent. Theoretically, it's impossible for a human to do this. At least not without shedding blood. Needing 2 corpses like dough, and stuffing them into such a narrow space. So, what exactly was it? Just as the 3 fell silent, a voice that made their scalps tingle suddenly came from behind them. Didn't I already tell you not to casually touch things in the ancestral hall? You all, why don't you listen? P.S. One more update to come. We'll post later. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates Ghost House fastest. Chapter 23, Chiu Village Meeting. The moment this terrifying voice appeared, the 3 felt as if their very souls had frozen. They slowly turned their heads and saw that the old man, who was clearly dead, had appeared before them again. Only this time, the old man was no longer holding a broom, but a sharp pair of scissors. He approached the three step by step, the smile on his face becoming increasingly twisted and eerie. His wrinkles seemed to swallow his facial features whole, and the cold aura around him grew heavier. All three knew that the old man before them was likely no longer human. Realizing the danger, their first instinct was to flee, but they found that they couldn't move their feet no matter how hard they tried. Their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, incredibly heavy. Is this the power of a ghost? Ning Qiushui's heart turned cold. They were too weak. In front of a ghost, they had almost no ability to resist. Watching the old man approach him step by step with the scissors, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was behind him, spoke calmly. Old man, we didn't intentionally touch things in the ancestral hall. But the things here, Guangchuan really dislikes them, and it's what sent us here. At the mention of the name Guangchuan, the old man's ferocious expression froze. Immediately afterwards, immense fear appeared in his lifeless, deadfish eyes. He shifted his gaze, staring intently at Bai Xiaoxiao. What are you talking about? Sweat seeped from Bai Xiaoxiao's palms, but her expression remained unchanged as she continued. If you don't believe us, we can show you something. No sooner had she finished speaking than Ning Qiushui also noticed the change in the old man's aura, and immediately pulled out Guangchuan's spirit tablet from his person. Seeing the spirit tablet, the old man seemed to have seen something utterly terrifying. He suddenly cried out in panic, dropped the scissors in his hand, and turned to flee into the depths of the forest. The moment he left, the three's bodies finally returned to normal. Cold sweat drenched the backs of the three. They were all panting, and Lu Chengfeng said to Bai Xiaoxiao with some admiration, Sister Bai, you're the one with the tricks. You sent that old ghost away with just a few words. Bai Xiaoxiao let out a breath and said, I just tried it casually. If it hadn't worked, I had other methods. Now it seems the events described in this painting's annotation might not be consistent with what actually happened back then. Otherwise, that old thing wouldn't be so afraid of the spirit tablet in Qiushui's hand. Even a ghost is afraid, which shows just how immense the resentment of this tablet's owner must be after death. Ning Qiushui glanced at the tablet, feeling a chill down his spine, but still put the spirit tablet away and said, Let's leave first. That old ghost might come back at any time, and there don't seem to be any other useful clues here. With this back and forth delay, it was already noon. They returned to the village's rest area for tourists and went to the canteen to get food. Just as they finished getting their food, they saw a slender woman in jeans walk over and say to them, The three of you, do you have a moment? Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng did not respond. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled gracefully. Yes. Do you need something? The slender woman in jeans extended her hand to her. My name is Tang Jiao. Would you be willing to come and join a meeting? Most of the other Bloodgate participants are also there. Bai Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. No problem. She followed Tang Jiao to a larger room on the second floor, where 4 other Bloodgate participants were seated. Ning Qiushui glanced around, then frowned and said, Why are there 3 people missing again? After he asked this question, the expressions of 2 people present turned very grim. Judging by their expressions, those 3 people probably wouldn't be coming back. What exactly happened? Is it convenient to tell us? Perhaps Bai Xiaoxiao's beauty had an effect, as one of them slowly began to speak after she softly asked the question. It's nothing much. The three of them teamed up and went through the jungle to the back mountain temple, looking for a way out. We tried to dissuade them, but they insisted on going, promising to come down within an hour, regardless of whether they found clues in the mountain temple. That mountain isn't high, and it has very well-built stairs, making it easy to go up and down, taking less than 10 minutes. However, we waited for almost 3 hours below and they never came down. So we guessed they might have encountered something on the mountain, and just as we were considering whether to go up and rescue them, at this point, the fear in that person's eyes was almost overflowing, as if recalling some terrifying scene. He suddenly covered his mouth and started to dry heave. Although his companion next to him appeared much more stable, his face was also incredibly pale. Seeing their state, the others didn't urge them, waiting quietly. It wasn't until the man who was dry heaving finally managed to control the spasms in his stomach that he spoke in a nearly hoarse voice. Just as we were debating whether to go up and save them or leave, something suddenly rolled down the mountain, almost hitting us. Only when this thing completely stopped in the open space did we see what had rolled down from the mountain. It was the corpses of all three of them. Hearing this, everyone in the room held their breath. Absolute silence. The man who had been dry heaving had somewhat vacant eyes and murmured to himself, exactly like the corpse outside the guest house this morning. Exactly the same. Their heads were torn off alive. It's a ghost. It must be a ghost. There's a ghost in the temple on that mountain. Seeing him becoming somewhat hysterical, his companion next to him firmly patted his face and brought a bottle of cold water to his lips. With a few gulps of cold water, the man's emotions finally stabilized again, and he stared at the table in front of him, saying nothing. After a long silence, Tang Jiao finally sighed. Everyone has seen the current situation. We don't know what's going on with this blood gate. It should clearly be the second blood gate, but the difficulty is outrageously high. To be honest, I'm actually a veteran who has passed 5 blood gates. This time, I took a job to bring in new people, but the difficulty of this blood gate is simply too high. Not even inferior to the 5th blood gate I passed back then. If we don't unite and cooperate, we might all be wiped out this time. Upon hearing the words wiped out, everyone present, except Ning Qiushui, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Lu Chengfeng, instantly changed color. P.S. This time of night is perfect for reading horror novels. Love you all. Good night. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates Ghost House fastest. Chapter 24. Chiu Village Division of Labor. Cooperation, of course, is no problem. But how do you intend to cooperate? Bai Xiaoxiao crossed her long legs, lightly propped her chin with one hand, and blinked her eyes at Tang Jiao. Tang Jiao didn't seem to like Bai Xiaoxiao's scrutiny, and she frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that this Bai Xiaoxiao was no newcomer, and non-newcomer characters are usually not easy to fool. Cooperation is also very simple. Our immediate priority is to find a way out of this blood gate within 6 days. Before coming in, I believe everyone received hints from the blood gate, but relying solely on these hints, it's impossible to leave here alive. We need to gather more clues, and the clues are in the various points of interest around the village. At this point, Tang Jiao glanced at the silent crowd, her tone firm and unquestionable. I propose that we form groups of 2 or 3 and go to different points of interest. This way, if nothing goes wrong, we can gather all the clues within 1 to 2 days. This is currently the safest and fastest way to find a way out. The faster we find a way out, the fewer people will die. After she finished speaking, another girl present immediately asked timidly, then, will those attractions have ghosts? Everyone looked over. This girl was Zhong Fong, the one pushed in front of Ning Qiushui this morning. She was very timid and had stayed in her room all day, not leaving the guest house except for meals. Tang Jiao said indifferently, "This is the world behind the blood gate. What do you think?" Zhong Fong's small face suddenly turned pale upon hearing this. Then, "Can I not go?" Her voice already carried a faint sob. But Tang Jiao showed no pity, saying coldly, "Of course you can. However, since you don't want to go, we also don't have to share the survival clues we risked our lives to find with you." Hearing this, Zhong Fong immediately panicked. "No. I'll go. I'll go." Although she was a newcomer, having passed the first blood gate, she understood what survival clues meant, and what would happen without them. Inside the blood gate, everyone is doomed to die. Only by finding a way out is it possible to survive. Seeing no one object, Tang Jiao nodded in satisfaction. "Since everyone agrees, let's form teams and go look for clues. It gets dark here around 7 p.m. But don't worry. As long as we get back to the guest house before 12 a.m., the chances of encountering danger should be low. In fact, by now, those who needed to team up already had, and the remaining 2 or 3 unteamed individuals automatically formed a group. We now have 8 people left, in 3 groups. We already went to Fangsuan Pond and got the clues from that attraction. So you all don't need to go there. There are 4 attractions left. Discuss among yourselves. One group goes to one attraction today. If you return late, we'll meet in the dining hall tomorrow to exchange clues." As soon as Tang Jiao finished speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao said lazily, "We also went to an attraction and obtained important clues." "Oh? Where did you go?" "The Binding Nightmare Shrine." As soon as Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a strange glint flashed in Tang Jiao's eyes, and she made an excessive demand. "In that case, you all should go to another important attraction this afternoon to look for clues." As soon as she said this, Lu Chengfeng immediately couldn't sit still, glaring and saying, "Why should we? Why don't you go?" Tang Jiao crossed her arms and said coldly, "You want to know why? All right. I'll tell you why. First, the clue I obtained was at Fangsuan Pond, which is the furthest place from the guest house. The round trip takes nearly 2 hours, meaning the highest chance of accidents and the most dangerous path. Second, we had originally decided to go check out the Binding Nightmare Shrine this afternoon. I've already taken the lead in doing the most dangerous things, and I'm even helping you check for anything missed. Asking you to visit one more attraction for clues isn't too much, is it?" Lu Chengfeng wanted to retort, but Ning Qiushui held him back. The latter gestured for him to keep silent. Bai Xiaoxiao, however, smiled with pursed lips. "Not too much. Not at all. Then let's settle on that." After some discussion, Bai Xiaoxiao decided to go to the Unfailing Well in the afternoon. That well was the one whose water had not dried up during the great drought of that year, sustaining all the villagers. It was also the furthest attraction from the guest house, besides Fangsuan Pond, only less than half a kilometer from Fangsuan Pond. After everyone dispersed, Lu Chengfeng complained, "Why, though? That woman calls it cooperation, but she bosses everyone around. It's infuriating to watch." Bai Xiaoxiao said, "Do you want to live or die?" Lu Chengfeng, "Of course I want to live." Bai Xiaoxiao, "Then stop talking nonsense and follow me." Lu Chengfeng stared. "No. I found you two are either pushovers or something. Being afraid of ghosts is one thing, but even people. Before he could finish, Ning Qiushui interrupted him. That woman named Tang Jiao lied. Lu Chengfeng's aggressive demeanor faltered, and he froze. Ha! Lied? Little brother, how did you figure that out? This chapter is not over. Please click next page to continue reading. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Novel Network updates fastest on the entire network. Ning Qiushui's gaze was sharp. You record the time, and you'll understand after we go to the unfailing well. Lu Chengfeng stared at his watch, then suddenly understood. Little brother, do you mean that woman named Tang Jiao never went to Fangsuan Pond at all? Bai Xiaoxiao also spoke. Don't you even think about it? Where would she get the time? This journey, a round trip, takes almost 2 hours. And that's without encountering any unexpected situations. It took us a whole morning just to go to the Binding Nightmare Shrine. Do you think Tang Jiao went to Fangsuan Pond in the dark last night? If not, then she wouldn't have had the time. Because we saw her outside the guest house this morning when we left for breakfast past 8. Lu Chengfeng now understood completely. This woman named Tang Jiao had deceived everyone and intended to use them as pawns. Holy crap! She's using us as pawns? Lu Chengfeng, with his fiery temper, immediately swore. It's probably not that simple. Her deceptions and concealments from us are likely far more than just this one thing. This woman has a lot of problems. Bai Xiaoxiao's chilling words made the two beside her shiver. Lu Chengfeng swallowed. Sister Bai, what else have you found? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, then smiled brightly. What if I told you that the 3 people who died at the Binding Nightmare Shrine and went to the back mountain were very likely instructed by her? Lu Chengfeng's pupils constricted, and his eyes filled with immense shock. Damn. That vixen. Why would she do that? If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Novel Network updates fastest on the entire network. Chapter 25. Rain Prayer Village, the Unfailing Well. We're still not sure what her motive is. Bai Xiaoxiao inadvertently glanced at Ning Qiushui. He lowered his head, silent, as if preoccupied. In any case, we still have to rely on ourselves to collect clues. We still have plenty of time now, so let's go to the furthest place first. That way, the pressure won't be as great in the following days. The 3 followed the signposts through the dense forest and arrived at the unfailing well. This well was located amidst lush green bamboo, its mouth covered in moss, and surrounded by overgrown weeds. Besides a wooden signpost next to it, there was nothing else. It seemed no one had been here for a very long time. The annotation on the wooden sign was about the well's long history, and it didn't forget to briefly mention what happened during the great drought of that year. About Ruan Kaihuang and Guangxiu. These villagers are quite grateful, Lu Chengfeng praised, coming to the well's edge and looking into the water. Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao stood before the wooden sign, one on each side, observing for a long time. Any thoughts? Bai Xiaoxiao asked. She was very interested in Ning Qiushui, this newcomer, his psychological fortitude. Even among veterans who had been through the Blood Gate 4 or 5 times, he was considered among the best. I have a very bad hunch. Ning Qiushui's tone was grave. Do you remember when we first saw Ho Kong? He told us that if we encountered anything strange, we could go find Granny Ruan in the village? Bai Xiaoxiao looked thoughtful. You mean Ruan? Ning Qiushui nodded. Yes. Same surname. This Granny Ruan is very likely a descendant of Ruan Kaihuang. What happened in the village back then definitely wasn't as simple as recorded. These villagers must be hiding a very crucial truth. Do you remember the hint the Bloodgate gave us? Kind people shed all their blood, turning into sweet rain. What if, and I mean if, that Guangxiu who was hacked to pieces was actually a good person? He wanted to continue speaking, but his peripheral vision caught Lu Chengfeng nearby. His expression suddenly changed, and he immediately rushed to the wellhead, grabbing Lu Chengfeng, who was about to jump into the well, and pulling him back. Lu Chengfeng, are you crazy? Ning Qiushui shouted. But Lu Chengfeng seemed to hear nothing, his eyes blank. He gripped the wellhead tightly with his hands, pushing inward, while muttering repeatedly, "So thirsty. I'm so thirsty. Let me have a sip." Just one sip. Ning Qiushui's strength was considerable. His habit of high-intensity training year-round gave him terrifying physical prowess. Yet, even so, he could only barely slow Lu Chengfeng's descent into the well, unable to stop him completely. Just as Lu Chengfeng's upper body was about to enter the unfailing well, Bai Xiaoxiao's voice came from behind. "Qiushui, hold on a little longer." "Okay." Ning Qiushui gritted his teeth, almost using his body as a human rope, pulling back Lu Chengfeng, who was frantically trying to climb into the well. But even so, it was completely useless. Ning Qiushui felt that if this continued, he would also be dragged into the well by Lu Chengfeng. If it were anyone else, Ning Qiushui would have let go long ago. But in the previous Bloodgate, when he was caught by the red-clad ghost on the third-floor corridor, Lu Chengfeng had risked his life to save him. So Ning Qiushui didn't let go. His teeth were almost shattered. His originally handsome face was flushed red, and the strength in his muscles was strained to the limit. Just as Lu Chengfeng was about to fall into the well, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was nearby, finally pulled out a worn, blood-stained bronze mirror. With a flash, she aimed the mirror into the ancient well. "Oh!" Terrifying, shrill howls came from the dark bottom of the well. And at the same time, Lu Chengfeng also screamed, "Holy crap! Little brother! Little brother! Pull me up quickly!" Freed from the mysterious restraint, Ning Qiushui's terrifying strength took effect. The 160-pound Lu Chengfeng was practically flung out by Ning Qiushui, who had him by the waist. He rolled several times on the ground, lying among fallen leaves, panting heavily, his face deathly pale. Seeing Lu Chengfeng break free, Bai Xiaoxiao retracted the bronze mirror. As she retracted the mirror, Ning Qiushui keenly noticed several cracks appearing on the already worn bronze mirror. "Sorry," he said. Bai Xiaoxiao, however, didn't mind, saying, "It's like this inside the Bloodgate. You can get caught if you're not careful. That's why, in later Bloodgates, people prefer to go in groups of 2 or 3. So if something goes wrong, someone can help in time." As she spoke, her eyes dimmed slightly. It was only for a moment before it was hidden again. But Ning Qiushui still saw it. He knew Bai Xiaoxiao was probably thinking of her best friend who died for love. In this world of fog, those who become best friends or brothers are likely companions through life and death. The sudden departure of such a partner must be a huge blow to the other. But Ning Qiushui said no more, only looking at Lu Chengfeng lying on the ground beside him. He seemed to have recovered, but his face was ashen, and his eyes held terror. "Beard, What exactly happened to you just now? Lu Chengfeng slowly turned his head, his face covered in cold sweat. I just glanced inside. It was originally stagnant water. Nothing there. But then, dead faces started appearing in the water. I wanted to escape then, but my body couldn't move at all. Later, they crawled out from the bottom of the well, grabbed my hand, and pulled me in. A rustling cold wind blew through the bamboo forest, sending a chill down the three's backs. However, Lu Chengfeng's expression changed slightly. It seemed like they were burned by something from behind. As I broke free, I saw something glowing in a dead person's hand, so I pulled it out. The two heard this, their eyes lighting up. What is it? Lu Chengfeng opened his hand, revealing a damaged wooden plaque tied with a red string. He casually wiped the disgusting stains off the plaque with his clothes, then saw a large character Ron written on it. Ron, what the heck is this? I thought it was something important. Lu Chengfeng looked disgusted. By Xiao, however, smiled. It is indeed very important. Getting this item also verifies one of our earlier guesses. Lu Chengfeng asked confusedly, what guess? Neither of them answered him. It seems this Granny Ruan indeed has big problems. As Ning Qiushui spoke, his gaze suddenly swept towards the depths of the bamboo forest. His expression changed, and he whispered, quick, someone's coming. Hide. P.S. I'll try for 4 updates today. The remaining 2 will be posted later. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Novel Network updates fastest on the entire network. Chapter 26. Rain Prayer Village Fangsuan Pond. The 3 ran towards the other side. There were many large rocks on that side of the bamboo forest, which could be used for hiding. As the dark silhouette in the distance gradually approached, they finally saw what it was. The one who came before the unfailing well was actually a headless person. Holy crap! Lu Chengfeng cursed silently. His heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly tightened again. In this village, just how many foul things are there? Although their first blood gate was eerie, at least there was only one ghost, and that ghost generally only came out at night to actively kill people. But Rain Prayer Village was different. It was practically crawling with ghosts, and these ghosts could openly attack them even during the day. The 3 dared not breathe. They watched as the headless person walked steadily to the wellhead, picked up the wooden bucket used for drawing water beside it, and flung it into the well. The bucket then plunged into the well. Then, it began to draw water. However, as the wooden bucket was slowly lifted by the headless corpse, contained not water, but a rotten head. The corpse cupped the head in its hands, placed it on its neck, and the dead fish eyes on the rotten head began to roll. But soon, the headless corpse took the head off again, placed it aside, and continued to repeat its previous actions. This eerie scene lasted for a full half-hour, until the headless corpse seemed to sense something, stopped drawing water, or rather, drawing heads, and returned along the path it had just taken, leaving behind 14 rotten human heads by the ancient well. Behind the giant rock, Lu Chengfeng slowly peeked out and glanced. Holy crap! What is it doing? Looking for a head. No one answered him. Ning Qiushui leaned against the giant rock, his gaze distant, muttering to himself, merciful people cut off their heads, granting peace. He vaguely felt as if he had grasped something important. But just then, He heard the peeking Lu Changfeng suddenly cry out in alarm. Damn! Look quickly. These heads. Seeing Lu Changfeng's abnormal state, the two also peeked towards the ancient well. This gaze sent chills down their spines. They saw that the rotten heads by the ancient well had, at some unknown point, turned to stare fixedly at the trio's hiding place. Their dead fish-like eyes emitting a faint green glow. Malicious smiles plastered on their faces. It was as if, in the next moment, these heads would fly over and devour them alive. It's so cold down here. Come join us. Come join us. Join us. Together. Never be separated. These heads simultaneously emitted emotionless voices, like a death summons entering everyone's ears. Hey! Should we? Just as Lu Changfeng tremblingly asked if they should run, he suddenly realized that no one was beside him anymore. Lu Changfeng turned his head and saw that Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao had already bolted more than 10 meters away. What the hell? Lu Changfeng was stunned. He also bolted and chased after them. Hey! You two. Wait for me. You didn't even say anything before running? That's too much. The three ran for several hundred meters, finally stopping only when a high platform appeared ahead. Lu Changfeng leaned his hand on a nearby tree, panting heavily. You two are really too much. At least say something when you run. Ning Qiushui glanced at him and shook her head. Big beard. Be smarter next time. If you don't run in a situation like that. Are you waiting to die? Lu Changfeng recalled what had just happened and couldn't help but shiver. But speaking of which, what's the deal with that headless corpse? Is it looking for its own head? Ning Qiushui replied. It was wearing something like a monk's robe. Although stained with a lot of blood, it didn't have the same intense malevolence as other ghosts. I feel it should just be looking for its head. The mention of the monk's robe made both Bai and Lu recall the compassionate person mentioned in the blood door's hint. Could it be that it is the compassionate one? Ning Qiushui stroked his chin. Probably. It's just that I don't know if he voluntarily cut off his own head, or if it was cut off by others. By the way, do you still have that wooden token you got from the well ghost? Lu Changfeng nodded, took out the wooden token, and handed it to Ning Qiushui. Sister Bai said this thing is quite valuable, so I kept it. Ning Qiushui held the wooden token with the character Yuan carved on it, carefully looking at the Yuan character, and suddenly asked inexplicably, Tell me, are the people of the Yuan family kind or compassionate? The two looked at each other, neither of them answering Ning Qiushui. They also had no answer. Ning Qiushui looked at it for a while, then put the wooden token away on his person. This thing is unlucky. Big beard. I'll keep it for you for now. Lu Changfeng shrugged. It's fine. Take it if you want it. After putting away the wooden token, the three looked around and only then confirmed their current location through a wooden sign. We actually reached Fangsuan Pond? Lu Changfeng muttered, his gaze falling on the distant high platform. Though called a high platform, it wasn't actually very high. Vines covered the bluestones, coexisting with the black algae spreading from the center of the pond, looking exactly like human hair. There were 9 stone steps, and many thick, rusty chains surrounded the area. At the central platform at the top of the 4-sided stone steps, there was a square pond, approximately 4 square meters in area. This was Fangsuan Pond. Hey, little brother, sister Bai, what do you think? What strange things are inside Fangsuan Pond on top of that platform? Lu Chengfeng seemed to have recovered from his earlier fear and was no longer as scared as he was initially. Both shook their heads. Be careful. This place feels very wrong. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice became much more serious, a rare solemnity written on her face. The fine hairs on her back stood on end with a chill. Although there was nothing unusual around, Bai Xiaoxiao just felt that something was very wrong with the surroundings. In fact, as soon as she entered this place, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a chill run through her entire body. She rarely had such a feeling. Damn it! Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao looked around for annotations, but couldn't find any after a long search. Instead, Lu Chengfeng suddenly let out a strange cry. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lu Chengfeng's face was pale, staring at the black algae on the ground. His eyes filled with alarm and uncertainty. Big beard. What's wrong? Lu Chengfeng hesitated. Just now, I saw these black algae on the ground. They seemed to squirm a bit. Or maybe I saw wrong. Before he finished speaking, the three heard the sound of water surging from Fangsuan Pond on the high platform, as if it was boiling. P.S. One more update to be posted later. If you like Go Storm, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, Go Storm. Shuhage Novel Network. Fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 27 Praying Rain Village Bone Stripping. The trio's attention was almost instantly drawn to Fangsuan Pond. The surging, boiling sound of water continuously came from Fangsuan Pond, as if something was about to emerge from there. The trio's gazes were fixed on the Fangsuan platform on the high stage, their hearts taut to the extreme. Step back, Bai Xiaoxiao whispered. The three slowly retreated backward, but soon discovered that the black algae beneath their feet actually began to squirm, quickly climbing up their legs and pinning them in place. Oh no! Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened. He reached out to try and pull at the black algae. But these black algae were astonishingly strong. No matter how he pulled, they remained motionless, as if they had grown onto his body. Not far away, Bai Xiaoxiao reached into her backpack, seemingly wanting to pull out some item. But at this moment, a terrifying red figure slowly rose directly from Fangsuan Pond. The three looked up at the red figure, feeling as if all the blood in their bodies had frozen. It was, shockingly, a bloody woman's skin. The outside of the skin was covered in countless knife wounds, as if it had undergone the death by 1,000 cuts. And those algae on the ground were actually the hair of this woman's skin. Holy shit! At this moment, only these two words could escape Lu Chengfeng's mouth. Besides that, he couldn't say anything else, and it felt as if all 36,000 pores on his body were emitting cold air. After the woman's skin appeared, his eyeballs, dangling outside the eye sockets, rotated a few times, suddenly locking onto the trio below the high platform. Tap, 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 the skin's feet landed on the ground, stepping onto the stone steps one by one, blood gushing down and staining the entire stone staircase red. It slowly walked towards Ning Qiushui, who was closest to it, its eyes filled with terrifying resentment and sorrow. This process was clearly not long, yet it made them feel like days were years, as if every second was torment. Finally, the skin stopped in front of Ning Qiushui. Until this moment, all three were completely unable to move. Bai Xiaoxiao's back was soaked with cold sweat. She had life-saving items herself, so this female ghost couldn't kill her, but she was now bound by the black algae, unable to take out anything to save Ning Qiushui. She could only watch helplessly as the woman's skin's finger touched Ning Qiushui's glabella. Ugh! Ning Qiushui felt the threat of death. The coldness on his forehead gradually spread throughout his body, and he struggled frantically. After the coldness came terrifying agony. Ning Qiushui felt as if his entire body was about to split open, and it was as if an invisible knife was slowly cutting open his flesh, removing his bones, and digging out his internal organs. First, he could still grit his teeth and endure, but as the terrifying pain spread throughout his body, Ning Qiushui finally couldn't hold back and screamed. It was precisely this movement that allowed him to slightly break free from the woman's skin's hair restraints, and his body tilted to the side. Something fell out of his pocket onto the ground. Clatter. The sound was not loud, but in the silent forest, it was remarkably clear. They heard it. The woman's skin also heard it. It was precisely the ancestral tablet belonging to Guangchuan. His gaze fell upon this tablet, and the female ghost froze for a moment, actually withdrawing the finger that was on Ning Qiushui's forehead. With a movement of its hair, it wrapped the Guangchuan tablet from the ground into its hand. It stared at this tablet for a long time, as if lost in distant memories, and didn't move again. At this moment, Ning Qiushui also finally caught his breath a little. He saw the sorrow in the female ghost's eyes, seemed to understand something, and disregarding the pain that made his body feel like it was falling apart, he shouted at the female ghost, "I'm not from the village. I'm here to investigate the truth. Back when there was a famine, what happened in the village? How exactly did Guangxiu's family die? You must know something. Tell me quickly." Under Ning Qiushui's questioning, the female ghost actually raised its head, but its eyes still carried terrifying coldness and death. It stared at Ning Qiushui. For a long time, the female ghost bared its mouth, revealing a terrifying smile, and from its mouth came laughter that sounded like weeping and madness. "Bring her to me. Bring her to me." After repeating it a few times, his body suddenly billowed like a kite, finally floating onto the high platform and sinking into Fangsuan Pond. On the ground, all the black algae receded, returning to their original state. It was as if none of this had happened. Thud. Ning Qiushui knelt on one knee on the ground, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was nearby, was quick-witted and caught Ning Qiushui. "Qiushui, are you all right?" Bai Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. These two newcomers were both from their ghost dorm and had considerable potential. She still very much hoped they could survive. Ning Qiushui gasped and waved his hand. He felt as if all the bones in his body were shattered. He tried to stand several times but couldn't succeed. "I'll carry you." Lu Chengfeng didn't say much and immediately came over and carried Ning Qiushui on his back. "Little brother, don't worry. I won't abandon you. From now on, I am your legs. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west." Ning Qiushui nodded slightly, took a few breaths, and pointed at the high platform, saying, "This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like Ghost Dorm, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, Ghost Dorm. Shuhage Novel Network. Fastest update speed on the entire network. Take me to see Fangsuan Pond. Lu Chengfeng looked at Fangsuan Pond on the high platform, recalled what had just happened, fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly put Ning Qiushui down, and then clutched his calf, crying out, "Ow! Ow! Ow! No way! Little brother! My leg hurts so much. It must be a cramp." Seeing him like this, The two couldn't help but roll their eyes wildly. Don't worry. If that female ghost wanted to kill us, we would have already died just now. At least you and I would be dead for sure. It's willing to entrust us to do something for it, which means it won't kill us for now. This is a good opportunity. Lu Chengfeng sighed, looking at Ning Qiushui with a complex gaze. I don't know what kind of karma Lu, accumulated to end up meeting such a reckless teammate like you. He complained verbally, but still picked Ning Qiushui up on his back, carefully stepping up the stone stairs one by one, and ascended the high platform. Bai Xiaoxiao also followed behind them. After reaching the high platform, the three looked into Fangsuan Pond and were suddenly stunned. Holy shit. The terrifying sight inside made Lu Chengfeng's legs go weak, and he almost fell. After seeing the scene at the bottom of the pond, they finally understood what the chains around the stone platform were for. They saw in the pond, a woman's skin was pierced through its 4 limbs by 4 iron chains, fixed in the water, face up to the sky. And on the skin's arms, legs, chest, abdomen, and cheeks, there were dents, numerous knife wounds. At the bottom of the pond beneath the skin, lay scattered a large number of complete bones. This woman had actually been fixed in Fangsuan Pond while alive, and had all her bones stripped from her body alive. Chapter 4. Good night. If you like Ghost Storm, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, Ghost Storm. Shuhage Novel Network. Fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 28, Praying Rain Village Footprints. Oh my god. What did she do to be killed so cruelly? Lu Chengfeng's lips trembled incessantly, seemingly unable to imagine what kind of inhumane torture this female ghost in front of him had endured in life. Immersed in a cold water prison, with limbs pierced, and all the bones slowly removed from her body. Just thinking about it made him feel cold all over. Let's go back. Ning Qiushui seemed to understand something and asked Lu Chengfeng to take him off the high platform. After getting down, he patted Lu Chengfeng's shoulder, signaling him to put him down. It seemed that after a while, he felt a bit better and could walk. Are you all right, little brother? Lu Chengfeng was still worried and asked with a mix of belief and doubt. Ning Qiushui waved his hand and said somewhat weakly, there shouldn't be any serious injuries. It's just that my whole body hurts, as if a knife is cutting my flesh and digging out my bones. Lu and Bai looked at each other and immediately understood that the female ghost had just been using the method the villagers once used to kill it. To kill Ning Qiushui. If Guangchuan's ancestral tablet hadn't happened to fall, attracting the female ghost's attention, Ning Qiushui's fate now would probably be. Judging by the female ghost's reaction, she seems to know Guangchuan. Even though Lu Chengfeng was somewhat obtuse, he could still see that when the female ghost held Guangchuan's ancestral tablet just now, there was an abnormal sadness in its eyes. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Chengfeng with some surprise and teased, I didn't expect someone as thick-skinned as you to have a careful side. Lu Chengfeng snorted. I'm rough on the outside, but meticulous on the inside. Ning Qiushui said, it's not just simple acquaintance. It should be a relative of Guangchuan. Either Guangchuan's wife or Guangchuan's mother. I personally lean towards the latter. Lu Chengfeng gasped sharply. If that's the case. During the great drought in the village back then, some unknown things indeed happened. And these things were not recorded by the villagers. But the female ghost in Fangsuan Pond wants us to bring her over. Who exactly is that her? Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance. The latter nodded, then slightly shook her head. It's getting late. Let's go back first. It'll be dark soon. This village is very sinister. And it's very dangerous at night. The two agreed to Bai Xiaoxiao's suggestion. Actually, it wasn't too late yet, but it would still take them at least an hour to get back to the guest house from this place. Carrying many doubts, the three began their return journey. Fortunately, their journey was relatively smooth, and they didn't encounter anything strange in the forest again. It was almost dinner time when they returned to the guest house. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng returned to their rooms to quickly tidy up, then went to knock on Bai Xiaoxiao's door to ask her to eat with them. But Bai Xiaoxiao stood in her room with a solemn expression and didn't immediately go to the dining hall with them. What's wrong? Sister Bai. Seeing Bai Xiaoxiao's unusual expression, Ning Qiushui's heart stirred, and he asked. Bai Xiaoxiao sneered. After we left this afternoon, someone entered my room. Saying this, she took out the black flashlight from earlier and shone it on the ground. On the previously empty floor, footprints appeared one after another. Although the footprints were messy, it was still clear they belonged to two different people. Both of their expressions changed. This, Bai Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she said, "This morning, Qiushui mentioned that there was a charred ghost in the room last night looking for something. I kept an eye out then. This guest house definitely has problems, but we can't rule out human factors. So, after we finished lunch, I returned to my room and sprinkled a layer of special powder on the floor. Both of your rooms have it too." As she spoke, she shone the flashlight, following the footprints along the corridor, and finally discovered all three of their rooms had been secretly infiltrated. And judging by the footprints, it was the same person who had snuck in. Size 35 shoes. Most likely a woman, Bai Xiaoxiao said, glancing at Ning Qiushui. It seems this is why some unlucky soul was targeted by that charred ghost on the first night. Ning Qiushui remained silent, still deep in thought. Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, couldn't hold back, clenching his fists, his eyes burning with fury. Damn it, which son of a bitch, with no grudge, comes to mess with us? If I catch them, I'll... Bai Xiaoxiao looked at the enraged Lu Chengfeng and said calmly, "What would you do? Kill her?" Lu Chengfeng was suddenly choked by Bai Xiaoxiao's words. "I must warn you. Behind the blood gate, never kill anyone with your own hands." Why? Because behind the blood gate, anyone who dies will definitely turn into a ghost. Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng's breath hitched. Bai Xiaoxiao continued seriously, "Those who commit suicide or are killed by ghosts become ghosts. But they are considered absolutely neutral units and have no significant impact on the instance. However, if someone killed by a human turns into a ghost, that's different. They usually harbor intense resentment and will seek revenge immediately, and might even implicate other people behind the blood gate." Lu Chengfeng looked at Bai Xiaoxiao's serious expression, couldn't help but swallow, and the malicious thought that had arisen from his anger vanished. But soon, he couldn't hold back again and said, "Then, we can't just sit here and wait for death, to be messed with and not say a word. What kind of situation is that?" Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and sighed. "You are really impatient. You have to eat your meal one bite at a time, right?" Lu Chengfeng also seemed to realize that his impotent rage looked foolish, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Right. I was too hasty. Sorry." At this moment, Ning Qiushui, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "It seems my long-standing worry has come true." Both turned their heads to look at Ning Qiushui, and Lu Chengfeng raised his thick eyebrows. Brother, what are you worried about? Ning Qiushui didn't immediately answer Lu Chengfeng, but pointed at the footprints on the ground and said to Bai Xiaoxiao, although it's almost certain, I still want to confirm. Sister Bai, please go and check if these footprints belong to Tang Jiao. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, turned and left. A moment later, she returned, nodding to the two with a slightly cold expression. It's her. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Novel Network updates the fastest across the entire network. Chapter 29. Prayer Rain Village Framing. Upon hearing that the footprints belonged to Tang Jiao, Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened. Holy crap! It's actually her. Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Come on, Big Beard. Is it that surprising? Everyone went out to visit attractions and look for clues this afternoon. Only she went to the nearest, binding nightmare shrine. Of course, she might not have gone at all, since she barely speaks a word of truth anyway. Lu Chengfeng said angrily, I knew this woman was no good. Before, she called it a meeting in the room, but she ended up bossing everyone around and tricking us into being her pawns. Now, she even wants to harm us. Ning Qiushui, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly said, Sister Bai, give me the flashlight. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and handed the special flashlight, which could reveal footprints on the ground, to Ning Qiushui. Ning Qiushui turned on the flashlight, wandered around the room following the footprints, and finally stopped in front of the large wardrobe. He carefully examined the wardrobe, then felt around it, eventually pulling out a wooden token from a wooden crevice in an extremely hidden, broken corner of the wardrobe. This wooden token was tied with a red string, and on it was written a character very familiar to all three of them, Ruan. After seeing this wooden token, Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed. Lu Chengfeng also seemed to understand something and exclaimed, Last night, the charred ghost in your room, young man, was looking for this token? Ning Qiushui nodded. Most likely, this token should only be possessed by members of the Ruan clan. At least, it's impossible for us outsiders, tourists, to get it casually. Tang Jiao being able to obtain so many tokens of the Ruan clan members must mean she has already met with Granny Ruan in the village. Bai Xiaoxiao's delicate eyebrows slightly raised. Is Granny Ruan instructing Tang Jiao to do all this? Ning Qiushui sighed. Yes. And this is the worst-case scenario. As outside tourists, our understanding of the ghosts wandering in the village is definitely far inferior to Granny Ruan's. If she wants to use these ghosts to kill us, it would be impossible to guard against. Lu Chengfeng didn't understand, but we have no grudge against Granny Ruan. Why would she do that? Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment. I guess it might be related to the temple sacrifice 6 days from now. Big Beard, do you still remember the diary from our first instance? Lu Chengfeng nodded. Of course. I remember. The little girl's mother received a call. Her maternal grandfather said her maternal grandmother's health was rapidly deteriorating, and she was on the verge of death, needing the little girl's mother to return. But the little girl's mother decisively refused at the time. And later, after learning of her maternal grandmother's death, the little girl's mother felt extremely terrified, as if she was afraid of something coming for her. She even specifically acquired a piece of blood jade from who knows where to protect the little girl. As Lu Chengfeng spoke up to this point, he suddenly froze, and he murmured, Young man, do you mean that little girl's maternal grandmother is Granny Ruan from the village? Ning Qiushui said, Exactly. The little girl's mother is Granny Ruan's daughter. She must have grown up in the village as a child, so she definitely knows something. And Granny Ruan's sudden deterioration in health probably isn't due to some illness, but is related to the ghosts in the village. I guess. In the timeline behind our first blood gate, this Prayer Rain village went out of control. Those ghosts harboring extreme resentment were all seeking revenge against the Ruan clan. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but gasp at the thought of that scene. Damn it! What kind of heinous deeds did this Ruan clan commit to create such terrifying, vengeful spirits? Then, he seemed to understand something else. The skin-peeling ghost woman we met earlier at Fangsuan Pond, the person she wanted us to bring, couldn't be Granny Ruan. Could it? Bai Xiaoxiao patted Lu Chengfeng's shoulder with satisfaction. Big beard. Not bad. You're using your brain. Lu Chengfeng was speechless. So what do we do next? Go directly to Granny Ruan and tie her up to take her to Fangsuan Pond? Ning Qiushui shook his head. There are so many vengeful spirits in this village who want to kill the Ruan clan members. Yet they are still alive and well. They must have some formidable abilities. They won't be easy to deal with. Let's first think about how to deal with the person who put this token in our room. Both knew he was referring to Tang Jiao. How else? We'll mess with her the same way she messed with us. Later, we'll hide all the tokens in her room and let her experience what it's like to be targeted by a ghost at night. Lu Chengfeng hated evil like a personal enemy. The mention of Tang Jiao filled him with anger. But there's still one thing I don't understand. What benefit does she get from helping an NPC mess with us? If more of us die, there will be even fewer people to help her find clues for survival. Won't she be in more danger? Facing Lu Chengfeng's question, Bai Xiaoxiao explained. The Blood Gate has two very strange hidden rules. First, when the number of deaths in a Blood Gate exceeds 90% of the initial entrance, the difficulty of the Blood Gate mission will significantly decrease, and the restrictions on ghosts attacking humans will increase. Just like at Fangsuan Pond earlier, if only Qiushui were left alive, that skin-peeling ghost woman wouldn't easily attack him. There would need to be a pre-existing trigger condition, and that condition wouldn't be easy to activate. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Novel Network updates the fastest across the entire network. The second hidden rule is that inside the Blood Gate, there must be blood. If a capable person finds a path to survival before everyone else dies, then this path will randomly reduce the number of people it protects. And the ghosts within the instance will randomly choose to kill up to 1/10 of the remaining people. Finally, there's the compensation mechanism. If only one person survives and comes out of a Blood Gate, then they will definitely receive a ghost artifact gifted by the Blood Gate. As soon as that last sentence was uttered, Ning and Lu's expressions immediately changed. Driven by immense profit, people will do even the craziest things. Bai Xiaoxiao seemed unfazed by this. This is also why people who team up in instances are almost always 2 or 3 people from the same ghost house. You rarely see people from different factions forming a single team. As for putting these wooden tokens into Tang Jiao's room, it's not impossible. But her door is locked. We'll have to find a way to open it. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng chuckled. No need for such trouble. Just find a wire and leave the rest to me. The two looked at him with some surprise. You can do that too? Lu Chengfeng seemed to sense their strange looks. He cleared his throat. Let me clarify beforehand. This skill was taught to me by my master back then. I've never used it for anything bad. Besides, it's a society ruled by law now, and my abilities are more than enough to make a living. So there's no need to take risks doing such things. The two nodded. They quickly found a wire and handed it to Lu Chengfeng. He bent and manipulated the wire into a strange shape. Then the 3 of them arrived at Tang Jiao's door. After confirming no one was around, Lu Chengfeng skillfully inserted and wiggled the wire, and the three heard a faint click from the keyhole. The door opened. P.S. There will be 2 more updates later. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Novel Network updates the fastest across the entire network. Chapter 30. Prayer Rain Village Exchange. The room that met their eyes was almost identical to everyone else's rooms. Ning Qiushui searched the room and finally chose to place the small wooden token with the character Va on it into Tang Jiao's pillow. Only one. One is enough. Facing Lu Chengfeng's doubt, Ning Qiushui replied. The other party isn't completely unprepared. Putting too many would easily expose us. Lu Chengfeng was still uneasy. Will she die? Having this item in the room isn't necessarily a death sentence. Ning Qiushui survived the first night. According to Ning Qiushui's description, as long as one lies still in bed and makes no sound when the ghost appears at night, they will be fine. Don't worry too much. If she doesn't die tonight, I have a backup plan. By Xiaoxiao's languid voice carried a hint of coldness. With her hands in her pockets, her eyes held undisguised killing intent. She had never had any fondness for people like Tang Jiao and would certainly not show any mercy. After they finished, confirming they left no traces, they carefully exited the room. Afterward, they went to the dining hall for dinner. With the day's analysis, Lu Chengfeng's gaze towards the dining hall was different this time, carrying a sense of scrutiny. He quickly realized that Ning Qiushui's idea was completely correct. With such architectural style, it was clearly a hotel, not a dining hall. The villagers specifically converted the original guest house into a dining hall, and then converted an empty house that was usually uninhabited into a guest house. It was hard not to overthink the subtle intentions behind this. They carried their trays to the room they had agreed upon at noon. The atmosphere here was still silent. Fortunately, no one was missing this time. Seeing Ning Qiushui and the other 2 enter the room with their trays, Tang Jiao's hand, which was about to pick up some food, visibly paused. She slightly raised her eyelids, glanced at the 3 with a hint of surprise, then quickly returned to normal. You're finally here. You were gone so long. I thought something had happened to you. Tang Jiao feigned a sigh of relief, a smile on her face. However, the 3, already aware of Tang Jiao's actions, found her utterly hypocritical smile disgusting, no matter how they looked at it. On the surface, she united everyone to find a way out, but behind their backs, she sold everyone out. Nothing much. We just went to Fangsuan Pond after seeing the inexhaustible well, so it took a little extra time. As soon as Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the girl sitting to their left said somewhat eagerly, Everyone's here now. Let's quickly exchange clues. Everyone nodded. First, ours. This afternoon we went to Maple Leaf Bridge. The bespectacled man who spoke stammered through their encounter at Maple Leaf Bridge. In reality, what they called clues were basically useless superficial observations. But Tang Jiao and her companion listened very attentively. After the bespectacled man finished, Tang Jiao even feigned praise for him, saying that the clues he provided were very useful and that perhaps by integrating them with clues from other places, they could find a way to survive. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the bespectacled man's team of 3, and then they all looked at Ning Qiushui and his 2 companions. By the way, Ning Qiushui, did you find anything this afternoon? What did you find at the inexhaustible well and Fangsuan Pond? Facing the bespectacled man's inquiry, Ning Qiushui calmly recounted all of their experiences that afternoon, but concealed some facts about the skin-peeling ghost woman, only saying that it was fortunate Bai Xiaoxiao had a powerful life-saving ghost artifact. Otherwise all three of them would have died there. He had a knack for storytelling, like a professional storyteller. Even just hearing these things from Ning Qiushui, everyone could feel how extremely perilous the situation had been. After listening, they realized they were drenched in cold sweat. A flicker of displeasure crossed Tang Jiao's eyes, who was sitting furthest from Ning Qiushui, but it was quickly replaced by a sinister grin and a sneer. Pretty good luck. But unfortunately, this luck can save you for a moment, but not for a lifetime. At the thought of the things in their 3 rooms, Tang Jiao's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. These 7 fools in front of her probably still didn't realize they were being played for suckers. By the time they found out, it would be too late. With Granny Ruan's promise and help, she would surely be the last one to survive. Not only would she successfully complete the Blood Gates mission and leave this place, but she would also receive a ghost artifact gifted by the Blood Gate. Thinking of this, Tang Jiao was so excited that her fingers, gripping the chopsticks, trembled slightly. But she quickly composed herself, took a deep breath, and said to everyone, "We found quite a few clues so far, but I still need some time to think some things over. We'll gather here again tomorrow morning for breakfast, and then I will integrate all the clues I've gathered and share them with everyone, including those from Fangsuan Pond and Binding Nightmare Shrine. Everyone worked hard today. After dinner, go back and rest early. This village isn't very safe at night." The people from the other team vaguely felt that something was amiss. Everyone had shared their clues tonight, but Tang Jiao, as the initiator of the matter, hadn't uttered a single word. Although they were newcomers, they weren't stupid. Just as they were wondering if Tang Jiao was playing them, they heard Bai Xiaoxiao say faintly, "Tang Jiao, we've all shared our clues, but you're holding yours back. Isn't that inappropriate? If you can tell us tomorrow morning, why can't you say it tonight?" As soon as she finished speaking, the bespectacled man immediately adjusted his glasses and timidly echoed, "Exactly, just say what you've got. It's a good chance for everyone to combine clues tonight and think about where the path to survival might be. 3 humble cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang, right?" If Bai Xiaoxiao's words just now were the fuse, then the bespectacled man's agreement became the ignited spark. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on her, Tang Jiao's expression visibly stiffened. Under the table, she clenched her fists. Damn Bai Xiaoxiao. As early as noon today, when she saw Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze, she felt that this woman wouldn't be easy to fool. The other party was very likely an old hand who had passed through several blood gates. Generally speaking, while newcomers in the blood gate have no issues with intelligence, under the intense pressure from ghosts, their guard against other humans isn't as high. The terrifying environmental pressure made them easily trust strangers. So, newcomers are very easy to fool. Tang Jiao had tried this many times, always successfully. She had 3 ghost artifacts in her possession, all acquired by leading newcomers through the first 2 blood gates of increasing difficulty. However, this time, she seemed to have encountered a problem. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Ghost House Novel Network updates the fastest across the entire network. Chapter 31. Prayer Rain Village Bitter Fruit. Although being watched by everyone, Tang Jiao was no pushover. Her mind stirred, and a chain of schemes surfaced within her. Then, Tang Jiao crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, and looked at everyone with a defiant expression. "Are you sure you want to know this clue?" Seeing her expression was off, the bespectacled man asked, "Is this clue very special?" Tang Jiao was confident and unafraid. "Of course. Otherwise, I would have told you already. The hidden clues about the Nightmare Shrine and Square Pond that I know of are somewhat dangerous. Those who know these clues might encounter some unclean things tonight. Are you sure you still want to hear it?" As she spoke, her voice unconsciously grew much more sinister, and a slightly chilling smile hung on her lips, making the three newcomers immediately hesitate. If that were truly the case, then it would be understandable for Tang Jiao not to tell them this clue. In fact, to some extent, she would even be protecting them. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Jiao's provocative expression. How could she not know what she was thinking? This cunning woman simply wanted to provoke her. In Tang Jiao's imagination, the next plot twist would be, Bai Xiaoxiao, disbelieving in evil, would insist on hearing this clue, then die a strange death tonight. This would confirm Tang Jiao's words, and the remaining three newcomers would not only be grateful to her, but their trust in her would also rise to a new level, making them easier to control, or even her puppets. Of course, all of this had already been seen through Bai Xiaoxiao. She herself was an experienced veteran who had passed through many blood gates, having witnessed too much intrigue and deception. She had seen countless people like Tang Jiao. However, she still decided to play along with the other party's trick. "I'm not afraid. Tell me this clue. Coincidentally, I can also help everyone discern whether this elder, who claims to have passed through 5 blood gates, is real or fake." Upon hearing this, the members of the bespectacled man's team showed a hint of joy on their faces. "This girl is good. Then many thanks. Miss Bai." Bai Xiaoxiao waved her hand. "No need." The three left the room, and Tang Jiao also called out the young girl she had brought with her, leaving only 4 people in the room. At this moment, Tang Jiao openly took a wooden token from her pocket and placed it on the table. The 3 looked, and indeed, it was the identity token with Yuan written on it. "This is the clue I found." Bai Xiaoxiao feigned surprise. "Is that all?" Tang Jiao nodded. "That's it." She had no intention of explaining to the 3, so she put away the wooden token from the table, turned, and left the room. It seemed that in Tang Jiao's eyes, Ning, Lu, and Bai were already dead, and saying another word to them would be a waste of breath. Only after Tang Jiao had completely left did Lu Chengfeng let out an expletive. "Damn it! Every time I see that woman's face, I just want to slap her twice." Bai Xiaoxiao's fair fingers lightly tapped the tabletop as she smiled leisurely. "Me too, but there's no need for us to get angry with a dead person. She probably won't live past tonight either." Soon, night fell. Everyone stayed in their rooms, contemplating clues for survival. In fact, most people couldn't figure anything out, because they hadn't obtained any useful clues from beginning to end. The moonlight outside the window was still bright and cool, but as its light shone through the glass into the room, carried an indescribable chill. At some unknown point, Ning Qiushui, who was asleep, was awakened by a strange sound. He listened carefully and soon realized that this sound was the terrible charred ghost crawling on the ground. Just like last night. The sharp sound of its nails scraping against the ground was like an iron needle fiercely scratching at Ning Qiushui's heart. But this time, the charred ghost did not enter Ning Qiushui's room. Instead, it crawled past Ning Qiushui's door, step by step, continuing to crawl forward. Listening to the sound recede, Ning Qiushui tiptoed out of bed, opened a crack in the door, and carefully observed the thing crawling on the ground. Although the corridor was very dark, due to the moonlight from a balcony on one side, Ning Qiushui was still able to clearly see the dark, shapeless thing crawling on the ground. It turned out to be a corpse with only an upper body, burned alive into charcoal. The upper body of the corpse was very small, likely belonging to a child. Its dragging spine and internal organs were still faintly visible in its abdomen, but all were charred black. A strong smell of burnt flesh emanated from its entire body as it crawled on the ground with its 2 arms. The moment he saw this corpse, Ning Qiushui suddenly remembered the annotations he had seen at the nightmare shrine during the day. It described how Guangxiu's wife and son were locked in the Misty Rain Tower. Later, the Misty Rain Tower was struck by lightning during a heavy rain, catching fire, and the pouring rain could not extinguish it at all. He suddenly realized something with a jolt and pulled out the memorial tablet he had on him. Guangchuan. That's it. This fellow must be Guangchuan, Guangxiu's son. So this so-called guest house of ours is actually the Misty Rain Tower that Guangxiu's family once built for the village. Having guessed this truth, Ning Qiushui's heart clenched tightly. These villagers of Qiu village actually transformed a haunted house into a guest house for outsiders like them to live in. What exactly do they intend to do? Why are they so eager for these outside visitors to die? Just as Ning Qiushui was pondering, the sound of a door opening came from a room ahead. Click. Not long after, a woman's terrified scream suddenly came from that room. No. It's not me. You've got the wrong person. Wrong. Aya. This voice was all too familiar to Ning Qiushui. It was Tang Jiao. She didn't know what she had encountered in the room, but her screams were exceptionally shrill. Not long after, her screams gradually faded, and the sound of something chewing came from inside that room. Ning Qiushui's scalp tingled from hearing the sound. He silently closed his door and then climbed into bed. Tang Jiao's screams just now were extremely loud. That night, everyone on this floor stayed awake, curled up in their blankets, trembling. It wasn't until dawn that a terrified, helpless cry came from the end of the corridor. Sister Tang. Sister Tang. P.S. Good night. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia, the fastest across the entire network. Chapter 32. Qiu Village Exposed. Tang Jiao's screams last night echoed for a long time. But from beginning to end, no one dared to check. No one knew what she had truly encountered in that room. It wasn't until the next day, when the sun shone into the guest house, dispelling its gloom, that the newcomer Tang Jiao had brought through the blood gate dared to cautiously push open Tang Jiao's door to check on her. But it wasn't a problem not looking, just one glance inside, and the new girl was so scared that she wet herself on the spot. Generally speaking, adults have a certain psychological threshold. While encountering such bizarre and terrifying things might leave long-lasting psychological trauma, being scared to the point of incontinence is rare. But some individuals are exceptions, especially when holding in a full bladder in the morning. The young girl's shrill wails drew everyone to Tang Jiao's room door. They cautiously peered inside and found Tang Jiao lying on the ground, her posture twisted, with bits of flesh and blood everywhere. She was no longer recognizable as human. Did you all hear her screams last night? The bespectacled man asked with a trembling voice. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Jiao's corpse on the ground, without a trace of pity in her eyes. She screamed so loudly. Of course we heard it. Then, why did no one go to save her? You heard it. So why didn't you go save her? I didn't dare. We're all newcomers. We don't have any life-saving items. Bai Xiaoxiao sneered. Life-saving items are very precious. Any ghost artifact brought out from a blood gate, whether powerful or not, has a limited number of uses, and absolutely no more than 3 times. Why should I waste precious items to save an unrelated person? The bespectacled man fell silent, and everyone else fell silent. Only the young girl prostrate on the ground was still sobbing loudly. The air was filled with a heavy smell of blood and a faint whiff of urine. This young girl was named Luo Yan, a newcomer who had just joined Tang Jiao's guisha. She seemed to have a good relationship with Tang Jiao and was now kneeling on the ground, crying quite sadly. Lu Chengfeng found her appearance quite pitiful and intended to go comfort her. Who knew Luo Yan suddenly looked up and scolded them. You selfish people. You clearly have life-saving items. Yet you didn't save Sister Tang. Now look. Sister Tang is dead. The clues are gone. And none of you should expect to get out alive. Whoa! Bai Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, supporting her chest, and said lazily, she is indeed dead. But it has no impact whatsoever on our search for a way out. After all, your senior named Tang Jiao was lying to everyone from the very beginning. And she certainly had more than one life-saving item, but I guess she was too careless last night, perhaps not even keeping these items by her side. Knowing full well how dangerous this blood gate is, yet acting so overconfidently, her death is well deserved. No sooner had Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking than the bespectacled man suddenly realized something and immediately asked, Bai Xiaoxiao, you just said Tang Jiao was lying from the very beginning. What do you mean by that? Bai Xiaoxiao replied, some are guesses, so I won't mention them. I'll tell you some things that I can clearly prove she lied about. And that is, Tang Jiao never went to Square Pond at all. Don't let her aggressive demeanor fool you. She was actually just bluffing us. No sooner had she finished speaking than Luo Yan, who was kneeling on the ground sobbing, reacted as if a rat had its tail stepped on. You're talking nonsense. Sister Tang clearly went there. I went with her. She was anxious to clarify this, not to prove the innocence of the deceased Tang Jiao, but because Luo Yan knew that once everyone found out Tang Jiao hadn't been to Square Pond, then she, as Tang Jiao's little follower, naturally hadn't been either. And then, she would likely face 2 situations. First, either be abandoned by everyone and excluded from the clues for survival. Second, she would go alone to visit the remaining attractions, obtain clues, and share them with everyone. Originally, choosing the second option wouldn't have been unacceptable. But ever since Ning Qiushui recounted their experiences to everyone yesterday evening, Luo Yan had completely panicked. Moreover, before this, Tang Jiao had subtly told her that those attractions were extremely dangerous and likely haunted by unclean things. Oh? You went with her. Are you sure? It must be said that while Bai Xiaoxiao was usually easy to get along with, exuding a charming warmth, when her demeanor changed, the sense of oppression she gave off was very strong. Just a simple question made Luo Yan choke up for a long while. After a long pause, she, with a flushed face, stubbornly said, I'm sure, Sister Tang definitely went there. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. You can't even lie properly. I'm not lying. All right then. If you can answer one of my questions, you can prove you're not lying. What question? Bai Xiaoxiao smiled alluringly. No one here has been to Square Pond, so I won't ask you to describe what it looks like, as others wouldn't know if what you say is true or false anyway. I'll just ask you one question. I heard you and Tang Jiao went to Square Pond, so tell everyone, when did you go? Hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's question, Luo Yan suddenly felt her heart clench. First listen. It seemed like a question that could be casually brushed off. This mini-chapter is not yet finished. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia, the fastest across the entire network. But in reality, it wasn't. This was their third day in the village. At noon on the second day, Tang Jiao solemnly told everyone that they had been to Square Pond. In other words, Tang Jiao could only have gone to Square Pond before noon yesterday. Thinking of this, Luo Yan originally wanted to answer that they had gone to Square Pond in the morning, but then suddenly remembered that Square Pond seemed to be the furthest attraction from here. So she subconsciously blurted out, "We went on the afternoon of the first day. It was right after we entered this blood gate. Around 3 in the afternoon. We saw it was still early, so we thought we'd go check out the attractions. Maybe we could discover something." The moment Luo Yan blurted out that sentence, everyone could basically guess that they were lying. "Then when did you return?" Bai Xiaoxiao sneered. Luo Yan swallowed hard. "FO forgot. It was very late when we came back. I didn't check the time then." Bai Xiaoxiao continued to press Luo Yan, whose voice was already trembling slightly. "Didn't check the time? You didn't even look at the digital watch with a luminous function on your wrist." Luo Yan trembled all over. Perhaps her emotions had finally reached a breaking point. She abruptly stood up, glaring at everyone with an angry gaze, almost screaming, "I told you! We went to Square Pond on the afternoon of the first day. If you don't believe me, then don't. What kind of skill is it for a group of people to gang up here and bully a newcomer like me?" After she finished speaking, she pushed through the crowd and ran back to her room without looking back. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Bai Xiaoxiao seemed unfazed by this. "Sister Bai, did we go too far?" Lu Chengfeng whispered into Bai Xiaoxiao's ear at this moment. Although he detested evil, he was surprisingly tolerant towards innocent people. Bai Xiaoxiao said coldly, "No snowflake is innocent in an avalanche." Tang Jiao couldn't possibly have told her important things, but she certainly wasn't completely ignorant either. Yet, she chose to remain silent and watch all of this unfold. "Do you think she's a good person?" Lu Chengfeng fell silent. Although this woman named Luo Yan is timid, she's still a bit cunning. If she had the ability and courage, she might have done something even more ruthless than Tang Jiao. After speaking, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly yawned. "I'm sleepy. I'm going back to catch up on my beauty sleep. Last night was so annoying. Ghost wails in the middle of the night kept me from sleeping well all night." If you like wuxia, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates wuxia, the fastest across the entire network. Chapter 33. Qiyu Village, the Hidden Malefactor. Ghost artifacts are gifts bestowed upon trial takers by the Blood Gate. Precisely because of this, they are absolutely personal in nature. One can lend their ghost artifact to others for use within the same Blood Gate, but cannot bestow it. Furthermore, once the owner of a ghost artifact dies, all ghost artifacts they possessed will be sealed and turn into ordinary items. The newcomer named Luo Yan, after everyone had left, cautiously opened her door, gritted her teeth, and suppressing her inner fear, entered Tang Jiao's room. She dared not look at the gruesome corpse on the ground. Trembling, she searched the room and eventually found 3 ghost artifacts in Tang Jiao's backpack. Although she also knew this rule, she still packed these 3 ghost artifacts. Who knew if they would work? What if they were useful? When people are desperate, they won't let go of even the slightest glimmer of what might be hope. Luo Yan was exactly like that. But as she put these 3 ghost artifacts into her backpack and was about to turn and leave, she suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. Her eyes revealed immense terror, and she trembled as she stared at the ground before her. The corpse that had been a bloody mess just moments ago was gone. Not only the corpse had vanished, but also the bloodstains on the ground. It was as if a person named Tang Jiao had never stayed in this room. Luo Yan was terrified. She felt a chilling presence behind her, as if the deceased Tang Jiao was watching her from somewhere. So she rushed out of Tang Jiao's room without looking back, ran back to her own lodging, and then locked the door from the inside. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the bespectacled man and his 2 companions went out again to search for new clues, while Bai Xiaoxiao, who had always been actively looking for clues, had only just woken up and finished washing. Ning Qiushui moved a chair and sat in the open, basking in the sun. He didn't seem to be in a hurry either. Neither of them was in a hurry, but Lu Chengfeng was. "Hey! What's wrong with you two? Aren't we going to look for clues this morning?" Ning Qiushui didn't turn his head. He sat swaying in his chair, his brows furrowed, as if deep in thought. "Clues? What more clues are there to find?" Lu Chengfeng strode over to him. "Haven't we still got one more attraction we haven't seen? Perhaps that scenic spot holds a crucial clue?" Ning Qiushui shook his head. "It's no use." Lu Chengfeng didn't understand Ning Qiushui's thoughts and let out an ah, just as he was about to ask further. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice came from behind him. "We've already gotten the clues we wanted. If we risk searching again, all we'll see are the villagers' lies." Lu Chengfeng didn't understand. So Bai Xiaoxiao continued to explain. "These scenic spots were built by the villagers. They want us to see them, so trying to find the truth from these spots is simply impossible." Lu Chengfeng was a little anxious. "Then what do we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death. The temple festival starts in less than 5 days. Seeing Lu Chengfeng's appearance, Bai Xiaoxiao sighed softly. "I know you're anxious, but don't be just yet. Being anxious won't help." At this moment, Ning Qiushui, who had been sitting in a chair sunbathing, asked the original question again. "What role do you think the Yuan clan plays in the hints given to us by the Blood Gate? Are they the kind ones who bled dry, or the compassionate ones who severed heads? Or perhaps they are the innocent ones craving sweet dew and peace?" Both heard the hidden meaning in Ning Qiushui's words. Bai Xiaoxiao subtly caught something and looked up at Ning Qiushui. "Qiushui, what do you think?" Ning Qiushui now turned his head to look at the two, his gaze sharp and clear as never before. "The answer is none of them." The two were startled. "None of them," Ning Qiushui said. "At first, I never understood what the hint from this blood gate truly meant. But now, I think I understand. Pay attention to the order of this hint. The kind ones bled dry and became sweet dew. The compassionate ones severed heads and bestowed peace. If that's the case, why do the innocent still await sweet dew and peace?" Hearing this, the two were suddenly taken aback. Ning Qiushui continued, "Because they received neither the sweet dew bestowed by the kind ones nor the peace granted by the compassionate ones. Among this group, there is also an evildoer. He made the kind ones bleed dry, made the compassionate ones lose their heads, and left the innocent ones with nothing." Listening to what Ning Qiushui said, both felt their breathing quicken. "Young man, are you saying that Granny Yuan, the shamaness, is the evildoer? But why would she do that? It makes no sense. They're all from the same village. There's no enmity." Just as Lu Chengfeng was puzzled, Bai Xiaoxiao, with a forced smile, uttered a sentence that sent chills down his spine. How can a shamanist status in a village be demonstrated? Of course, by making the village haunted. Boom! As if struck by lightning, Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened, and he stood rooted to the spot, motionless. H this. Seeing his incredulous expression, Bai Xiaoxiao sneered. Sometimes, people are far scarier than ghosts. After a moment of silence, Ning Qiushui said, Yesterday at noon, there was an auntie serving food in the cafeteria. When I asked her about the architectural style of the building, her eyes darted around. She must know something. But when I went to the cafeteria to find her this morning, she wasn't there. The cafeteria staff said she wouldn't be in until noon. We still have time. Let's wait. Noon. I want to talk to her alone. Bringing Guangshuan's memorial tablet. The two nodded. If they could directly ascertain the truth from an informed person, that would naturally be best. As soon as lunch service began, the three entered the cafeteria. However, upon seeing the auntie serving food in the cafeteria, Ning Qiushui frowned. This person wasn't the one from yesterday. Vaguely, an ominous feeling spread through his heart. Hello, uncle. I'd like to ask, why didn't the auntie who served food yesterday come in? The old man serving food, with cloudy eyes, was confused for a moment before realizing what Ning Qiushui had asked him. Oh, her? She seems to be feeling unwell. P.S. At least 2 more chapters today. If you like Gui Shi, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net Gui Shi. Shuhage Novel Network. Fastest updates on the entire network. Chapter 34 Chiyu Village Inquiry. Feeling unwell? Is she sick? The old man serving food shook his head. I wouldn't know about that. I didn't ask in detail. Probably just some minor ailment. The medical conditions in the village aren't good. And there's a bit of an evil aura. So occasional headaches are normal. Hearing this, Ning Qiushui then asked the old man for the auntie's address. After getting the information he wanted, he carried his tray to Bai and Lu's room. Young man, how did it go? Lu Chengfeng asked Ning Qiushui while shoveling down large mouthfuls of food. She didn't come. They said she was feeling unwell. But I don't think it's that simple. After we eat, we'll go to her house to check on the situation. The two nodded. After the meal, they followed the old man's directions and entered the village where the residents lived. To be honest, it was their first time in this place. The tourist attractions and guest house in the village were completely different from the village itself. The former 2 buildings were very refined, whereas the villagers' living environment in the settlement appeared quite crude, even having a distinct air of a remote, impoverished area. Judging by the architectural environment of the scenic spots, the 3 had initially thought the villagers' economy was decent and their lives relatively prosperous. However, the current environment was vastly different from what they had imagined. The ground was entirely paved with mud and gravel. Most of the villagers' houses were mud brick structures, some not even having brick walls. Everywhere they looked, there was desolation. Damn it! How could it be so dilapidated? Lu Chengfeng muttered softly. Even someone as thick-skinned as him noticed the abnormality in the village. The 3 walked forward along the dirt road. Occasionally, passing villagers and those busy in their courtyards cast strange glances at them. It was an eerie scrutiny. Their eyes held an unspeakable guilt. and a hint of an unsettling chill that was hard to pinpoint. But without exception, these villagers observed them furtively, not staring directly, and no one dared to meet their gaze. These people definitely have something to hide, Ning Qiushui sneered. Soon, they arrived at the address of the auntie who served food in the cafeteria yesterday noon. As they pushed open the dilapidated picket gate and entered the courtyard, they ran straight into a middle-aged man who had just come out of the house. The middle-aged man was holding a basin of water, with a towel draped beside it. After seeing the three, the middle-aged man's eyes changed abruptly, first revealing an unexpected panic. But it was quickly suppressed. "Who are you? And what are you doing in my house?" The middle-aged man's voice was faint, seemingly harboring hostility towards the three. Ning Qiushui spoke. "We're here to find Milan." Milan was the name of the auntie who served food in the cafeteria yesterday noon. The middle-aged man's expression was cold. "You've got the wrong place. There's no one named Milan here." After saying this, he tried to drive them out. Just as Ning Qiushui was considering whether to force their way in, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. "You'd better not stop us. To be honest, it's not us who want to see Milan, but someone you can't afford to offend." The middle-aged man's movements paused slightly upon hearing this. Bai Xiaoxiao swayed her steps, walking neither fast nor slow to stand before him, and whispered a name to him. Upon hearing that name, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale. He took 2 steps back, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. "You don't believe me?" Bai Xiaoxiao smiled faintly, a hint of a sneer in her expression. "Do you want us to show you that thing? It's right in his arms." This eerie voice, like a cold wind blowing from winter, made the middle-aged man shiver. He quickly shook his head. "And no need. Milan is my wife. She's feeling unwell today, so I'd rather she not see outsiders." Bai Xiaoxiao smiled gently. "Don't worry. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt its owner. We're not here for revenge. We just want to confirm a few things with her, and then we'll leave." The middle-aged man immediately poured out the water from the basin, placed the basin on a stone platform, and then led them into the room. The room looked even more dilapidated than the outside, as if it hadn't been tidied in a long time. Many pieces of furniture showed heavy signs of age, giving the impression that the house was built decades ago and had never been updated since. A short, plump, middle-aged woman lay on the bed, completely wrapped in a blanket, her lips pale. Her eyes were tightly closed, as if she were asleep. Bai Xiaoxiao stepped forward and reached out to touch the middle-aged woman's forehead. She had a fever, and it was a high fever, probably a little over 39 degrees Celsius. It seemed the trio's movements were a bit loud, waking Milan. As soon as she opened her eyes, she let out a shriek. "You! When did you come into my house?" Ning Qiushui gestured to Lu Chengfeng, telling him to close the door. As the door creaked shut, the room instantly became dim. Click! He pulled the cord of the hanging lamp. This dim yellow light falling on their bodies inexplicably added a touch of eeriness to their figures. "I have a question for you. Once you answer, we'll leave." Perhaps remembering Ning Qiushui's face, Milan's expression softened slightly, no longer as panicked as before. However, as Ning Qiushui asked his next question, Milan's body, hidden under the blanket, suddenly tensed up. "Why did you clean up a haunted house for us outsiders to live in?" Milan stammered, her face ashen. What haunted house? I don't know what you're talking about." Ning Qiushui looked into Mi Lan's eyes and suddenly smiled. That building you temporarily cleaned up. That should be the ruins of Yanyu Temple. Right? Upon hearing this, Mi Lan trembled violently all over. The middle-aged man beside her saw that something was wrong and was about to step forward to stop them. But then saw Ning Qiushui suddenly pull something from his embrace and place it before him. After seeing what it was, the middle-aged man cried out, clutched his head, and knelt on the ground, trembling. He seemed possessed, muttering incessantly, "It's none of our business. We didn't do it. Don't come looking for us." At this very moment, what Ning Qiushui held in his hand was none other than Guangshuan's memorial tablet. If you like Gui Shi, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Gui Shi. Shuhage Novel Network. Fastest updates on the entire network. Chapter 35 Chiyu Village, the Shamaness. I have only one question. Why did you clean up a haunted house for us outside visitors to live in? Ning Qiushui stared intently at the woman on the bed. Mi Lan bit her lip tightly, initially wanting to stay silent. But upon seeing the memorial tablet in Ning Qiushui's hand, she couldn't stop trembling. That wasn't our intention. We didn't want it this way either. Mi Lan's voice carried a strong sense of guilt and helplessness. But the temple festival is about to begin. If we haven't prepared enough. She had just gotten to this point when the middle-aged man in the room roared, "Mi Lan, shut up. Do you want to die? Is this something you can talk about?" The three were also startled by the middle-aged man's sudden roar. They turned to look at the middle-aged man and saw that his eyes were bloodshot, and his mental state seemed somewhat abnormal. It can't be said. This kind of thing. It can't be spoken aloud. If the shamaness finds out, we're finished. Mentioning the shamaness, the middle-aged man became utterly terrified, as if he had invoked some taboo, his expression almost collapsing. Mi Lan, who was about to tell everything to Ning Qiushui and the other two, also seemed to be roused by the middle-aged man's roar. She bit her lip tightly and stopped speaking. Seeing the atmosphere in the room fall into a stalemate again, Bai Xiaoxiao, who had been calmly standing beside Ning Qiushui, suddenly pulled out a sharp knife from her pocket. The name Zizi Gardenia was engraved on the blade. I've killed enough people outside. So, in the world after the Blood Gate, I usually don't like to kill. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly turned extremely cold, completely different from her usual lazy and casual demeanor. Her aura became terrifying. A dense killing intent permeated the entire room. And even Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng beside her were startled. If we can't uncover the truth, we'll die. Since we're going to die anyway, why not kill a few more before we go? To take down with us. As she spoke, she walked step by step towards the middle-aged man, knife in hand. The latter casually picked up a wooden stool nearby, intending to fight back, but he clearly underestimated Bai Xiaoxiao's skill. With a slight sidestep to dodge, the next moment, the sharp blade in Bai Xiaoxiao's hand had already pierced the middle-aged man's neck, subduing him to the ground. The cold proximity of death finally made the middle-aged man calm down. He dared not move. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng, standing by, were also dumbfounded. Holy crap! This kind of move exists. Directly subdue an NPC in the Blood Gate using force? I should tell you. The stab avoided your artery. But if you dare to act recklessly, I only need to slightly twist the blade, and you'll be dead. Understood. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's alluring and cold aura was fully revealed. Like a succubus, She straddled the middle-aged man. This should have been a sensual scene, but the sharp, cold blade in her hand extinguished any impure thoughts. Under the threat of death, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. He dared not make any large movements, because the knife in by Xiaoxiao's hand was still stuck in his neck. Now, answer our previous question. The middle-aged man painfully closed his eyes, hesitated for a long while, then said in a hoarse voice, "I can tell you the truth you want to know, but you absolutely must not tell anyone else." Bai Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. Her face, which had been incredibly cold a moment ago, suddenly became amiable again. "Don't worry. We absolutely won't tell anyone else. However, we also know quite a bit. If I find out you've lied, you know the consequences." After speaking, she withdrew the knife from his neck and elegantly wiped the blood clean from it. The wound on the middle-aged man's neck was not deep, nor did it clearly damage any major blood vessels. It only bled a little before stopping. He let out a long breath. Clearly, the middle-aged man knew that if these three people didn't get the answers they wanted today, it would be difficult for him and his wife to survive. This matter is too ancient, and our understanding isn't complete. I'll make a long story short. The village needs to hold a temple festival once a year, and the offerings for the temple festival are people. Although the three were mentally prepared, hearing that the offerings for the festival were people still made them shiver slightly. "What are you sacrificing to?" The middle-aged man's expression was grim. "Sacrificing to some people who died 100 years ago." "Why sacrifice to them?" "I don't know that. The shamaness has always been in charge of all this. We are only responsible for providing the offerings as she instructs, and we don't concern ourselves with anything else." Hearing this, Ning Qiushui suddenly asked a very strange question. "Why is the village so poor?" When this question was brought up, the middle-aged man clearly fell silent. After a long while, he finally said, "Every year, every household in the village has to sell large amounts of grain and meat, using the money earned to build temples for the mountain god and earth god. Only then can we have favorable weather and good harvests next year." Ning Qiushui heard this and suddenly laughed. "The shamaness is in charge of all this too, isn't she?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes. It's precisely because of the shamaness that everyone in Chiyu village can live peaceful lives. We have no reason to refuse something that's for everyone's common good. Although we're a bit poor, at least everyone can live in peace." Ning Qiushui thought for a moment, then raised a finger. "One last question for you, and then we'll leave." The middle-aged man, All right. Ning Qiushui said, "How exactly did Guangxiu's family die back then?" No sooner had he finished speaking, and before the middle-aged man could open his mouth, a strange, cold old woman's voice suddenly came from outside. 100 years ago, when the village was plagued by famine, Guangxiu's family not only hoarded large amounts of grain privately, but also killed villagers who came to borrow food, even turning them into meals. This family usually rode roughshod over everyone, lording it over them. It would have been bad enough if they just accumulated wealth and grain under the guise of the Misty Rain Temple, but at such a critical moment of life and death, he committed such an outrageous act that angered both heaven and man, causing widespread suffering and starvation in the village. Fortunately, my ancestor Wan Kaihuang stepped forward, led the villagers to storm Guangxiu's home, and thus ended his wicked life. As soon as this voice spoke, the 5 people in the room instantly tensed up, especially the middle-aged man and Milan on the bed, who were trembling violently, their faces pale, utterly drained of color. P.S. I'll write 4 chapters today. Save the drafts tonight, and tomorrow's updates should be faster. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates Ghost House the fastest. Chapter 36. Chiu Village Speculation. The appearance of this aged voice was unexpected by everyone. Even hearing it for the first time, Ning Qiushui and the two others could almost certainly confirm that the voice belonged to the village's shamaness Ruan. The other party hadn't even entered the room. Yet a terrifying sense of oppression had already passed through the dilapidated wooden door, assailing them. Soon, the door was pushed open. An aged face appeared before everyone. The moment he saw that face, the middle-aged man in the room collapsed directly onto the floor, as if all his strength had left him, and even the light in his eyes had faded. He knew he was finished. The shamaness must have been standing outside for who knows how long, listening to their conversation. If she had heard what they were just talking about. The middle-aged man's heart was filled with fear and despair. He knew the shamanist's methods, and he dared not imagine what terrible things would happen next. The village should have an inn specifically for outside guests. Why are the three of you suddenly running into the village like this? The shamaness was plump and prosperous, holding a dragon-headed staff, and a very peculiar wooden token was tucked into her bucket-thick waist. The three had seen this wooden token many times. It was indeed the Ruan clan's identity token. Nothing much. I just suddenly noticed that the auntie serving food in the cafeteria had changed. I casually asked. Heard she wasn't feeling well. And since I'm a medical student, I came to take a look. Ning Qiushui answered the shamaness calmly, his face unblushing, his heart steady. He wasn't lying. Every word in that sentence was true. The shamaness glanced at Ning Qiushui. Her gaze was terrifying, like a hungry wolf in the mountains sizing up its prey. Moreover, Ning Qiushui keenly noticed. There was a patch of red rash on the shamaness's neck near her shoulder. Although the shamaness was dressed quite conservatively, one could vaguely see that the red patch was a kind of sore, encircling a large part of her neck. At first glance, it even gave the illusion that there was a ring of bloodstains around the shamaness's neck. There are no doctors in the village, but we have our own ways of treating illnesses, so you needn't trouble yourself. As the shamaness spoke, she slowly walked to the woman lying on the bed. Her gaze towards the woman was only cold indifference. Rather than looking at a person, it was more like looking at a corpse. The shamaness slowly extended her right hand towards the woman on the bed. It was then that the man in the room suddenly went mad, lunging at the shamaness, hugging her legs, and pleading mournfully, "Revered shamaness, Milady, please be merciful and spare her life. Lanzi just had a fever, and it damaged her mind. She didn't say anything. It was me who spoke. It was me. Please spare her life." The man kowtowed repeatedly as he begged for mercy. However, the shamaness remained completely indifferent to all of this. I heard from other villagers that outsiders had entered the village, so I came to take a look. Isn't your wife running a fever? She might be possessed. I'll take a look for her. What? Don't you want your wife to get better quickly? In the shamanist's aged voice, there was a hint of faint concern. The man hesitantly looked at the trembling woman on the bed, remained silent for a long time, and finally chose to release his grip. The shamaness extended her aged fingers, grabbed something from the air, mumbled something under her breath, and then sprinkled it onto the face of the woman on the bed. The scene looked exactly like an old charlatan, Yet everyone could clearly see that after the shamaness finished these actions, the woman who had been trembling on the bed suddenly became quiet. The look on her face was no longer one of fear as before. Instead, a strange smile appeared, and her eyes became inexplicably hollow. "There, your wife is cured." After the shamaness finished, she seemed a little tired, her tone carrying a hint of challenge as she looked at Ning Qiushui, as if asking, "Can your medical skills take effect this quickly?" Ning Qiushui smiled faintly. "The shamaness truly has remarkable methods. Today has certainly opened the eyes of us frogs at the bottom of the well. Since Auntie Milan is now well, we won't disturb you any further." The shamaness said nothing more, watching the three leave the room and walk step by step towards the outskirts of the village. Under the shamaness' gaze, all three felt a chill down their spines, an extremely uncomfortable sensation. After they had walked far away, the wooden door in front of the shamaness slowly closed. In the corner of the room, the middle-aged man's terrified and despairing gaze was thus completely cut off by that dilapidated wooden door. "Damn it! That old woman is terrifying." On the road, Lu Chengfeng cursed, shaking off a chill. Back in the room, when the shamaness' gaze swept over him, he felt a prickling sensation, as if a thorn was in his back. "Sister Bai, you're so skilled. Why didn't you act then? Just tie her up, and we could take her directly to Fangsuan Pond. Wouldn't that be it? That female ghost must be looking for this shamaness, right? If we let her get her revenge, she might tell us the truth and show us a way out." Bai Xiao put away her knife and returned to her previous lazy expression. "As the saying goes, martial artists don't fight cultivators. I have some tricks, but they're only for combat. I can't afford to provoke someone who practices such sinister and unorthodox abilities." Ning Qiushui said, "This shamaness is indeed too sinister. However, she also seems to be in an unusual state. Not only does she have some blood-red papules on her body, but she also emits a putrid smell. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates Ghost House the fastest. Bai Xiao frowned. "You smelled it too? I thought it was just my imagination." Ning Qiushui nodded with certainty. "I smelled it. This village. The villagers who know seem to be very afraid of Guangchuan, who is already dead. However, with the shamaness in the village, there shouldn't be any hauntings. At least not frequently. Thinking this way, there's only one possibility left." The two turned their heads to look at Ning Qiushui. "What possibility?" Ning Qiushui slowly said, "The villagers of Qiu village must have done many things that they are ashamed of towards Guangchuan's family. They have a guilty conscience, which is why they feel uneasy and afraid. However, Guangchuan's family lived 100 years ago, so these villagers certainly weren't involved in Ruan Kaihuang leading the killing of Guangchuan's family back then. These people most likely know the truth of what happened back then, but they've hidden it, even twisting the facts. Do you remember the scenic spots we visited earlier? Almost every annotated spot would mention the famine of that year, praising Ruan Kaihuang's achievements and condemning the Guang family's heinous acts that angered both heaven and man. However, it's highly possible that what actually happened is completely contrary to what's recorded in these annotations." After Ning Qiushui finished speaking, all three fell silent for a while. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng, walking on the far left, suddenly and unexpectedly asked a question. "But if the Guang family didn't commit any evil, Why did the villagers storm into his house and kill them back then? After he asked this question, all three stopped in their tracks. A moment later, they suddenly raised their heads, and an unspeakable terror appeared in their eyes. Could it be grain? If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates Ghost House the fastest. Chapter 37. Chiyu Village Conjecture on a Way Out. Once a terrifying thought takes root in one's mind, it's difficult to eradicate it. Grain. When these two words appeared before their eyes, they became impossible to shake off. No way, even for food. It wouldn't come to murder. Lu Chengfeng gasped, taking a sharp breath. What he feared wasn't murder itself, but rather the reason those villagers killed Guangxiu's entire family. Merely for a mouthful of grain. This isn't the first time such things have happened. In ancient times, during severe droughts and famines, people would even resort to cannibalism. Many think this is an exaggeration, but it's not at all. Ning Qiushui's tone was heavy. Of course, that's not the most terrifying part. After all, people in such environments can only survive by following the law of the jungle. What's truly terrifying is that those who committed evil, after overcoming the crisis, covered up their crimes with lies and even framed the victims for their wickedness. Back then, what was stolen from Guangxiu's family wasn't just grain, but also their lives, their reputation. Bai Xiaoxiao also sighed with sympathy. This is the most terrifying thing. Everyone knows you're innocent, yet no one stands up to speak for you. They even conspire together, fabricate absurd crimes against you, and then point fingers at you, putting you on trial. I think I can probably understand why such terrifying vengeful spirits would emerge from this village. This is no longer just a matter of life and death grievances. The three felt heavy-hearted and didn't continue speaking, returning to their guest house in silence. By now, they could generally guess what had happened in the village back then, but they still hadn't found a way out. Time passed quickly, and it was soon dinner time again. Thanks to everyone's caution, no one else had been lost besides Tang Jiao. 7 people remained. During dinner, everyone sat silently around the dining table. Only Luo Yan kept staring at her plate, smiling continuously. Her smile was eerie, and her expression was very dazed, making one wonder what she had experienced alone in the guest house all afternoon. Ning Qiushui observed Luo Yan, feeling that he had seen her smile somewhere before, but couldn't recall where at the moment. The others, of course, also noticed this and subtly moved away from Luo Yan. Thus, a very strange scene unfolded at the round dining table. Luo Yan sat alone at one spot, with no one on either side, while the remaining 6 people were all huddled together on one side. Luo Yan, what are you laughing at? Finally, someone couldn't help but speak. It was Zhongfang, the timid girl. Luo Yan's appearance had scared her quite a bit, but Luo Yan didn't respond to her at all. Holding her chopsticks, she didn't pick up any food, just stared intently at the plate in front of her, occasionally letting out soft laughs, as if someone beside her was telling jokes and amusing her. The scene was utterly bizarre. Zhongfang felt that if there weren't so many other people in the room, she would have run out immediately without looking back. What's wrong with her? The glasses man also panicked. But no one answered his question, because no one knew. Ning Qiushui continued to eat, but occasionally he would glance up at Luo Yan, seemingly observing something. Until a certain moment, he suddenly stopped picking up food. He remembered. He finally remembered why Luo Yan's smile felt so familiar. Because he had seen that exact smile on Mi Lan's face not long ago. At that time, the shamaness had approached the bedridden Mi Lan, chanted some spell at her, sprinkled something, and then Mi Lan had displayed that very smile. Could it be? The shamaness did it? What does she want to do? Just as Ning Qiushui was deep in thought, Luo Yan suddenly stood up in a daze and walked towards the door. Her walking posture was like that of a zombie, utterly lifeless. But no one in the room dared to stop her. Only after she had walked far away did Zhongfang weakly speak up. Are we going to die? Her voice carried a mix of panic and a hint of a sob. There are only 4 days left. We've basically visited all the attractions we could, and found most of the clues we could. But we still haven't found a way out. Is there? No way out at all through this door. Under immense pressure, emotions are the first to break down. And once emotions collapse, intelligence is the next to suffer. People in this state constantly doubt themselves and everything around them. Everyone's expressions were grim. Hey! By Xiao. Have you guys found any useful clues? Tell us. Let's all help think of a solution. It's better than going it alone. After all, we're all in this together now. Although the glasses man was a newcomer and hadn't performed exceptionally well in many aspects, his proactive search for a way out gave his teammates a lot of confidence. All right, we did find some useful clues. There are 7 of us left. Oh no. Strictly speaking, only 6. So I'll share what we've learned. Bai Xiao began to narrate slowly. She first told everyone present about the village's famine 100 years ago, and then mentioned the hints given by the Blood Gate. The hints given by the Blood Gate are usually not complete. In fact, besides the good, the compassionate, and the innocent, this village also has an evildoer. And that evildoer is the shamaness of this village. Regarding the conjecture for a way out, we need to help the good avenge themselves, eliminate the evildoer, and then help the compassionate find its lost head to restore peace to the village. And we have less than 4 days to accomplish all of this. If we don't complete these tasks before the temple festival, then what we'll face will likely be the final reckoning from the good and the compassionate. P.S. There should be 4 more updates today. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net. Shuhage Novel Network updates Ghost House the fastest. Chapter 38. Chiyu Village, the Terrifying Truth. Oh. If you put it that way, we really missed a great opportunity. The glasses man gritted his teeth and clapped his hands sharply. In the afternoon, that shamaness Ruan came to the guest house once. If we had known, we should have tied her up. Ning Qiushui slowly said, you shouldn't feel regret. You should feel fortunate. If you had known about this at that time and acted against shamaness Ruan, then it's highly likely that you would have been the one in trouble. He described what had happened in the village that afternoon to everyone, and the others immediately understood why Luo Yan had become like this. It must have been shamaness Ruan's doing. Why did she turn Luo Yan into that state? Hearing about shamaness Ruan's mysterious and profound abilities, the glasses man, who had originally regretted not acting against the shamaness, now felt a cold sweat break out on his back. If they had returned a little earlier then, they might have also fallen victim to shamaness Ruan's sinister hand, turning into soulless puppets just like Luo Yan. I think it might be related to Tang Jiao's death, Bai Xiao said. Originally, Tang Jiao was a pawn manipulated by shamaness Ruan to force or induce us to do certain things. Now that this pawn is gone, She definitely has to act herself. As she spoke, Ning Qiushui, who was beside her, suddenly realized something, saying with a hint of excitement in his voice, "I finally understand. This is the crux of the problem." Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at him, their faces filled with doubt and curiosity. "Little brother, what have you figured out?" Looking at everyone's puzzled expressions, Ning Qiushui slowly uttered a sentence that made their scalps tingle. "From the moment we entered the blood gate, we were misled by the hints. The temple festival didn't start 4 days later. In fact, the temple festival began the day we arrived." As his words fell, the entire room plunged into a deathly silence. "Do you remember our mission on the blood gate? The mission is for us to survive the 7th day's temple festival. It doesn't mean the temple festival only starts on the 7th day. Let's talk about what we're experiencing now." Ning Qiushui's speaking speed grew faster and faster, and his thoughts became clearer. The shaman first approached Tang Jiao, promising to let her live, and conspired with her to lead us to our deaths. Those who secretly went up the mountain under Tang Jiao's guidance. Those who went to different scenic spots. In fact, they were all part of the shaman's calculations from the start. In our eyes, these scenic spots might hide clues to survival. But in the shaman's eyes, they are all places for the sacrifice of offerings. Fangsuan Pond, Fuo Ancestral Temple, the Unfailing Well, even the guest house Misty Rain Temple, where we're staying, is haunted by terrifying vengeful spirits. The people of this village, from the moment we entered, have been trying every possible way to sacrifice us to these dead people. Precisely because of this, after Tang Jiao's death, the shaman suspected that someone among us had already discovered everything. So she didn't look for another insider, but chose to act herself. As Ning Qiushui uttered this fact word by word, everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. The ritual. Had it already begun? The bespectacled man muttered to himself. As Ning Qiushui put forth this conjecture, everyone suddenly remembered something that had been happening all along, yet they had consistently overlooked. People were dying every day. Yes. If they were offerings, and the ritual hadn't begun, would the villagers and the shaman let them die so easily? Clearly not. The room fell into a dead silence. Everyone was silent. The ritual they had thought would begin 4 days later had, in fact, already started 2 days ago. Damn it, we should have realized this sooner. The bespectacled man couldn't help but curse. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao, who had finished her meal, put down her chopsticks. "All right, it's getting late today. Everyone, please don't go out anymore. The village isn't safe to begin with. And also, when you return to your rooms, remember to check every corner. If you see a wooden plaque with the character Ruan written on it, remember to throw it out immediately." Everyone returned to their rooms with heavy hearts. After Ning Qiushui checked the room and confirmed nothing was overlooked, he locked the door. It got dark quickly in the village, and before long, it was completely dark outside. They had done a lot today, and Ning Qiushui's mind was still a bit jumbled. He sat on the bed and began to sort things out. Although I've roughly guessed what happened back then, many details are still unclear, such as the death of the Guangxiu family, and why that compassionate one looked like a monk. But now the shaman is highly wary of us, so investigating all these matters one by one is probably no longer possible. Most of the current villagers were under 70 years old. Ning Qiushui had been paying attention when they first entered the village. In fact, Given the medical conditions in the village, it would be a blessing for these villagers to live past 60. So, it's impossible for these survivors to know everything about what happened 100 years ago. Some minor details, perhaps they genuinely didn't know, probably only having heard some important things from their elders, knowing that the Guangxiu family had suffered an injustice. It seems the starting point still has to be the shaman. Ning Qiushui's gaze was sharp. Although they really didn't want to confront the shaman directly, it now seemed to be an unavoidable step. Since there were no wooden plaques in the rooms, no one encountered Guangshuan tonight. Perhaps due to hatred, it seemed to have no interest in the group, focusing solely on finding the wooden plaques with the character Ruan written on them. The next day, Ning Qiushui got up for breakfast, only to find Bai Xiaoxiao was gone. P.S. Starting work. 3 more updates to come. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, Ghost House. Shuhage Novel Network. Fastest updates across the web. Chapter 39. Praying Rain Village Bronze Mirror. Yes. Bai Xiaoxiao was gone. In the morning, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng knocked on her door together, but Bai Xiaoxiao was slow to open it. The two found it strange, thinking Bai Xiaoxiao had woken up early and gone to eat first. But when they arrived at the dining hall, they still couldn't find any trace of her. Ning Qiushui asked the dining hall staff, but the elderly man serving food told him he hadn't seen Bai Xiaoxiao. The two vaguely felt something was wrong and hurriedly returned to the guest house, arriving at Bai Xiaoxiao's door. Gently turning the doorknob, the door simply opened. Inside the door, there was no one. The faint scent of Bai Xiaoxiao's shampoo still lingered in the room. "This is bad," Lu Chengfeng murmured. "Sister Bai didn't run into a ghost last night, did she?" Ning Qiushui checked the room, shook his head, his expression somewhat grave. "There are no signs of a struggle, no signs of resistance," and she took her backpack. From these details, Sister Bai must have left her room voluntarily. Lu Chengfeng frowned. "Left voluntarily?" Ning Qiushui, "Yes, Sister Bai isn't a reckless person. For her to make the risky decision to leave alone, she must have discovered something extremely important last night." Ning Qiushui also felt uncertain. He could confirm from the room's arrangement that Bai Xiaoxiao had left on her own, but he wasn't sure if she would return alive. After all, this village was simply too sinister, especially the back mountain behind the forest in front of the guest house. They hadn't been there until now. In their judgment, that place should be the forbidden area behind this blood-red door, far more dangerous than the other scenic spots. Rashly approaching that place could very likely lead to unpredictable events. "Brother, where do you think Sister Bai could have gone?" Facing Lu Chengfeng's question, Ning Qiushui shook his head. He also couldn't imagine what she might have seen last night that would make the usually cautious Bai Xiaoxiao take such action. "Let's wait for now. We still have time. No need to rush. The most important thing now is to stay steady. Once we panic, problems will easily arise." Lu Chengfeng nodded. However, their wait lasted an entire day. Bai Xiaoxiao still hadn't returned even when night fell again. Now, not only Lu Chengfeng but also the other 3 couldn't sit still. "What? Bai Xiaoxiao is also gone?" The bespectacled man was utterly shocked. This morning, they also discovered that one person was missing from their team. Luo Yan. She had also disappeared this morning. But because Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng were solely concerned about Bai Xiaoxiao's whereabouts, They didn't know about this, and there was no communication between the two teams. It wasn't until evening that they realized two people had gone missing last night. In that case, could Sister Bai have left with Luo Yen last night? Ning Qiushui nodded. It's possible. So, do we have any plans for tonight? The bespectacled man was a bit nervous, and his face looked grim. They didn't have much time left. A day might seem long, but it passes in the blink of an eye. We don't have any life-saving ghost artifacts, and acting at night is too dangerous. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment, then gave up the idea of acting at night. The reason they had to act at night in their previous Blood Red Door was because the rules gave clear instructions. Bai Xiaoxiao had told them before that unless it was a special circumstance, it was best not to wander around at night, because the world behind the Blood Red Door was usually very dangerous at night. Everyone checked their rooms again, and after confirming the wooden plaque wasn't there, they locked their doors. After Ning Qiushui waited for everyone to enter their own rooms, he secretly slipped out of his room and entered Bai Xiaoxiao's room once more. During the day, his search had been rather hasty, and he hadn't noticed some areas. After a day of thinking, Ning Qiushui felt that with Bai Xiaoxiao's caution, even if she acted alone, she would definitely not leave them with nothing. So, in the evening, he entered Bai Xiaoxiao's room again. This time, he found a blood-stained bronze mirror covered in cracks under Bai Xiaoxiao's pillow. Ning Qiushui was not unfamiliar with this bronze mirror. Earlier at the unfailing well, Lu Chengfeng was almost dragged in by the ghost at the bottom of the well, and it was Bai Xiaoxiao, holding this mirror, who saved him. She deliberately left a ghost artifact for us. Does this mean she knew something might happen to her? Ning Qiushui stood in Bai Xiaoxiao's room, holding the mirror, and looking at the person in the mirror. He suddenly froze. Although it was dark now, the moon outside the window was quite bright. Even without the lights on in the room, Ning Qiushui could see that the person in the cracked bronze mirror was not himself. It was a woman with long, flowing hair, wearing a wedding dress. This sight was indeed somewhat creepy, but Ning Qiushui knew that the woman in the bronze mirror would not harm him. This bronze mirror still possesses supernatural power and hasn't been sealed, which means Bai Xiaoxiao is still alive. Ning Qiushui's eyes lit up slightly. Apart from the second letter he received outside the door, he himself didn't want Bai Xiaoxiao to die in this blood-red door. After all, Bai Xiaoxiao entered this blood-red door to lead them. This chapter is not over. Please click next page to continue reading. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, Ghost House. Shuhage Novel Network. Fastest updates across the web. Logically, the dangerous things should have been done by the two of them. Ning Qiushui didn't like owing favors. Let's wait until daytime. Although I have a bronze mirror for protection, it's really not suitable to go out at night. Ning Qiushui returned to his room and lay down to rest. His mind was uneasy, constantly worrying about Bai Xiaoxiao's life and death. The second mysterious letter from outside said that Bai Xiaoxiao must not die in his second blood-red door. If Bai Xiaoxiao died, what would happen? Although Ning Qiushui didn't know who sent him this mysterious letter, he could feel that the sender wouldn't harm him, at least not in the short term. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come out alive from the first blood-red door. He lay in bed for a long time but couldn't fall asleep. And so, in a daze, the sky outside brightened. The newborn morning sun shone into his room. Ning Qiushui, feeling a bit tired, sat up. After a quick wash, he knocked on doors to wake everyone up. Brother, tell us, where are we going? Lu Chengfeng was his usual self. It seemed that, after the experience with the first blood-red door, he held 100% trust in Ning Qiushui. I thought about it all last night, and Bai Xiaoxiao should only go to 2 places. First, the back mountain behind the forest. Second, it's Shaman Ruan's residence. The back mountain is simply too dangerous. Let's first try to find a way to search the shaman's residence. The bespectacled man frowned. But that shaman isn't simple either. If she finds us, I'm afraid we'll be in deep trouble. Ning Qiushui nodded. Going in directly definitely won't work. So we need to figure out a way to lure the shaman away first. P.S. 2 more updates to come. If you like Ghost House, please bookmark it. m.shuhage.net, Ghost House. Shuhage Novel Network. Fastest updates across the web. Chapter 40. Praying Rain Village Head Jars. Around 9 in the morning, 3 people stealthily entered the village. It was exactly the same as when Ning Qiushui and his 2 companions entered the village last time. The villagers' gazes held guilt. And precisely because of this guilt, none of the villagers met their eyes. The moment their gazes met, these villagers would look away, pretending to continue diligently with their tasks. Ning Qiushui knew these villagers were in league with the shaman. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the shaman to rush to Mi Lan's house so quickly the day before yesterday afternoon. Some villagers must have tipped off the shaman. Sure enough, Ning Qiushui and his companion, who had been ambushed near the shaman's residence early on, watched a figure dressed in coarse linen clothes run out from the village entrance and head straight towards a mansion next to a temple in the west of the village. The mansion's footprint was even larger than that of the temple. At the main entrance stood 2 stone lions, exquisitely crafted and exceptionally fierce-looking. Not long after, that villager and the shaman walked out from the main gate together, heading quickly into the village. Ning Qiushui couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he kept feeling that the shaman's back seemed a bit more hunched, and her walk less steady. After confirming they had gone far, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng stealthily entered the shaman's residence together. As soon as they entered the place, they felt a faint, lingering chill, and the unpleasant smell in the air. Ning Qiushui had smelled the scent on the shaman before. It was hard to describe in words, like both decay and a mixture of many miscellaneous things. The shaman's house was large. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Ning Qiushui looked around and immediately whispered, "They won't be able to buy us much time. Split up and search." Lu Chengfeng nodded. Then, Ning Qiushui went left, and he went right. The 2 quickly searched all the places the shaman commonly used for living, eating, and sleeping, but found almost nothing. It was all just ghost-suppressing talismans and some inexplicable Buddhist scriptures. 10 minutes later, Lu Chengfeng stood before Ning Qiushui, hands on his hips, panting. He felt a bit anxious, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the main entrance, as if fearing someone might enter. Damn it! It's been so long since I felt this guilty. Like a thief. The last time I felt this way was 11 years ago, when I stole my martial uncle's wine. Ning Qiushui was speechless. Just as he was considering whether to leave, his eyes suddenly darted to a corner of the courtyard. That corner was in the southwest of the garden, hidden among very dense flowers and plants. It normally looked like a room for storing trash and miscellaneous items. "Let's check that room," Ning Qiushui pointed with his hand. The two immediately went to the inconspicuous small room. Unlike the other rooms, this one was locked. Huh. That's strange. She usually lives here alone. Why would it be locked? Lu Chengfeng scratched his head. Then, very skillfully, he took out his wire and vigorously poked it into the keyhole. While poking, he also made strange noises. Oh. Oh. Yes. Almost there. That's the feeling. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. With a click, the lock on the door sprang open. Ning Qiushui, standing by, gave Lu Chengfeng a strange look. Who was puzzled. Brother. What's with that look? Ning Qiushui shook his head, pushed the door open, and walked in. The room was very dark. Almost nothing could be seen, and it was filled with a strange smell. Precisely the one from the shaman. Ning Qiushui fumbled for a long time before finally finding the light. Click. The moment the light turned on, he froze on the spot. The sight in the room sent goosebumps all over both of them. In this dark little room, there were 3 rows of shelves, and on top of the shelves were large glass jars. Inside those glass jars were shockingly human heads. These heads were submerged in a strange liquid, eyes wide open, staring intently at the 2 people in the room. Holy crap! Lu Chengfeng's legs began to tremble uncontrollably again. Wait! Ning Qiushui carefully examined the heads in the jars, then suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "These heads are all alive." Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened. What the hell? Ning Qiushui's expression was grim, and a chill began to emanate from him. He couldn't comprehend any of this. These heads had clearly been severed from their bodies. How could they still be alive? But submerged in the jars, they could blink, even could talk. It hurts so much. Sob. 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 Please take me away. It's so dark here. Where is this place? Has someone come to save us? Won't some kind person save us? Terrifying screams and cries continuously echoed in the dark room, frantically pounding at their hearts. Hey! Turn off the light! Lu Chengfeng seemed to realize something, and yelled at Ning Qiushui. However, Ning Qiushui made a shushing gesture towards him. Shoo! Seeing Ning Qiushui's serious expression, Lu Chengfeng wisely kept silent. Soon, Ning Qiushui, who had been standing still and listening intently, went to a corner of the room, lifted the covering cloth, and pulled out a brand new glass jar. Upon seeing the jar, Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened in horror, unable to utter a single word, because he saw that the human head in the jar was none other than Bai Xiaoxiao. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss our latest episodes.